The emperor was always the most influential person, and no one could contradict him. In one of the meetings, the knights came to the imperial family and reported their recent victory over their opponents. He told the lady in charge of the young men that the only thing he could grant her was the right to choose a spouse to marry due to their victory. The emperor stated that, by his order, any chosen person was obliged to immediately become his husband. There were many rumors about this lady, and few could call her a woman, so many said she grew up to be a real savage. And after everything that happened, at the cost of a life full of blood and battles, she only received some kind of choice as a reward. And the strangest thing is that the right to choose has become a license to marry. The great warrior Emir Pervez was the hero of the empire and saved the crown prince from danger 30 years ago. But the crown prince envied him and sent him to deal with the lawyer tribe in the northern lands. He hoped the man would not return alive from there, which is why he sent him on such a dangerous task. And this brave knight, who agreed to carry out the task, understood that death awaited him there. He was the protagonist's father. He had long been exiled in Pervez, abandoned by the empire itself. And without any support, he was alone in the land where he was sent to die. The man fought bravely with all his might, but finally died tragically on the battlefield. After the father, the girl's two brothers fought cautiously, who, at the cost of their lives, they were willing to protect their people. And so it happened, and they also lost their lives on the battlefield, and then their sister took their place. This lady fought no less ruthlessly than her brave father, and was invincible on any battlefield. No monster or villain could defeat this brave girl, who, in addition to all her skills, was also excellent with weapons. After long days of bloodshed, torment, and suffering, the war finally ended. And the people became free. The people finally won, and everyone unanimously celebrated that, thanks to their common strength. They had been able to resist and defeat the enemy. And although the prolonged war came to an end, their joy over the victory did not last long. Because the winter was harsh and marked the beginning of famine, the knights believed that after the victory in the war, the emperor would definitely reward them, and their families would no longer need food. But Pervez did not enter the emperor's possessions and did not even look towards these lands. The lady asked Decker to look at the decree, in which the emperor promised them that if they completely drove out the lawyer tribe from the city, he would definitely pay them. Not everyone believed that the emperor would keep his promise, but the girl was sure they had no other choice. And if they do nothing, the city of Pervez could starve this cold winter. She supposed it wouldn't be easy to gain competence, since the emperor, who sent her father to a certain death, would not be willing to pay the reward. Emperor Kenrique Baristo asked if the girl's father had been killed, and said it was very sad. He asked, since all the girl's siblings had died, if the title of Marquis of Pervez had passed to her. The girl nodded and said that indeed the title had passed to her after the death of her entire family. The emperor said that it turns out a savage princess had come to see them, and this title clearly suited her. The girl didn't care how much humiliation she would have to endure. She just wanted the people of Pervez to receive enough money to feed themselves this winter. But the emperor said he had already decided how to reward the girl, and that the right to choose a spouse to marry would be a worthy reward for her. The butler handed her a book with a list of nobles and asked her to choose someone she liked. And anyone chosen would immediately become her husband. The emperor stated that the higher a person is on the list, the more honorable their position. So he advised paying attention to the beginning. The girl asked if the one she chose did not want to marry her. It wouldn't be bad for both. His Highness promised that if anyone dared to violate his order, their entire family would be obliged to make payments to the imperial family. And to the girl, the lady supposed that the emperor's words were just a trick so that he himself would not spend a single cent of his money. No father would hand over his son to a savage, and the chosen family would have to pay the girl instead of the emperor. So she loudly declared that she was choosing the Duke of Carlisle, Haven. This young man was temporarily stripped of his title of Crown Prince due to a recent incident that occurred 4 days ago. And he was the only one on the list of nobles who was not a member of the imperial family. The lady said, just as the emperor said, anyone whose name is at the beginning of the list is a very noble noble. The emperor wondered if this lady had really gone mad, since she decided to choose Crown Prince Carlisle himself as her husband. Due to disagreements with his father, he was deprived of the title of Crown Prince until now. And this same burden was called the god of war and the killer. The lady said that if the emperor refused, his son's family would be obliged to pay her. The guests were outraged. She was truly the insolent girl who was going to extort money from the emperor. But it turns out that the emperor, with his decision to allow the choice, dug his own grave. His son Carlisle sat next to him and laughed furiously at what this stranger managed to do. He loudly declared that he was giving the Marchioness of Prowess the opportunity to change her choice. And think again. But the girl said she only wanted to marry Carlisle, but if the emperor paid the reward in money, she would give up her choice. The young man suddenly said that the lady must under no circumstances give up the decision she just made. The emperor's promise is not a joke at all, because he cannot go back on his word. And he, as the emperor's eldest son, is absolutely not allowed to take a village girl as his wife. But he cannot cancel his father's promise. His son rose from his throne and walked towards Asha, who still held the list of candidates in her hands. The young man said that he would gladly accept her marriage proposal and agreed to become her husband. Asha was surprised, because what she really needed now was money for the people, not a husband, and now a young man stood in front of her and said that he really hoped that he and his wife would get along. Carlisle was sitting in the imperial palace hall and was waiting for a guest to come see him. Asha arrived at his office and asked why the young man had called her to his home. He asked the Marchioness to be bolder and come closer, because soon they would become husband and wife. And wife? The girl noticed that the young man seemed relaxed, and it was not entirely clear on his face what he was thinking at that moment. Asha bowed to the young master and said that she respectfully greets His Highness the Crown Prince. The young master asked if the girl knew that he had already been deprived of this title. On the day of Asha and her team's arrival in the capital, this young man was harassing his own father's favorite and, according to rumors, burst into her rooms. At that moment, the girl understood that completely different people lived in the capital, and that it was normal for them to desire and spend time with different women. And Asha probably never dreamed that the man spoken of in the newspaper, because of his behavior, would become her husband. The young man said that he couldn't do anything about it anyway, and that the lady shouldn't look at him with such curiosity. The young man asked if such an attractive woman was especially impressed by his charming appearance. The girl joked that she was most likely just jealous of his physique, and that an incredible power emanated from his body. The young man asked her if he was really interested in the girl, only from the point of view of her suitability for battle. She replied that she would really like it to be so, but unfortunately this is practically impossible. Carlisle thought for a moment and finally suggested discussing their common cause, which from now on unites them. He said that he did not accept this proposal out of great love, and that it was obvious that their marriage was also beneficial for him. They set conditions for him to return the title, and if he served the empire for 3 years and got rid of his ego, he would get it back. The young man thought he could help Prowess, who was tired of the war, for the next 3 years. And then they would face a divorce, and the lady would no longer have to wait for him and call him her husband. She agreed to marry for a specific purpose, but Asha could not leave Prowess under the control of a stranger. Therefore, she first asked to be told what Carlisle was going to do in Prowess and whether his actions could harm this city. Then she would be against it. The young man was surprised by the reasons why she might be against it, and if she really wanted the city dwellers to starve. Of course, he also does not want to harm anyone, and in return asks for help with his idea. Asha invited the young man to sign a contract detailing all the conditions of their joint union. She wanted to conclude a contract specifying the details because they would be a couple in words, and they would take what they really needed and then separate. Lionel Bailey, Carlisle's closest advisor, reviewed the document provided by the girl. And it became clear that she was not the type to waste her money. He asked if the Duke had really decided to marry such a rude girl. Because he had a large number of candidates in his heart, Carlyle was sure that he now had a great opportunity to get rid of someone who allowed herself too much. Since the age of 15, Carlyle had participated in battles and after the death of his mother. His stepmother became empress. He fought again and again in the fiercest and bloodiest battles and still remained alive. Perhaps other forces blessed him on his birthday, so the young man managed to escape even the deadliest battle unscathed. They even wrote a song about him that there was no sun in his eyes and the enemy's blood was on his face, and that he was the monster killer. Prince Carlyle was considered the empire's most intrepid defender and held enormous power in his hands. Beatrice was the current empress and had a son, Marcio, who was the second prince. She really wanted her son to take the emperor's throne, so she had to do something quickly. On that fateful night, Vivienne Lorraine, the emperor's young favorite, came to His Majesty and complained that the prince had burst into her room in the middle of the night. But Carlyle claimed that he did not know the lady was there and that someone had definitely set a trap for him. The emperor did not want to listen to him and shouted that the young man's ignorance had crossed all limits, and that now, for some reason, he needed the emperor's beloved. That night he announced that from that day on, he would take away his title of crown prince and demote him to duke. After all this, Carlyle realized that the empress was actually just planning to get rid of all the undesirables. In the end, Marcio became crown prince and his plan was a success, and 3 years later, he would still try to prevent Carlyle from regaining his title. And then, he would make his son Marcio a true crown prince. But Carlyle was sure that he was willing to kill anyone who invaded his throne. He knew he had to become so powerful that the empress could not reach him. And for this, the city of Prowess is perfect because it is located outside the empire's lands. The duke's subject asked him if he had changed his mind about marrying that stranger, because they didn't know each other completely. But suddenly, the duke announced that they had already met this lady before. A few days later, Carlyle found himself in Cairo, the capital of the empire. He was stripped of his title because he fell into the empress's trap. In fact, he should have been more attentive, and it was his fault that he responded quickly to a letter from a new informant asking to meet him. The young man expected that, as a last resort, they would attack him, but word got around that he had locked himself in his chambers. And then, the young man thought he could take advantage of this to make a secret exit. A few minutes later on the street, he caught the attention of a group of young men who couldn't pass. The gang leader said that the young man's face was unfamiliar, and that to get out of here unharmed, he must do exactly as they ordered. Carlyle knew that if the situation suddenly escalated, and it became known that he was hiding his identity, he would probably get into trouble. At that moment, when the gang leader began to threaten the young man, a girl approached them and told them that it was wrong for 3 to attack 1. The thieves did not expect to see anyone else here, and Carlyle was also surprised by the appearance of a young woman. He said it would be fair if they joined them to kill this young man. But the gang leader disagreed and shouted at the beggar to get out of his way. Isha was a militant girl, and after a couple of strikes, all the thieves got what they deserved. She grabbed her boss by the neck, and the attackers immediately realized that it was dangerous to deal with this lady. Carlyle was surprised by how well the girl was behaving, that she must be a warrior. One of the thieves was afraid of the girl, so he ordered the other to get up urgently and kill the girl. The knight who appeared with the girl grabbed one of the thieves and told him that if you want to kill someone, you must do it yourself and not send a younger one. He asked Isha if they should kill him, but the lady thought it was too merciful for the gang. Her words did not sound empty, and this girl and her partner were used to killing from an early age. The young man said that he and Isha should not have trouble until they reached the palace, so the thieves should be released. Carlyle said that thanks to the lady, he was no longer in danger, and offered to pay her for her help. The young man asked if he could take them to a cheap and comfortable hotel. Isha said that if the group does not find a place to stay, they will spend the night on the street. Carlyle realized that these people needed help, so he asked them to follow him and promised to help. Some time had passed since this incident, and Lionel asked the Duke if he had really returned late because of the Marchioness Prowess. Carlyle said that thanks to him, these people were able to get in order, and if the lady had arrived at the palace in the state she was in, they would have called her a beggar and not a savage princess. Lionel was outraged. She could really deal with the bandits with her own hands. And surely, if they made at least one mistake, she could also deal with them. The young man was sure that to restore Purves, a Shah must not betray him or hinder him. So he invited her to stay at his estate, but she refused and returned to the hotel. And this girl was incredibly careful. At the same time, contradictions arose between the partners of a Shah's team. Her friends were sure that the contract marriage was very dangerous, and the prince wanted to use the girl as a shield for his conspiracy. A Shah said that she didn't care at all, and that she wanted to achieve other goals. If this agreement will save Parabes, its inhabitants, and help the people, then she agrees to do it. And apparently, it is a good deal that she is going to take advantage of, because thanks to this money, no one will starve in winter. And they will be able to heal the wounded and sow the fields with seeds. A Shah imagined how the desert plains would be covered with grain and asked Deckard if he would have acted differently if he were in her place. Her knights, who had always served her faithfully, were now thoughtful and silent, but they would not be her faithful partners if they did not agree with her plan. A Shah said that there would be no ceremony and that they would go to Purves as soon as they took brief vows. The young men wondered how long this procedure would take, and even the full ceremony would not have taken several months. While they were here and discussing future actions, all this time the people of Purves were probably starving. Therefore, a Shah decided that she would have to do all this as quickly as possible so that the marriage rites would take effect. After talking with her companions, she came to Carlyle and asked when they could leave, because she understood that her question needed to be resolved quickly. Carlyle knew that it would be beneficial for him to organize the ceremony as quickly as possible. But he supposed that the girl might be upset by the rush. A Shah, on the contrary, wanted to quickly go through the formality of formalizing the marriage, and said that all this was because the people were waiting for her return to Purves. Carline promised to try to speed up the preparations as much as possible under their conditions. And in this case, he asked the girl to choose a dress from those that already existed to give to the patron. The young man asked Mrs. Lopar to help the girl with her choice, and the affectionate maid was ready to complete her task. The maids took the young woman by the arms, and a Shah was scared at first because she had never dealt with dresses before. The maids quickly took care of the girl, who probably hadn't taken care of herself for a long time. And first, they decided to prepare a bath to detangle her locks of hair. Then they put a corset on her and tied it, and a Shah didn't even know how to breathe in it. After a while, the lady was almost ready, and her hair became soft locks and silky in the experienced hands of the maids. They discussed for a long time which dress to choose for this tall lady. And a Shah only thought that at that moment she incredibly wanted to go home. All this time, the Duke was waiting for the maids to finish their work and clean up the girl. But the result he saw exceeded all expectations, and the lady looked incredible after changing clothes. The young man smiled and said that if anyone from his team saw her, they wouldn't accept her back. A Shah was perplexed because she had been given the opportunity to choose an outfit herself. And in this outfit, there was absolutely no place to put a weapon. The Duke reported that the girl looked excellent and that he had prepared something for the occasion. The young man held a red box in his hands and asked Mrs. Lopar if this thing would decorate the dress. The Duke opened the box, which contained a rare, very unusual and expensive object. The maid was delighted to see the real and luxurious necklace of the former Empress Evelyn in front of her. A Shah asked if there were rubies in this necklace, and the young man was surprised to learn that she recognized them at first sight. The Duke said that, if the girl decides to sell this necklace, with this money she could buy about 100 war horses. A Shah's eyes widened in surprise when she learned that this necklace was worth more than 1,000,000 varons. The young man said that the necklace could be read in advance, and carefully placed the jewelry on her neck. But Ashu couldn't help but think that with this necklace, 100 horses could be bought. But first, it would be better for her to buy provisions. Supervisions. Asha was momentarily confused when Carlyle got too close to her. And he was fastening the jewelry. Suddenly, the young man asked if the girl was wearing the perfume he had given her to choose from. During the preparation, the maids brought several perfumes smelling of flowers and fruits. But the girl found them too sweet, so she chose those that smelled of grass. Carlyle thought for a moment, fell silent, and then replied that this scent was very worthy. He did not expect her to choose it, and was glad that the necklace had finally found its owner. Carlyle gently stroked the girl's face and said that this necklace suited her very well. After the young man touched her, the girl thought that the prince's hand should be soft. But it was a warrior's hand, and for some reason her heart beat faster after that. Still, this young man was the commander-in-chief, so it was no wonder he had such strong hands. And powerful. But the only thought that did not leave the girl was that now she could buy 100 war horses. A few days later, the vow ceremony of Carlyle and Asha was to take place in the palace. The guests discussed that His Highness would indeed marry that girl if he regained his status. He could divorce her. But Miss Cecilia, a potential candidate for the crown prince's wife, would not stand idly by. Her pride was pleased that everyone was now talking about her. But His Majesty insisted on marrying the Marchioness. He insisted on the marriage because prowess is under territorial jurisdiction, and whatever happens there, the imperial family cannot interfere there. And thanks to this, the crown prince can try to test his wife candidates. But some have already withdrawn. Therefore, Cecilia had no reason to give up, and the situation was much more favorable for her than for anyone. Her golden eyes were the symbol of peace for the imperial family, and thanks to them, most of the time, not only the empress, but also the emperor's beloved had golden eyes, thanks to which they received their titles. Cecilia was sure that the crown prince himself deserved this place more than the Marchioness Prowess. So she decided to prove it to all the guests present at today's event. The solemn gong sounded, and His Majesty, the Emperor and the Empress arrived at the temple. With them also came Gabriel Knox, who was the chief priest of this temple. Everyone was sure that no one would even look at the bride, because the most beautiful people in the capital were responsible for performing the ceremony. And malicious tongues whispered that the lady would have to fix herself up quite a bit not to look like a savage palette. But when the Duke came out with the lady, the guests held their breath in surprise and looked in their direction. And none of them could believe that this beautiful lady who came out with Carlyle was the same savage princess. Society ladies immediately noticed that the girl was wearing Empress Evelyn's necklace. And this was what the emperor gave her on their wedding day. Cecilia was sure that His Highness got rid of all his things, and this was just a show. This worried the girl, so Cecilia decided to be attentive and careful in her actions. The priest invited everyone to take a seat and said that the guests had been invited as witnesses. The young man began a solemn speech and greeted the young couple entering into an alliance. The priest blessed Duke Carlyle and Asha to live in harmony and balance in their marriage. While the girl listened to this speech, she thought about how boring it was and whether the people of the capital had absolutely nothing to do. But after the boring speech, the priest asked the newlyweds to exchange rings. The young man whispered that when the lady is ready to sell her wedding ring, she should take it to auction, because they will give her a large sum for it. Only the Duke knew that this ring was simply the bride's reserve fund. Asha hooked it because the girl had 2 revolutionaries, and that's why it was interesting to her. The priest asked the young couple to sign a marriage certificate so that their marriage could take effect. After signing the certificate, he announced that their marriage was now officially recognized by all imperial and divine laws. And divine, and no one will be able to question their family relationship after signing this certificate. They, in turn, are obliged to fulfill their oath and treat each other with great responsibility and sincere love. Carlyle accepted the marriage for the sake of benefits, but he was also very happy to look at the sad faces of his father and his stepmother. According to all the customs of a solemn wedding ceremony, the newlyweds must seal their vows with the first kiss. Asha thought about the kiss, and this was to be expected because now they were officially married. Carlyle understood that the girl was impatient to settle everything quickly and go home, but he was not in the mood to let them go so easily. Carlyle gently took the lady's hand, looked her in the eyes, and leaned towards Asha. His lips touched hers, and this kiss was supposedly filled with everything they promised each other. After a couple of seconds, the young man stopped kissing his official wife and was embarrassed for a moment. The lady looked at her husband with a serious expression and asked him to behave decently. The young man smiled sarcastically and said that he was only trying to dispel the boredom that had overshadowed the young bride. The priest asked the spouses to always be pure in body and soul, because the Almighty watches them every minute. The Duke replied that the Almighty would certainly treat the passions of the newlyweds with understanding. Ashad dreamed of returning to Pervez as quickly as possible, but decided to stay a little longer. She informed the Duke that it was necessary to urgently deliver some goods there and arrange a proper rest for His Highness in the castle. She asked the knights to go first because her people needed help, and none of the young men could understand how they would now explain what had happened to the people of Pervez. After a while, the knights arrived at their hometown and solemnly entered through its gates. The neighbors were frightened to see a crowd of warriors next to their knights, and asked who they were. The young man said that his lover had married the crown prince, and the people wondered if they would really come here to live together and divorce in 3 years. The crown prince had personal matters in Pervez, and the people needed money to settle down. So their interests and Ashaz coincided, and His Highness would live in the city for 3 years. Ashaz knights were worried about the lady because they were attacked several times on the way. They felt incredibly uncomfortable on the way because the crown prince had sent guards with them and probably didn't trust them. On the way to Pervez, they were attacked by a gang of thieves, and the knights had to defend themselves. Since they had guards with them, the young men managed to deal with them quickly, because their number was much greater than the number of thieves. Surely His Highness foresaw that they would be attacked, and that is why he sent his knights to accompany them. And without them, they surely would have died. The young man said that Asha is now immersed in routine matters and is in great danger since she is not a member of the imperial family. He conveyed the lady's words that she only needed money and, in return, they would provide accommodation for the prince. They needed to prepare rooms for His Highness, and he would arrive in about a month. A few days later, in the house of the imperial family, Carlyle spoke with his father. The young man said that from now on, the defense of the south of the empire rests on the shoulders of the empress's son. And he probably has doubts about it. Marcio wondered why the hell he should defend these territories, since they were not part of his composition. But the Duke argued that Marcio was the heir, and therefore was obliged to perform his previous job, since the young man always fought heroically on the battlefield, and this is what the duty of the crown prince demands. Moreover, the young man no longer has responsibilities, and only needs to get rid of the monsters that appear 2 or 3 times a year and resolve minor conflicts. Carlyle really wanted his father and Marcius to understand what the reality was, because before they planned to send him to serve, but now he will go to Pervs, which is outside the empire. The father said that the conversation about military matters was over, and it would be better if they talked about the budget that Karl Eisel had requested. He was referring to the dowry and the excessive moving expenses of the young master. The father perfectly understood that the young man was a prince, but the entire dowry would go to Pervez. He said he understood that the young man needed money, but he was asking too much for the city. Marcio confirmed his words that such an amount was too much, and that a much smaller amount would be enough to live there. Carlyle found the young man very frivolous, and it is obvious that he had never been to war before. Pervez spent 28 years defeating the lawyer, and the young man has no idea how much was destroyed during this time, and how much money will be needed for restoration. Therefore, the amount he asks for is fully justified. He smiled at the empress's son, telling him that the poor man would literally have to master his entire trade overnight. Marquise understood that he now had nowhere to go, and all the powers that Carlisle exercised now fell upon his shoulders. When Carlisle told Asha about this conversation, she laughed at the stupid faces of his father and Marquise, and they didn't seem to think about military matters at all. The girl asked if the empire was really not a superpower and why he wasn't seeking military power. The young man said that the military matters he spoke of only concerned the management of knights by order of the emperor. And no one is responsible for losing a war who is the last to give orders, because he was the leader. Asha said that it seemed to her that the emperor was simply trying to remove Carlisle from the imperial palace. And the young man confirmed that it was so obvious that even the village girl understood it. The lady admitted that she understands that the young man seemed to be in a hot situation. But it is truly admirable the tranquility with which he survived everything and did not commit suicide. The man who was with them said that both of them needed a common goal, since they decided to board the same ship. And judging by what they heard, the Marchioness still knows nothing. Carlisle thought about Viscount Lepelt's words and looked thoughtfully ahead. He invited Asha and the Viscount to meet, as they saw each other for the first time today. This man was Viscount Giles Lepelt, his teacher and role model, and he was the one who most wanted to get rid of his enemies. The young man said that he would be the one to oppose their marriage, and the man had no choice but to change his strategy because the young man fell for the Empress's trick and lost the title of Crown Prince in his absence. The man asked the girl what she knew about His Highness. Asha knew that he had been assigned to the Crown Princes since birth, and that he was the best knight in the empire. The Viscount confirmed that His Highness was born with the blessing of the god of war and victory, thanks to which he has so much talent in using various types of fighting techniques. It turns out that the temple made a prophecy, and when His Highness becomes an adult, he will prove that the prophecy was true. The Viscount considered the Duke to be the one who maintained peace in the empire through many battles, and it was completely unreasonable to deprive him of his title, as the Empress did. Carlisle asked the Viscount to calm down, and perhaps it was just grace hidden under the guise of a curse. The man was sure that he had been falsely accused of wanting to possess his father's favorite, and he definitely should not turn a blind eye to this. The Viscount said that the role of the Marchioness Prowess was also important now, and the girl asked how she could be useful. The Empress and the second prince will try to tarnish His Highness's reputation, so the lady will have to protect Carlisle when this happens. The young man laughed that he was physically capable of protecting himself, and the girl didn't have to worry about this. And for him, it was important that she become his shield in the field of politics. The imperial family is sensitive to their name, so they could not oppose his choice. Thanks to the girl, His Highness could move further away and increase his power there without being seen by the imperial family. And Asha realized that she accepted the marriage proposal to gain strength in Prowess. In any case, the Empress will try to attract the line to her side or exert pressure. And depending on the situation, the consequences can vary. The girl thought about it because this could really be dangerous for both of them. She wondered if it was logical to prepare for a coup in Prowess, and of course, Carlisle was also worried about this issue. He said that while he was participating in battles, the Empress greatly increased her influence, and therefore he needed to establish himself somewhere and expand his own, and the most convenient way to do this would be outside the empire. The Viscount confirmed that His Majesty is obliged to return the prince's rights, and this is what the public thinks. Asha said that they would not interfere in their affairs there, and that she would protect the young man as much as she could. Carlisle warned the girl to also be careful, and that they would get sweet rewards in the future after executing a successful plan. Asha said that the young man would have to take all the things he needed in advance. And not because she feels sorry for something, but because in Prowess there is literally nothing. She said that many of the things that can be bought there are of poor quality, so she warned Carlisle about this in advance. In a few days, they were supposed to leave for Prowess, and many things were already prepared. Carlyle asked Asha to accompany him to show her some of the things he was going to send to Prowess. Asha couldn't believe what she saw when she saw a pile of wooden boxes in front of her, and admitted that she didn't even expect such a scale and couldn't imagine anything like this. These boxes were filled with bags of seeds, and if the people of Prowess managed to grow these seeds, she could finally get rich and provide food for the people. Asha took a handful of golden seeds in her hand, and at that moment she realized that she had made the right decision. And that without this opportunity, Prowess would never have emerged from extreme poverty. After that, Carlyle said with a satisfied smile that it was time for them to hit the road. And he saw how happy the girl was with the seeds. After a while, they reached the nearest city, and the people greeted Prince Carlyle with shouts of joy and happiness. People with happy faces watched the arrival and the young man. And even the children rejoiced at his arrival in the city. Asha noticed that people loved him much more than she expected, and he really earned their trust while he was the crown prince. She told Lionel that the people seemed to like Carlyle very much. The young man said that he heard a note of sarcasm in the girl's words. He said that this was the goal of the role of military commander-in-chief, to regain his title of crown prince and prepare to become emperor. First, he needed to win the trust of the people. The young man noticed that the girl should probably start getting used to serving him, and he wondered if he had really calculated all his steps. After all the greetings, Carlyle got into the carriage and sat down, saying he was very tired. This was their first stop, and then they decided to stop in Owendom, which they would reach in 2 days. Carlyle noticed that Asha was looking at him with too much suspicion and asked if she really wanted to ask something. Asha said that she felt there was a great distance between the young man and the people who were happy about his visit. The young man asked her if she really wanted to tell him that he was doing something wrong, because people were happy. And he was happy to treat them well. At first glance, it might seem that this is some kind of trick or game that everyone came to see for free. Asha thought surely there was nothing wrong with this, and the people of the capital had a completely different mentality. It was also getting dark outside, so the knights and subjects reported that they needed to camp for the night. The knight ordered everyone to gather branches for the fire and start preparing dinner, and the guards to remain alert and stand guard near the carriage in 2 shifts. One of the servants looked into the carriage and said that he had moved all the things to the tent, and that, if she needed anything, she could contact him at any time. At first, the girl did not understand which tent he was referring to, so she decided to ask again. Since she had no intention of sleeping in the same tent as Carlyle, she announced that she would sleep separately. The young man told the servant not to pay attention to the girl's behavior, and that he would call him when he needed him. Carlyle asked Asha if it was really important for her to sleep in a different tent. She replied that it was not particularly important to her, and in this case, the young man asked the girl not to force the servants to suffer again, and to stay in their own tent, and not to forget that they were now officially married. Asha thought there were rumors that the young man was even looking for a woman on the battlefield, and he really doesn't care that he will have to share a tent with her. But whatever, they were just a couple on paper, so there is nothing wrong with being close to each other. Asha was not worried about having to sleep in a tent with Carlyle, because she had already slept next to men outdoors during battles. Asha's upbringing was not treated with as much care as in the homes of the ladies of the capital, so she was sure that her experiences were completely insignificant. When she was younger, she always fell asleep in her brother's room after entertaining games. But then the girl never had the opportunity to share the same room with another person of the opposite sex. She looked at the starry sky and wondered how her parents would react if they saw her now. Thanks to the arranged marriage, countless amounts of money and resources would flow into the hands of the Purvey's house. But there was also a high possibility that they would be in danger, and the fate of the primacy was now in the hands of the Duke of Carlisle. And Asha only wanted one thing, that nothing would happen to Purvey's and its people. Her father once said that his daughter was the shield of their home, so after his death she would have to protect it. Protect it. On the same day, he died tragically on the battlefield, and his daughter was left completely alone. And from now on she had to help her people. Everything a Shah did was right, and she never gave up because that's why she made an agreement with the Duke. The girl took cold water from the river in her hands and washed her face with it to quickly regain her senses and recover from bad thoughts. After all, she made her own decision and will be responsible for it until the end. Carlyle watched the lady and saw her washing her face in the cold river, and he had never seen a woman wash her face so hard. The girl did not notice and left, and the young man followed her to the river. He considered a Shah an incredibly interesting person, and this girl definitely fell into his soul. At night, he saw that a Shah had spread a blanket on the ground and asked her if she really intended to sleep on something other than a bed, and said that perhaps, due to the proximity to the north, the water here in the river is much colder. The young man took off his shirt and noticed that a Shah seemed not to care at all whether he had clothes or not, and he offered to help her dress as his faithful wife and temporary assistant. The girl got up and apologized for being the first not to guess, and carefully took Carlyle's shirt in her hands. A Shah said that if she does something wrong, then the young man should not be so demanding. A Shah was putting on Carlyle's shirt and really seemed focused on buttoning his clothes. Carlyle was told that his body would conquer any girl, but on the battlefield there was no opportunity to show off in front of women. So he couldn't know. A Shah asked if something was bothering him, but he replied that everything was fine with him, and that the girl could go to bed peacefully. The girl thought that perhaps the servant would have done a much better job. But is it really necessary to demonstrate it so demonstratively? If their relationship was like this, there should be no difficulties, and since the young man had been with many women before, a Shah was sure that he would not be interested in her. The girl said she would turn off the candles, and they would go to bed. Carlyle looked at this unusual lady and suddenly asked her to tell him about prowess. And since they will arrive there soon, would she like to know something in advance, such as how cold it is in winter? A Shah had nothing to compare prowess with, but she knew that merchants said it was very cold there. I laughed and asked if it was true that a Shah cut off the head of the lawyer tribe leader with her own hands. A Shah said that the tribe leader was very capable, but not as much as her father. But due to a lack of men, her father and brothers died tragically during the battle. Laxmusha fought for 28 years, and the spell of the necklace of the god of murder kept him young for many years. A Shah and her people owed the victory to her father and her brothers, who defended prowess from the barbarian invasion until the end. Carlyle learned that his father sent Amir, who was a great warrior, to prowess, secretly wishing him death, but those who went there did not last a year, committing suicide. Most likely, the father knew the emperor's intentions, but since he was threatened with death anyway, he decided to try to avoid it with all his might. The people of prowess listened to his will because he alone did not give up and prepared them to fight the barbarians. And he was the only one who did not flee in a desperate situation, and that is why they were loyal to him. The young man began to think that it would be better if that person continued to live a long time instead of dying as a hero. A Shah's father did not abandon prowess and spent every day in battle to save it. And the people. And his daughter was exactly the same brave and courageous warrior, willing to give her life to save her people. She managed to force the emperor to pay her for her victory thanks to her arrogance. And a Shah may even be much greater than her father. The young man asked her to tell him about her brothers, because he was interested in knowing what kind of brave people they were. But a Shah no longer answered his question, because she was fast asleep, and the young man had no choice but to look at the sweet sleeping Shah. In the imperial palace, Marcio, as soon as he learned that he had to go to the battlefield, he was indignant because he would not take a step to fight. His mother, the empress, stood next to the young man and asked her son not to worry about anything. The lady patted her son on the head and told him that she had already thought of everything for him. A few days later, a Shah, her new husband, and their subjects arrived in prowess. Carlyle looked out the window from the carriage and said that things were much worse than he had actually expected. The girl said that after the long war, the roads were in terrible condition. But Carlyle was sure that it wasn't just them. He pointed out that a long time had passed since they entered Purvez's territory. And here everything is not at all as it should be. There are dirt fields around and no people are seen. He said that the lady would have to start settling here and asked how much she wanted to receive from her father. Asha believed that around 500,000 varons would be needed for medicine for the first time, as well as for recovery. But Carlyle laughed when he heard this amount and was sure that it wouldn't be enough for anything. But Asha was embarrassed because she had already exaggerated what she was thinking. And if she had told the truth, the Duke would have completely ridiculed her. The young man solemnly declared that the noble lady had drawn the best possible card and congratulated her on her successful marriage. Prince Carlyle said everything correctly. And 500,000 varons will barely be enough to survive this winter. And if you don't have time to prepare for the next one, many people will die again. They arrived in Purvez, and Asha said that, although the place had been cleaned up, the young man might feel uncomfortable about the state of the castle. The young man noted that the lady had already repeated it hundreds of times, and that he probably shouldn't bother with unnecessary thoughts. The girl understood that Carlyle had been on the battlefield since his youth. So he was unlikely to complain about where he had to sleep, and everything suited him in the tent. A young man, who was a close knight of Asha, approached them and greeted the guests. All the people lined up and greeted the honorary lady and Prince Carlyle, who was an unexpected guest in their village. Asha was worried, as there were few people on the street. One never knows that the young man would think they were treating him with disrespect. The people whispered, His Highness had traveled a long way to be here, and how could they serve such an honorable guest in such a place? Asha was very worried that Carlyle probably already regretted coming to this place. But she warned him. But instead, Carlyle asked where his rooms were. And it turned out that the entire second floor had been allocated to him so that his associates and closest guests could stay there. The families of the local rulers used to live on the second floor, so the young man asked where the girl would sleep. He asked Lionel to tell everyone to take their luggage to the second floor where they could settle in. Asha's faithful friend warned her that his room had been given up for her, and the servants were busy putting it in order. The war was over, and the young man said that the girl should now be treated as expected with all honors. The lady laughed cheerfully. At that moment, Carlyle paid attention to her and saw how sincere she was. They took her to the room, and Asha was incredibly amused by the new bed, decorated with a canopy of flowers. The young man asked if the girl didn't like this room, and joked that they did everything exactly to her liking. He said that nobles in the capital sleep in similar beds, so he tried to make something similar. And even these boys realized how great the difference was between the big capital and her native Purvez. The girl wholeheartedly thanked her faithful friend, because for the first time she would sleep in such a luxurious bed. On the table in her room was a vase with magnificent red tulips. And who would have thought that one day her room would be decorated with real fresh flowers? In Purvez, flowers meant the end of the war, and it seemed the servants brought them especially for the warlike Asha. The maid Della brought these flowers, but she was sure that there was still a lot to finish in this room. Asha's friend said that Ramir's wife was the one who had worked the hardest, and asked if the butler was free yet. All this time, Della was doing her job, and Asha said she would rather try to find someone, since the news about the prince's arrival had already spread throughout the area. So there should be no problems. Della also warned that it was worth hiring a maid to run small errands, since Asha's way of life would now be judged by different people. The girl understood that, judging by their reaction, they could easily find something to complain about. So she asked the maid to recommend a worthy person. Della said she had already found a girl who might be suitable for them. The charming maid, Nina, approached them and told them that she would be their new maid. During the war, all these people had no time for luxury, but now everything has changed. And Asha really counted on the help of the new maid. She said that her faithful friends and city residents had done a great job, and that now they could go to bed, and she asked Derek and Della to stay behind. She informed them that tomorrow would be a busy day and that they would bring goods for Pervez. Therefore, there may be a conflict between the prince's people and her people. However, she did not intend to ask her people to remain silent where they did not want to, because she had made a deal that was beneficial to both sides. It was in a slavery contract. Asha was going to maintain this approach, so she asked her trusted friends to do their best for the well-being of Pervez. The next day, Carlisle was busy with work and first allocated funds to those living in Pervez. But surprisingly, these people did not take a single penny, and Lionel called those who were used to suffering together. For Carlisle, this was unexpected news, considering that most people here look like bandits. And especially the man who is Asha's loyal friend. And although they are connected with the Marquise, there was no guarantee that she would not betray him. So Carlisle asked to carefully study all the important people of Pervez. Lionel said that this young man is the eldest son of the Donovan family, who was a vassal of Emir Pervez. And once he was a contender for Asha's hand and heart. That evening in the temple, the priest was praying at the evening service, and at that moment a guest entered the temple. The priest whispered that his precious guest had finally arrived, and asked how the beautiful young lady was doing. Her Majesty the Empress smiled at him and replied that she was doing absolutely wonderfully. She said she would like to talk to the priest about the future of the empire. A week later, the situation in Pervez had improved significantly, and the place began to shine with new colors. All the inhabitants of this settlement were happy to see the lady, and she was a true friend to everyone. The residents who needed treatment the most received medical attention immediately, and there were no more problems providing treatment. That day, Asha checked that everything was going well, and at the same time engaged in the distribution of provisions. The young man said that the distribution of goods was going well, and that the people were very satisfied with their share. Today they distributed flour, salt, and yeast. Since they were no longer afraid of hunger, people could even afford to bake bread. The lady was sure that the fragrant smell of baking tonight would definitely spread throughout the area. The young people planned the distribution with a reserve, so there should be no problems. And tomorrow, they should already receive a request for seeds, and now everyone is racking their brains about how to plan the sowing. The emotions Asha experienced could not be expressed in words, because finally her people could cultivate their own lands. And she didn't even expect to see this in her life. She understood that Pervez could be rebuilt in any case, and she would definitely take care of it. But for now, her faithful friends and comrades would definitely take care of everything here. After that, Asha went to inspect the castle, and to her surprise, saw a huge pile of logs. The young man said that Prince Carlisle bought all the excess wood from the residents of the northern villages, and that they also made it fireproof so it wouldn't catch fire easily. The girl was perplexed when Carlisle managed to do everything, and after arriving here, he had absolutely no time for this. She thought that not even her life was worth so much, and she didn't understand what this young man needed from her, since he was making her dreams come true. One of Carlisle's subjects informed Asha that His Highness wanted to meet with her. The lady took the young knight to the office and asked why he called her. The girl shared that thanks to his generosity, everything was even better than she dreamed. Carlisle told her that he provided a lot of money and goods, but he didn't know how they were used. That's why he called Asha. Asha apologized because she should have informed the young man in advance. But she didn't think he was interested in the progress of Pervez's recovery. The girl replied that she would immediately provide him with all the plans for the repair work and the accounting for the budget distribution. She asked him to give her a couple of minutes, and after that time, she promised that everything would be ready. Carlisle did not expect the girl to run to solve this problem so quickly and asked her to wait a little. Lionel noted that the Marquise was not one to embezzle money, and this is exactly what he had already told Carlisle. The young man was surprised how this was possible because he could take everything he wanted. But he didn't take a single penny. Carlisle wondered if this girl was probably doing debauchery bookkeeping, or something like that, and the fact that she would have everything ready in advance spoke of her scrupulousness. and the young man was sure that there would be inaccuracies. Less than 5 minutes had passed when Asha entered the office with the books in her hand, where the reports on the distribution of funds had been prepared. Asha gave Carlyle her plan on the materials he generously provided them with, as well as food, seeds, and medical costs. The young master opened the book of documents and carefully looked at its contents. He was once again convinced that the girl really hadn't appropriated anything, and that the report was perfectly structured. He praised Asha for writing the report competently, and the lady even felt a little embarrassed. Carlyle said that there was nothing in the documents that was in her name, and that it referred to money for his treasury. Asha wondered how replenishing his treasury would help rebuild Prowess. The young man asked if the lady had thought about what she would do with the necklace and ring he gave her for her wedding. And the warlike girl declared that, when they separated, she would sell the jewelry at an auction. And she would spend the proceeds on training a cavalry detachment. Asha heard that Carlyle had many cavalry soldiers in the order, and asked if she could ask the young man for advice in the future. Carlyle found out everything he wanted from the girl, so he told her she could be free. After the lady left the office, Carlyle smiled and said that this lady had even thought about what to do with the money she would get from selling wedding gifts. Lionel asked if the young knight was really disappointed by this information. The young man called this absurd and perfectly understood that this necklace was valued only in high society, and that here it had no use. For a long time, Carlyle could not give away this necklace to anyone, which reminded him of many things. But in reality, he was tired of receiving looks of pity at the mention of the necklace. That is a memory of his mother. Therefore, the young man was sure that it was better to let it disappear senselessly, and not torment himself with the torment of memories. In the temple hall, the priest stood before the empress, to whom he asked to be frank within the walls of this sacred building. The empress reminded the priest of his words that if Karl Issel becomes emperor, the empire would face a dark future, and he had been killing people since his youth. The priest was sure that if such a child gained power, the inhabitants of the empire would turn away from the Almighty every day, and those born with his blessing would follow the path of disobedience. The empress showered the priest with praise and asked Gabriel to step forward to support her and her son so that he could take the throne of the great emperor. The priest said he could help the lady, but in that case she must promise him something. If Prince Marcio ascended the throne, he would have to make Chad a holy empire. The empress listened carefully to the priest's words and thought for a while. The young man said that his words meant that the empire would have to be governed by different laws, and only then could Chad distinguish itself from the surrounding barbarian states. The empress said she would need time to think about everything, and she also believed in the correctness of obedience to the Almighty to create the Holy Empire. The lady asked for time and said they would have to see each other later. This summer everything was different in Prowess, and the new neighbors were gradually getting used to the place. In the morning, Carlyle and his subject competed with swords. Carlyle won, so he asked Lionel not to be too disappointed, and he improved a lot. Lionel smiled and noted that he didn't even dare to think about defeating the warlike Carlyle. The young man looked at the blue sky and thought, although they were very far north, the summer here is going as expected. And it is quite hot. Lionel reported that the Marquise was trying to reactivate agriculture as quickly as possible, and that the grain they brought was enough to plow the fields twice. Carlyle noted that Asha was planting plants with great joy, and Lionel was surprised that it was impossible to discern emotions on the girl's face. But the young man succeeded. Carlyle asked Lionel if the things he had brought from the capital had been dismantled. But Lionel suddenly announced that they had a small problem. The attitude of his servants towards the loyal servants of this castle might have slightly annoyed Marquis Asha. Not long before, Carlyle had ordered them not to go beyond the assigned floor, so he was confident that there would be no problems. Lionel was right, and the first incident had already occurred shortly after his conversation with the new maid Nina. Maid Nina was walking down the hallway this evening when she ran into Carlyle's maid on the way. The girl was outraged. Supposedly the lady was walking and not looking ahead, blocking her way. Nina looked at the maid with surprised eyes and asked what the lady meant. Because she was only minding her own business and did not want to harm anyone. But the maid remained indignant and claimed that prowess was probably not used to respecting elders. The prince's maid was sure that since she had a high status, she had no right to offend her with her act. Nina had no choice but to admit what she hadn't done and bow her head. And then, the maid asked her to be more attentive in the future and indignantly stated that nothing else could be expected from the local ruler's servants. Nina perfectly understood that she could endure an insult directed at herself. But she would never listen to an insult directed at her mistress, because this warrior ended the terrible war with the barbarians. And she became the heroine of prowess. Tears welled up in Nina's eyes, and at that moment the head maid, Delay, approached her. The girl told her that the prince's new maid had spoken unflatteringly about her mistress, and that she would absolutely not want a stranger to say that. Delay said, "So you should try harder from now on, because your care and attitude towards the mistress affect her status. If Nina lacks a skill, she can always learn because they must become the best in whatever they do." Lady Adela decided to visit Derek that night, and the young man asked what he owed the visit to. She said she found out that His Highness's maid had insulted her mistress in front of Nina a moment ago. Unfortunately, this was not an isolated incident, and the maid had already received many complaints about the prince's maids. And she said this because she thought something bad might happen if nothing was done. The young man said he would definitely talk to the lady about this, and that this issue could not be ignored. On the same day, Lionel informed Carlyle that the Marquise urgently requested an audience with him. Carlyle said the lady had arrived at a very opportune moment because he wanted to tell her something. He immediately noticed that Asha looked very angry and said she had urgent matters with him. And judging by her confident attitude, the young man thought she might ask him for additional funds. But the girl asked him for something else, namely, to talk to the subordinates he brought from the capital. She said that his servants were getting involved in disputes with her maids. And she really hoped that Carlyle would sort this out to avoid unnecessary trouble. Carlyle assumed there must have been some ridiculous misunderstanding between them. Asha asked to bring the contract they signed to clarify some details. Lionel placed all the necessary papers on the table, which he completed in good faith. Asha stated that before asking for money, she set several conditions, and one of them was that they could mock her and not be taken into account, but this did not apply to her people. And if the residents of prowess change their attitude towards Carlyle, she will have difficulty achieving the desired goal. Asha confidently stated that if the young man needs her support, then he should listen to her. Carlyle asked Lionel to gather all the servants, and an hour later, all the maids and courtiers gathered in the huge hall of the palace. The young man gathered them so as not to ignore the recent situation between the servants. And in the front row were the prince's maids, and next to them were the maids of prowess. Carlyle loudly stated that he was listening. Someone present dared to insult his wife right in this palace. Asha thought that the young man probably called her that on purpose to show that he recognized her as his true wife. Asha said that the ladies who have been serving in the castle of prowess for a long time gave their testimony. And surely some of them remembered the faces of the people who slandered in the palace. Carlyle said that if his wife was told the truth, then this man should point out the culprits in front of everyone. All the maids of prowess looked together in one direction and unanimously pointed in the direction of the prince's maids. But the prince's maid was sure that His Highness could not take this seriously. And then something strange happened. The lady who attended His Highness declared that she only explained to Nina how to behave correctly. And they were sure that the Marquise of prowess was trying to suppress the prince's own servants. Carlyle looked at his maid and once again asked her what specifically she called his wife. The girl pretended not to understand anything they were saying, but the young man insisted on his question. In general, this situation was very unpleasant, and the young man reported that he heard the maid speak cheekily about his wife. and he had absolutely no reason not to trust the worthy servants of Pervez. He asked Lionel to punish them for disrespecting his mistress. But the young man warned that if everyone was punished, he would have few people left. Carlyle thought about it and replied that he hadn't thought about that at all, so he suggested simply cutting off everyone's tongue. This method worked, and the maid began to scream for forgiveness and unintentionally fell into his trap. This was not enough for Carlyle, and he continued to insist that the maid's tongue should definitely be cut off for her ignorance. Asha only wanted to unite the servants and wanted there to be respect among all the people of Pervez. The prince's maid sat on the floor and cried, fearing serious punishment. Asha said that even she sometimes doubts that the role of princess is suitable for her. And she is sure that these girls have the same thoughts. Moreover, as Lord Bailey said, Pervez no longer has enough hands. Therefore, it is impossible to cut off a tongue because it is too cruel. Carlyle asked his wife what he could offer her, in this case as punishment. Asha replied that life in Pervez is not the best, but while they are here, they need to support each other. And even if there is a conflict, it is important to try to understand the interlocutor. And for this, it is necessary to respect your neighbors and their lives. Asha perfectly understood that for them, Pervez is hard and suffocating. But it protects the borders from the barbarians. And often the locals here make sacrifices. Therefore, Asha asked the maids not to dare to offend anyone anymore in the place where they now live. Carlyle stated that, although they were guilty of insulting the princess, the maids managed to escape punishment thanks to his mercy. But none of the maids should expect a second chance and should wisely use what they have been given. The young man smiled and said that to celebrate the truce, he and the lady should have dinner. The girl did not understand what he meant because there was no fight, and the young man realized that he did not understand hints at all now. After their conversation, the girl left and Carlyle wondered for a while what he should say to her so that she would finally agree to have dinner with him. Meanwhile, in the temple, the priest was waiting for his dear guest, who was supposed to think about his words. The empress confidently announced that she had decided to accept his proposal and that His Eminence could share his wisdom with her. She said that Carlyle went to Pervez, which is not under the jurisdiction of the empire, and that they cannot invade there. The priest said that His Highness was trying to protect the most valuable weapon, so they should still be given the opportunity to resolve this matter. The empress was sure that she was now under the reliable protection of the priest and of the entire temple. The young man told the lady not to worry about anything, and when the time comes, everything will become clear to her. The beginning of September in Pervez was special because all the people were happy to be able to harvest at the end of this month, and the beginning of the next. The people working in the field suddenly saw a cloud in the sky, but they were sure that nothing should have foreshadowed rain. Suddenly dark clouds appeared in the sky, but it was very strange that they were too close to the ground for clouds, and their color was brown. A man reported that it was similar to what he had seen 28 years ago, and shouted loudly that an attack was being prepared against them, and that the barbarians had arrived. The people could not let the harvest go to waste, so the man asked the young people to hide in a cave, and he promised to inform the Marquise of what had happened. Carlyle thoughtfully looked out the window and reasoned that Pervez now seemed more stable than before. Lionel confirmed that materials and money are very important, and, in my opinion, the Marquise handles everything very well. Carlyle initially thought that the guy named Decker was at most an escort, but surprisingly, he turned out to be very capable. Lionel pointed out that not only Deckard Donovan, but all local residents were incredible and, in a way, more active than the people from the capital, and in fact, all the rumors about Pervez turned out to be just prejudice. Faith and loyalty, which are not found in large cities, were definitely present, and they flourished in this small settlement. Lionel handed the young master an envelope and told him that a letter had arrived from the Count's family. The letter said that they had sent proof of their loyalty to Pervez. Lionel said that Cecilia must have changed after losing the prospect of becoming the crown princess, and everyone probably expected Carlyle to divorce in 3 years. Cecilia was a person not only of outstanding appearance, but also of ambitious skills. Carlyle thought that his mother had these qualities, and that she was also charming and ambitious, but he was sure that the venerable Lady Cecilia only liked his high honorary title. The young man said that everything was a setup, and that he too could pretend to sympathize with anyone if necessary. The conversation between the young people did not last long because they suddenly heard a loud siren and shouts that Pervez was being evacuated. At that moment, Asha and all the villagers were fully prepared for combat, and the girl declared that the size of her army had significantly decreased, and that their weapons were obsolete, which was incredibly bad given the current situation. Decker had suggested asking His Majesty for help, and now was not the time to cling to pride. But Asha was not the type of lady who could worry about pride in such a situation. She said it was time for them to act strategically, even if it seemed like they were trying to protect their pride. And no matter what order is given to Decker now, he will under no circumstances refuse to comply. Asha militantly declared that she herself could take care of these barbarians with the support of the people. And as soon as they report to His Highness about the expedition, they must leave immediately. Immediately. Decker put his hand to his chest and said that he understood all the lady's orders, and that he was ready to fulfill them without question. The maid informed Carlyle that the Marquise wanted to speak with him and was waiting near the office. Carlyle was delighted to see the girl and asked why there was such a hurry. Asha reported that the Igram tribe, one of several abandoned in the lands, had invaded their territory, and she was going there to protect the borders. The young man immediately asked if the girl needed urgent help from him. Asha replied that she had a request, and if she died, Carlyle should become Margrave of Perves and fulfill his duties. The girl wholeheartedly hoped that Carlyle would help her and promised to return after destroying the enemies who harm this land and the safety of His Highness. Carlyle noted that after these speeches, the lady seemed extremely unromantic, and probably no one would mistake them for a couple. He asked the girl to kneel down and gently kissed her on the forehead and put his arm around her shoulders. Carlyle wished his mistress victory and was sure that this warrior lady would manage everything. Asha and her knights advanced towards the battle and solemnly left the borders of Pervez. Carlyle hoped to finally see with his own eyes what Asha Perves was capable of, who, as they say, cut off the tribal leader's head with her own hands. And the military equipment that Carlyle provided her turned out to be useful even sooner than he expected. The young man stood near the window and watched what was happening through binoculars, to be alert in case of anything. Lionel suddenly shouted to the young man to watch even more carefully, and Carlyle saw Asha herself going on the offensive. He asked if he shouldn't send help right away instead of waiting until something irreparable happened. Carlyle was sure that this girl did not need help and they could wait a little longer. Asha was belligerently heading towards the enemy, and he was a bearded man, the leader of the tribe. He was sure that this girl could never defeat him, and he and his tribe would win at lightning speed. Asha did not listen to the nonsense the warrior was shouting, and whispered that the same lesson as ex-Moshe awaited him. While the man praised his power and strength, Asha took the opportunity and dealt him a fatal blow. At that moment, a young man jumped on her from behind and wanted to cut off the girl's head while she wasn't looking. The warlike Asha fought heroically and did not relax for a second, while Carlyle watched out the window and thought that this brave lady was truly crazy on the battlefield. And now it was clear to him why she was not impressed by jewelry and things like that, because in the face of death, none of this makes sense. And this girl was not only an excellent warrior, but also an excellent strategist. And on top of all that, she killed enemies in a dangerous but very effective way. And now the young man had no doubt that it was the Marquise who killed the leader of the Loye. She didn't even ask for help because she wanted to show Carlyle this side of her personality. Lionel was sure that Pervez now lacked enough soldiers to defeat the rear guard. And if the army fell, the burden on them would increase. Carlyle listened to what Lionel was saying and was silent for a moment, trying to figure out what was right. And as his trusted partner said, he couldn't help but listen to his words. The bloody battle continued, and Asha heroically killed her opponents, one by one. And it seems that her opponents did not know that Pervs received huge support and brought about 1,000 soldiers with them. The battle went according to Asha's plan, but then the girl suddenly saw that the opponents were moving from the direction of the mountains. And they were preparing an attack. And who would have thought that they would cross a high mountain to perform an unexpected maneuver? She shouted to Decker not to let them get there and ordered him to take 100 soldiers with him. The young man was outraged that this place was being destroyed, and there were a maximum of 500 soldiers on their side. And the only thing they can do is manage on their own, reliably relying on each other. Suddenly, one of the knights shouted that help had arrived, and Asha and Derek instantly turned in their direction. The lady was surprised that the 300 people who remained guarding the castle were really coming to their aid at that moment. Asha loudly ordered them to leave Mount Cruz to His Highness and ordered the others to deal with these guys. Asha shouted loudly that these unfortunate thieves could attack her from behind, and that everyone would pay for their actions. After a while, Asha and her knights attacked the rear, and the thieves wondered if there were other troops with them. The leader of the thieves loudly ordered everyone to return because he understood that their forces were completely unequal. They expected to surround the castle of Pervez in just one day, but instead, they themselves were driven out of the border of the territories like barbarians. That night, all the residents of Pervez helped the wounded knights returning from the battlefield. The battle, which promised to be long, ended thanks to the help of His Highness Carlyle. After the triumphant victory, Asha informed Decker that she would go to meet the prince to discuss the fight. Derek was happy to see Carlyle and his knights, but now he was very worried because the young man was being lenient. Still, Asha thanked him for his help, because without them, it would have been much more difficult for them to win. Out of the 600 soldiers on the battlefield, 17 died, 45 were seriously wounded, and about 200 suffered minor injuries. And this time, Asha and the knights suffered far fewer casualties than expected at the beginning of the invasion. She could not express how grateful she was to Carlyle, although she was still worried about how his people would react. Carlyle saw Asha arrive at his office and politely asked the lady to sit next to him. Asha had not yet crossed the threshold when she began her speech with words of great gratitude. For some reason, the girl stopped near the door and was in no hurry to enter his office. The young man asked her if she was really ready to leave immediately after the words of thanks. And it is really strange for her at least to stay and just have tea with him and have a sincere conversation. But Asha said that the sooner she thanks and apologizes, the better it will be for everyone. The young man still insisted that they have tea together and probably didn't need to talk to each other with such respect. Carlyle suddenly asked if the girl felt anger towards him because she did not ask for help. And he shamelessly interfered during the battle, and this could probably have angered her. But Asha was sure that there was no point in getting angry at her savior, thanks to whom they achieved victory. And if His Highness had not stopped the detachment in time, they would have suffered colossal losses. And she would have blamed herself until the moment of her death did not turn to Carlyle for help. The young man asked if the lady was ready to die on the battlefield at any moment for the sake of her people. Asha answered him with a question, asking if there were warriors who were not prepared to die when they went to the battlefield. The young man noted that, with the girl, everything was completely different, and he was even surprised when she asked him for a favor. And she openly encouraged her husband's infidelity in the past. The young man asked her if she loved Pervez so much. She should not expect her heir to become its ruler. The lady believed that this was not necessary, and any responsible person could take on this position. Carlyle said that he gained fame thanks to the death of his father and brothers, but he did not consider that his father received the title of Pervez ruler as a reward, because he faced the choice of committing suicide or leading the people with him, being ready to die, which in itself is a choice without a choice. Asha also said that there was probably no glory in Pervez that should be passed on to the heirs. And she really hoped that this place, at least to start, would cease to be used for exile. because the residents of Pervez were not guilty of anything. Moreover, they play the noble role of defenders of the border and the empire. Carlyle did not know how strong the army of Pervez was, but it exceeded all his expectations. And his act of helping was quite logical, because if the army of Pervez was destroyed, he would have big problems. After their brief conversation, the girl stood outside the door for a while, and thought that the young man would say something in the end. It seemed to her that Carlyle was hinting that they were in trouble on purpose, so that he could help them in exchange for nothing. She tried to push away thoughts that were not actually confirmed. A few days later, in the imperial palace, the empress received news that the barbarians from the abandoned lands had attacked Pervez. The empress knew that the Luo people were almost exterminated, and the letter reported that this time the small Igram tribe was attacking. But Marcio was sure that all barbarians were the same, so their battles unfolded almost according to the same plan. The empress said that everything was already done. It was to them that they should be grateful now. Unfortunately, the surprise attack was unsuccessful, but the lady noticed that Marcio was very alarmed for some reason. The young man was really worried that these monsters were truly unpredictable, and that if they appeared, he would have to go to the battlefield himself. Therefore, they must quickly get Carlyle out of Pervez so that Marquise does not have to participate in battles later. The empress informed her son that she had figured out how to eliminate Carlyle's power, and that she intended to start a war in Pervez again. But Marquise was not sure that, if Carlyle drove out these barbarians, it would only be an advantage for him, and their attack would not deprive him of his strength. The empress insisted that if the barbarians besieged Pervez, other nobles would not go there. Most ships with support would refuse to sail, and informants would not be able to deliver or receive information. Therefore, she asked her son not to be afraid, because Carlyle would die anyway, and he would not have to go to war. And only he can be the crown prince, so under no circumstances will he be sent to a dangerous place on the battlefield. But it also depended on Marquis's word and opinion, and now the most important thing for them was Carlyle. Marcio was becoming more and more popular in society, so they needed to continue erasing Carlyle's traces. And the empress said that this would require some investment. It turns out that priest Gabriel will also be with them to help them gain the throne. After reading the empress's reply letter, priest Gabriel decided to hold a meeting. The temple servants gathered around a huge table to greet the high priest and discuss urgent matters. Gabriel's arrival was announced by priest Jerome, who was the secretary of the Golden Branch Commonwealth. He apologized to the priest for the sudden change of location, but Gabriel was sure that it was not his fault at all. And the fault lies with the temple management, which compromised with the secular world and oppressed his community. The Commonwealth was sure that the leaders were making very serious mistakes on the board. Gabriel quietly said that people did not need to worry too much, because eventually they would come out with a winner. And they are under the protection of the highest powers, which will undoubtedly help them dominate the people. This morning, the Marquise was in a hurry for an urgent meeting, and thought that she and Carlyle would not see each other for a while. But for some reason, Carlyle called her to a meeting early in the morning. The young man sat with an incredibly happy smile and wished Asha good morning in a cheerful voice. Carlyle asked if the girl would like to stay with him for a while, and they say that in Pervez it is not customary to refuse. The young man calculated that 3 months had already passed since their arrival, and they still hadn't spoken openly. Although on paper they are just a couple, he believed that there could be a warmer relationship between them. He asked the girl to take him directly to the castle of Pervez, and the lady gladly agreed. Carlyle noted that the cleaning on the second floor had recently been completed, and that the place now looked quite decent. Nasha reported that there was nothing shameful there, and warned the young man about how things were here. And besides, the people who used the castle always maintained a frequency in it. The girl suddenly stopped on the way, and an unexpected thought came to her head. She understood why the prince's servants were in shock. She couldn't take care of the castle because of the war, so she had to sell all her belongings, or use them as firewood to survive the winter. Asha said they had no wood, because everything in the mountains was burned by the tribe during the war. Things like dressing tables or wall clocks were not necessary, so they became fuel. She heard that the barbarians had 20 times more warriors, but they attacked again and again. And her father stopped them. She was ashamed to say such a thing in front of the young man, a man who had received the blessing of the god of war. But she was sure that her father was also a special warrior. Carl Issel did not deny the girl's words, and if they won against forces that were more than 20 times their size, then he was definitely a special person. And even if people don't believe him, he respects Emir Pervez as a worthy knight. And brave. And he deeply regretted that the first person from the imperial family he met was his cruel father. Asha never thought that someone from the imperial family could be so sincere and say such words. And the most unexpected thing is that this person turned out to be Carlyle, about whom there are many ignorant rumors. The young man suddenly announced, while walking down the hall, that there were not enough paintings in this place, and asked if the girl had portraits of Emir or other family members. Asha replied that all these years they had no time to draw, but the young man was sure that the artist dedicated time, not the model, and the lady would only need to dedicate half a day a week to him. The girl was not sure that any artist would agree to come this far to paint her. And surely only certain death awaited him here, so it is unlikely that anyone will come here. The young man said that this might be unusual for a girl, but sooner or later she would still have to have a portrait painted that would hang on the walls of this palace. And if they again started running out of wood, he strictly forbade the destruction of the portraits so that they would remain for future generations. The girl did not contradict his words and really thought about this proposal. And she was interested in the question of whether people would remember her when they looked at her portrait someday. There was a meeting in the temple where the high priest asked to start today's meeting, because no one can take time away from a busy person. People said that 3 months had passed since His Highness Carlyle left for Pervez. And surely it was time for them to do something. They believed that a person born with the blessing of the god of war lives completely against the principles. He hides behind aspirations, stays away from the temple, and behaves arrogantly. And at the same time, longs for his father's mercy. But His Highness's sins are completely unforgivable. This was not only Carlyle's problem, and the imperial nobles were fundamentally ignorant and dirty. It was incredibly easy for these people to break other people's hearts without being aware of the consequences their actions could have. And for little Gabriel as a child, faith was the only way out and hope for a bright future. If everyone was equal before the Almighty, why did the nobility place themselves above others? As if they had that right. The scriptures said that people should not be differentiated by their origin, status, and wealth, but the empire was destroyed by corruption. Gabriel told the crowd that they did not have time to list all the sins because they were going to found a holy empire. To do this, it is important to help the prince who shares their desire, so it will be necessary to help Prince Marcio take the throne. And while he is gradually ascending, they will have to destroy the positive opinion of the people about Prince Carlyle. A few days later, Lady Cecilia was traveling in a carriage, and her maid was outraged by the fact that Pervez had not yet begun to improve the roads. Cecilia was outraged because if the carriage had not been so well made, she would have been in trouble long ago. Before leaving, her brother said that the lady, as usual, would not succeed, and that in Pervez she had nothing to expect. This young man was named Elan Dupay, and he was the eldest son of the House of Dupay, who constantly said that his sister would not succeed. The lady replied that she was going to do this to become the crown princess, and that no one could stop her. The second son of the Dupay family, named Dylan, was also indignant at the girl's bad manners. One of the sons took possession of the house by right of birth. The other obtained the business for the same reason, so they did not understand Cecilia at all. For her, making Carlyle emperor was the only way to become empress. The Viscount arrived in Carlisle and reminded the young man that the Dupit house had written about their intention to show him their loyalty. And this proof, they promised, had just arrived at Pervez Castle. The The young man asked to bring what had arrived, but to his surprise, Cecilia entered the office and greeted the young gentleman. Carlyle never expected to see an old acquaintance here, who didn't even announce her arrival. The girl said, according to her father's letter, that as proof of her fidelity, she had come to help His Highness. When Carlyle received the letter, he thought the lady would provide the proof. But he didn't expect her to decide to become one. The young man was embarrassed to ask, but still asked how Cecilia was going to help him. The girl asked if the young gentleman had heard of the swallowtail in his house. Carl Eisel replied that he had heard of it, because it was the largest training center in the entire western region of the empire, and also the fastest way to spread and gather news. Although he said he had heard of it personally, the young man actually knew very well what Cecilia meant. The girl recalled that she is one of the most talented swallowtail managers. Cecilia said that, while the young man was here, he might find it difficult to control the situation in the capital. And rumors had already begun circulating in the capital that people were comparing Carlyle to Prince Marquise. And the number of dissatisfied people who began to belittle Carlyle was constantly growing. Cecilia noted that Prince Marcio is a genius in the field of imperial scientific research, and people claim that he could not fully express himself due to Carlyle's attacks. Lionel was indignant because Cecilia was blatantly distorting the truth. And all these rumors were simply blatant lies. The Viscount asked which of the unworthy dares to spread this nonsense, knowing it is not true. Cecilia noted that according to the Swallowtail data, these people were the priests of the Allah Church. Carl Eisel was definitely not prepared to hear such important information for him. But he listened carefully to Cecilia's words. Recently, he spoke about an investigation that showed that the greatest influence is His Eminence Gabriel Knox. And first, you must find out which priests are included in the imperial court. Bickin said that the pontiff is known for his conservative and cautious character. And it is very strange that he allowed something like this to happen. Carlyle had long thought that there was clearly something about Gabriel, and that anything could be expected from this young man. He thanked the girl for providing him with important information, and the lady stated that her house would always support Carlyle with all its might. Cecilia looked at the young man with an insidious gaze and told him that she would never betray him, because she wanted to have the greatest power within a woman's reach. Carlyle rose from his seat and stated that her words were incredibly encouraging to him. He approached Cecilia and politely greeted the lady of Prowess. The lady had decided to stay here for a while and had actually planned to meet the Marquise in person to touch a sensitive chord. After a while, a Shah entered the office and asked if Carlyle had called her to his house. The young man apologized for driving the girl away from business, but would like to introduce them to a new person who will be staying with them for a while. Cecilia introduced herself by name and said she was happy to meet the warrior Marquise. A Shah asked if the girl was probably tired from the journey, but the lady said she was well prepared. So everything went well. Carlyle said he decided to give the lady one of the guest rooms on the second floor. Cecilia said with a malicious voice that she was very sorry that her rooms were on the same floor as His Highness, and she really hoped this would not cause misunderstandings among other people. A Shah replied that, since the girl is the young master's guest, it is up to him to decide where to accommodate her, and that the first floor is not suitable for the young lady. Carlyle offered to send the newly purchased furniture and speak with the head maid so she could decorate the young lady's bedrooms. A Shah said she had very urgent matters, so she had to leave them, and before leaving, the young man invited her to dinner together. Cecilia was surprised, even if their marriage was a convention. But this girl really felt nothing when she saw her, because she must have heard that Cecilia is a candidate for the crown prince's wife. But she married a Shah, and the lady was sure they would soon divorce. It was surprising, but the young man felt very comfortable with a Shah, who had a special character that seemed unreal in itself. The girl noted that they were strangely friendly, but their bedrooms were located separately. So she didn't see that there was a connection between them, like between a man and a woman. And this means that everything depends on her, and the lady simply has to show what she deserves. so that the young man, thinking of the true crown princess, would choose Cecilia first. After a while, the Viscount sat in his office and was perplexed to see that Cecilia seemed to have fallen from the sky. Things had not been going well in recent days, so the Viscount was confident that Cecilia Dupit would try to protect her position as crown princess by any means necessary. And this lady was exactly as greedy as the current empress, but the future emperor's wife should be able to support him calmly as his daughter would. Therefore, the Viscount decided that he must hurry and urgently call his beloved daughter Dorothy. A few days later, the girl received a letter from her father in which a proposal for her imminent arrival in Pervez was written. Therefore, soon the young Dorothy Lapelt traveled slowly in a carriage to Pervez to visit her father at his invitation and meet the local residents. The father of this girl, Gild Lapelt, was called the genius of this century because he was the highest authority in the academy. Thanks to this, his daughter could read as many books as she wanted from a young age. From a very young age, the father did not allow his daughter to read much and believed that she spoke too much in vain. And he was sure that if a woman shows herself like this, she will never become a beloved wife. Comparing with this word was like denying her essence, but Dorothy could not contradict her father. Her whole life, her own father only noticed flaws and always accused her of non-existent stupidity. The lady had no choice but to obey his opinion and not dare to contradict his will. He always maintained that her behavior was quite normal for a young woman of her age. Therefore, without hesitation, the lady arrived in Pervez a few days later, without even understanding why he needed her. The Viscount introduced His Highness to his daughter named Dorothy and told him that she had just arrived today. The man told the gentleman that he called his daughter to help him with his work. Her father carefully observed Dorothy's words and gestures, and his gaze often made the lady afraid to move. She greeted Carlyle modestly and told him that surely great glory would come with him. The young man said he hadn't seen Mrs. Lapelt in a long time and really looked forward to seeing her skills and knowledge in action as soon as possible. Dorothy replied that her father had a lot of work to do, so she decided to offer him help to relieve her father a little. The Viscount noted that his daughter was much better than most of the students he taught at the academy. Under Carlyle, the Viscount openly praised his daughter, which was not the case when they were alone. The young man noted that the man was too ambitious to be a teacher, and Dorothy arrived immediately after Cecilia arrived, which in itself seemed very strange. Carlyle said they should greet the owner of this castle first, and Dorothy learned that a Shah has incredible fighting skills. The guests announced the arrival of Marquise Shah, and she saw before her a tall lady, warrior and dark-haired, dressed in a suit. Dorothy was very surprised to see the attractive young woman and said she was very happy to meet her. Shah asked if this girl was really the daughter of Lord Lapelt. The man told the lady that he wanted his daughter close by to help him with work matters. Shah did not expect him to call someone so young to help His Highness with serious matters. The girl said she was worried because it might be completely uncomfortable for a young lady to live here, because Pervez is no longer a safe place. Shah asked the girl to try to stay in the castle and that, if she was going out, in any case, someone should accompany her. Carlyle asked why they didn't all have dinner together today, and the lady finally accepted his proposal. Carlyle seemed uninterested in the guests and didn't care at all that the Viscount's daughter had arrived. After talking with Carlyle, the father and Dorothy left the office, and he was not happy that the girl called a Shah His Highness, although he should have simply called her Marquise. He said he is really going to treat her like a real princess, since she can afford to call herself that. Dorothy was sure that even if they had a contract marriage, this girl was the prince's wife. And if she ignored this, she would leave a bad impression behind her. Her father warned that if she kept calling her that, His Highness would also start to see her as a princess. He asked the girl, while she was in Pervez, to make Carlyle have a good impression of her. Dorothy saw her father's anger again, who, as always, ordered her how to behave and what to do. Dorothy believed that when she became a princess, she could finally read everything she wanted again. So now she had to try a little harder. The next day, a Shah met Prowess, a new resident, and asked him to take care of the castle. It was the new castle butler named Samuel, and he promised to do everything in his power to make this castle prosper. Asha knew that Delilah also had a lot to do, but at first she asked Samuel to help so that he could quickly adapt to his new workplace. She asked Mr. Samuel to follow her and offered to first show him how everything worked in the castle. Samuel said goodbye to his lover and happily followed the maid to inspect the new castle. The weather outside was beautiful and refreshing, so Asha suggested that Decker take a walk around the castle. A cool autumn breeze was blowing, and Asha and her best friend walked proudly through Purves. The lady smiled and said she thought Purves had improved a lot since Carlyle arrived here. The girl thanked Decker for being able to convince Samuel to work here. But the young man said he wanted it himself. Finally, the long-awaited autumn arrived in this small and wonderful town. But this year brought special changes for Purves. Decker pointed out that the first harvest was about to begin after years of war and famine. But they will have plenty of food for this year and next year, and after that they can continue to grow grain and earning money. Decker said he would like to talk to Asha about something, and this topic had been tormenting him for a long time. He asked if two girls had recently arrived at the castle, namely Cecilia Dupit and Dorothy Lapelt. The young man really wanted to know why two young ladies who had nothing to do with Purves came here. The girls supposed they had come to help His Highness, and not just to get the title of Crown Princess. The man only supposed that these girls were Carlyle's lovers, and Asha reminded him that His Highness stayed with them on the condition that they did not pay much attention to their actions. Thanks to the agreement, Purves was able to become a much better person, so now they must keep their promise. The prince had long been known for his penchant for women, and Decker was worried that Asha needed to find her happiness and start living. But upon hearing these words, the girl only laughed and asked the young man to take better care of himself in this case. All this time, Mr. Carl Eisel was watching them and was sure that everything Asha thought was incredibly funny. He watched for some time how Asha sincerely communicated with her friend, and he saw the special connection they had between them. But the young man could not understand one thing. Why did he now feel so insignificant, and, judging by the last time, the girl considered him a libertine? But this was quite fair, because the young man deliberately created that image. But now, for some reason, he felt a weight in his heart. Asha's words that the prince was known for his passion for women came before the young man's eyes. The young man disliked that the girl spoke as if she knew everything about him, and was sure that sooner or later she would bring someone. Or early she would bring someone. He was also incredibly irritated that knowing one detail did not allow him to see the whole picture. And although Asha rules the village, this does not give her the right to act as if she knows everything about the crown prince. While the young man was thinking about this, he managed to think that probably his companion would laugh if she saw him now. He noticed the bench where Decker and Asha were sitting, and for some reason he could not pass by it calmly. The young man thought there must have been something between Asha and Decker in the past, which is why they have such a close connection. And probably there is still a large amount of secrets between them that no one is destined to know. Time passed while Carlyle was in Prowessa. Marquise became more and more nervous that at any moment they could send him to kill bloodthirsty monsters. Wyverns were found in the south of the empire, and the imperial knights wanted Marcio to accompany them to battle. But their request was answered with pathetic excuses and a decisive refusal. The empress tried to calm her son, who became very hysterical at all this news. The young man believed that the lady only said that because her only duty was to sit in the palace, and he could be sent to certain death at any moment. And if he dies, the empress will definitely not be safe, so she must do something to ensure that the young man remains in the palace. While the young man lamented that in the future he would face certain death on the battlefield, the empress instructed the maid to bring him a glass of wine. The empress handed a glass to the young man and politely asked her beloved son to drink the drink she offered him. The young man drank the alcohol in one gulp, and the empress promised to do anything to prevent him from entering the battlefield. Marcio did nothing but wait for help from his mother, the Empress, who had great power. She asked the young man to rest today, and Marcio himself did not realize how he closed his eyes and instantly fell into a deep sleep. But this deep sleep was not due to an alcoholic drink, but to a sleeping pill that the Empress asked the maid to serve in the glass. She also asked for a letter to be sent to the head priest, Gabriel, to inform him that she would soon pay him a visit. Soon the Empress arrived at Gabriel, and the young man respectfully greeted the great lady. The lady greeted the dear priest with a charming smile and said she was very happy to see him. She shared that she is now helping Marcio because the young man is going through very difficult times. The Empress believed that the Emperor was too kind and was willing to entrust military power to an inexperienced child. The priest confirmed that he understood the lady's concerns because His Highness Marcio did not even attend fencing classes. The Empress agreed her son was weak, so she felt very guilty that this could now destroy him. And she was sure that they must remove Carlyle from Prowess, because the young man had blatantly abandoned his duties. And now he was hiding there. The Empress asked if the priest had any idea how to force him to leave the land of the barbarians. Gabriel thought for a moment and said that this presented a difficult task for him. The only thing he could offer was to annul the marriage concluded between Carlyle and Asha. The Empress was surprised and asked if this procedure was possible, as she had never heard of such a thing. The priest said that there are several conditions under which the temple has the right to declare a marriage null and void. When one person deceived another into marriage, when one of the parties was forced into marriage, and when a marriage was contracted for the sake of money or other things. There was also a clause stating that when a couple does not try to conceive, their marriage can be annulled. Gabriel was confident that this was enough to declare the marriage null and void, and that the Empress should now obtain recognition from the imperial family. The Empress was very happy to hear such a brilliant idea, and felt as if the clouds were literally dispersing over her after meeting Gabriel. On this October autumn day, Prowess organized a welcome dinner for Cecilia and Dorothy. Decker whispered to Asha that he never thought they would have something like this in their castle. And the place, which could previously be used for execution, has changed a lot during this time. Carlyle said that all the guests were gathered, and the dinner could begin so that everyone could get to know each other. The maids slowly brought food to the table that the inhabitants of Prowess had never seen before. The maids brought a dish, and Asha didn't even know what it was called, because it was the first time she had seen it. She thought because this meat was very different from what she ate last time. Cecilia said that this is turkey meat, and if it is not cooked properly, it loses its flavor. She offered to evaluate the artificiality of the cook, who brought His Highness. Karl Eisel was the first to taste the masterpiece prepared by his expert chefs. All the guests discussed the new dish and its taste with interest, because turkey is only eaten in the highest circles of society. Carlyle suddenly said that he had seen many people, but the turkey looked very funny. All the guests chatted with interest, and this evening promised to be very emotional. Decker thought that, even in such a situation, his Marquise was only concerned with making sure her people were well fed. Carlyle looked respectfully at those present and said that they could now start dinner. Lionel said that it had been quite a while since they had seen Mrs. Lopelt. Carlyle asked the lady if she felt comfortable living in Prowess. The lady replied that the people received her cordially. However, Cecilia wondered why Mrs. Dorothy had arrived, and if the girl had really come to see Mr. Lopelt as a representative of the family. Dorothy replied that her father had a lot to do, so from now on she would help him with his work. Cecilia pretended to be very surprised by her arrival, precisely for this reason. The lady said she had heard that her father's work was related to very secret matters, and she was really going to share them with her. But Dorothy smiled and replied that she was not ready for such a responsible job, and that she would only perform small tasks. The Viscount loudly declared that, when it comes to secret information, he no longer has any doubts about Madame Cecilia. And he is not entirely convinced whether the swallowtail of the Dupit family can be trusted. Cecilia admitted that they had sworn total loyalty to His Highness Carlisle, and her arrival here was proof of that. But the Viscount was sure that her arrival was just a one-time card for her family. Decker, who had been listening carefully to the conversation the whole time, did not understand how this could be discussed in front of other guests during a pleasant dinner. Cecilia smiled and sarcastically said that Elvis Count is a great joker and doesn't really know how valuable a girl is in social circles. The man replied with contempt that he had only heard of Cecilia's fame in the male circle, and nothing else. The girl replied that all these rumors were in the past, and everyone probably knows the reason why she started behaving completely differently. Decker thought Cecilia was probably implying that she was a candidate for the role of His Highness's wife. But the most unpleasant thing is that she is doing this right now in front of Asha, who is Carlisle's real wife. The young man asked Asha if she was very worried about this, but the girl didn't listen to the ridiculous conversation the whole time. And she was busy eating delicious and aromatic food. The girl exclaimed with admiration that this food was really delicious and an incredibly tasty delicacy she had never tasted in her life. Asha briefly turned her attention to the girls, who were discussing some book that was incredibly hard to find in small towns. And their conversation sounded more like throwing spicy remarks at each other than a pleasant conversation. The girls openly flattered their friend for her wonderful family relationships and her status in the circles. Asha noted that the ladies were saying nice things to each other, but the atmosphere between them was quite tense and painful. Suddenly, Cecilia apologized for mentioning Asha's father and probably shouldn't have done so. During dinner, the conversation finally turned to Asha's father, and Cecilia asked what kind of man he was because she heard he was a great warrior. Asha said that her father won the war by killing the enemy general, and, as a reward for his excellent service, His Majesty worthily granted him the honorable title of Marquis of Prowess. Cecilia wondered why Asha spoke so calmly about her father's death. And this girl must have been excellent at hiding her emotions, or she was far from it. Normally, in wars involving members of the imperial family, it is customary to award titles to outstanding soldiers who have distinguished themselves on the battlefield. Asha asked if Carlisle would really get all his achievements in the same way. But the young man said that parents and their children should not be perceived equally. Asha thought for a moment and realized that Carlisle's words were true. Throughout the dinner, Cecilia did not take her eyes off Asha and carefully observed her every move to understand who she was. Many were puzzled by the question of whether Asha was okay, because everyone knows that Cecilia and Dorothy are now actively fighting for the title of Crown Princess. And everyone present was aware that there was an intense struggle between these two ladies for a place in the sun. Even Derek noticed that communication between the girls was not going well, and they were somehow negative towards each other. But among them, only one Marquise remained calm, and it seemed that she was not interested in this situation at all. And the quarrels between the ladies did not provoke any emotion. Carlisle wondered at this point if they should pretend to be a married couple in front of everyone else. After all, according to the contract, they must conscientiously fulfill the roles of husband and wife, because they took an oath to that effect in the Holy Temple and signed the contract. Carlisle asked Asha if she also remembered their conversation about a joint portrait that should hang in Pervez Castle. Asha thought for a moment and remembered the conversation they had recently in the hallway. The young man said that since they were already married, the portrait should be sent to the Imperial Archives and hang here. Lionel had already contacted some artists, and one of them accepted the offer and will soon arrive in Pervez. Cecilia remarked that a man of this level is worthy of painting a portrait of His Highness, because he was a very famous artist. Asha heard this information, but was not ready for Carlisle to solve this problem so quickly with a portrait. The girl replied she was just a little annoyed by all this because she would have to wear jewelry and dresses and then sit for hours, and this was not her thing. The young man said that this was her duty as a member of the imperial family, so she must try hard and fulfill his request to draw a joint portrait. The guests continued to dine. A subject approached the Viscount and told him that news had arrived from the capital. In this letter, it was written that the decision had been made to annul the marriage to force His Highness to leave Parabes, since they had evidence that His Highness and the Marquise were neglecting their marital duties, which was the reason for the dissolution of the marriage. And now the young man had to prove that they were true husband and wife, but looking at them, it was impossible to believe it. Shortly after, Carlyle received the news and thought that he had been a complete failure. Lionel said that to dissolve a marriage requires the help of the Holy Temple. And everything had probably already been agreed upon with the high priest Gabriel, who was said to be close to the Empress. Carlyle suggested that his companion go out for some fresh air to clear his thoughts. The young man replied that he would simply like to go see what kind of harvest is being collected. They rode horses to explore the area around Pervez, and this place was completely different from when Carlyle originally arrived. Now the area looked quite populated, and the health of the inhabitants had improved a lot compared to their previous life. After the food distribution, the mortality rate in Pervez fell significantly. And Carlyle would never have thought that things were so bad here before his arrival. They say there will be a harvest festival at the end of this month, and Lionel said it would be held for the first time. And the Marquise seemed very excited and enthusiastic about the event. Carlyle thought of Asha, and her emotions were as innocent as those of a small child. Lionel asked how to celebrate it properly, and the young man said it was an ordinary day, on which it is customary to eat, drink, and dance until the evening, and most importantly, one must be happy at the festival. Suddenly, Asha approached them on her horse and asked why His Highness and Sir were here. The young people did not expect to see a girl here, but they were delighted to see her. Carlyle said he heard that the harvest festival would take place here for the first time, so he decided to check the preparations. The lady smiled sincerely and thanked the young man for incredibly taking care of Pervez and his people. To be honest, it was very unexpected for her that Carlyle was so attentive to every detail. It was decided to hold the festival at the end of the month, and Asha said that perhaps it will not have the scale that the residents of the capital are used to. But she hopes everyone can enjoy the holiday. For some reason, Carlyle thought that he would obviously be caught red-handed soon. Otherwise, Asha would never laugh helplessly in front of him. A few days later, active preparations began for the start of the festival, and all the neighbors of Pervez were busy with their own affairs. The girl handed important papers to the butler, and he promised to prepare everything on time. But Derek had a completely different opinion and considered everything that was happening too much. He was sure that it would be better to save the money and spend it on something else. But Asha said that His Highness provided them with a lot of support, and she was sure that at least once in her life, such an event should be organized so that all the inhabitants of Pervez could finally rejoice in unison that their homeland is growing and prospering. Now that crops are growing on their land, they should celebrate a festival because Asha wanted to remind the people of Pervez to finally eat, drink, and have fun, enjoying the simple pleasures of life with their families and friends. Once upon a time, Asha asked her father what he wanted to do with his life when this cruel war finally ended. The man sighed deeply and thought, because he didn't even know how to answer such a passionate question. And serious. Every person always has a dream, even if the future that awaits them seems incredibly dark and cruel, and the abyss of misfortune swallows everything around it. Then her father replied that when the bloody war ended, after a rich harvest, he would like to celebrate a festival where all the inhabitants of Pervez would drink, walk, and have fun. Her father dreamed of a harvest festival that would guarantee that there would be no famine in Pervez the following year, and that all its inhabitants would have food and work. Therefore, Asha was sure that after holding this festival next year, she would definitely hold it again, and all the residents of Pervez would cling much more to their land. And she really hoped that her father was now rejoicing in heaven, because she was soon making his old dream come true. Cecilia stayed outside the door the whole time, because she came to find out how they were doing, and if the people needed help. The girl noted that Asha's sense of responsibility towards Pervez was much stronger than she initially thought, and that this militant girl was truly dedicated to her family and her homeland. And if they were not rivals for the title of crown princess, perhaps they would understand each other and find common ground. One day, the emperor's favorite, Vivian Lauren, was puzzled by a question that had been tormenting her for a long time. The maid told the lady that getting pregnant is quite difficult and asked her not to worry about it. Vivian was very nervous because getting pregnant and giving birth is not easy at all. And it takes time, and she has no idea what awaits them in the future. If the second prince continues to gain strength, someone like her will simply disappear, without leaving a trace in the history of the great empire and her family. And it was not entirely clear how long it would take the empress to put her cruel plan into practice. And she is going to use her son Marcio to seize all imperial power. The maid noted that Vivian was very nervous, so she asked the lady to bring her cold water to bring her to her senses. As the emperor's favorite, she had the opportunity to beat time if she gave birth to a child, because the empress should not be left behind. And what worried her most was the question of whether, if the crown prince was not in Pervez, together they could control his actions and deeds. From all these thoughts, the lady became very nervous and angry and threw a vase with beautiful roses that was on the table. She was obsessed with the idea that she needed to have children and needed to do it as soon as possible for the plan to work. After the incident, the maids whispered that the empress had recently thrown a vase, and it seemed that she was very upset by the fact that she had not been able to get pregnant for a long time. Marcio overheard their conversation and was surprised to hear them talking about pregnancy. He didn't understand why Vivian decided to have a child, because she had never told anyone before. Marcio didn't think twice, and first of all went to the empress to inform her of the urgent news. He immediately ran to his mother, who was sitting in a chair and busy reading an important document. He happily reported that he had learned something surprising about that annoying girl. Vivian, but it was strange that my mother didn't pay any attention to him and kept busy reading the letter. The lady said she had received important news that urgently required her attention. She informed Marquise that it seemed they could soon separate Carlyle from his beloved Asha, and that he would have to return from Pervs forever. The long-awaited day of the harvest festival had arrived, and all the residents of the city were incredibly happy to finally host this great festival. The city neighbors were amazed at how everything was decorated and adorned for the event, and it seemed like they were in another country. The young people approached Asha and informed her that the drink and meat had arrived from Elsir. In the end, it turned out that they brought a lot of food and quite a few supplies, and some of this might even be left over just in case for the future. A majestic bell rang, and Lady Asha, along with Carlyle, solemnly walked out to the residence of Pervez. It was a special day for Asha, because this festival was the lifelong dream of her beloved father. And finally today, this day has come after the long wars, famines and deaths that the neighbors of Pervez experienced. The lady loudly stated that this day is very important for Pervez, because now many things have changed in the life of every resident. Previously, these arid lands were trampled by barbarians for a long time. But now the time has finally come to celebrate a real harvest festival and rejoice in the rich fruits that their joint work has brought. And they must share this great joy together with every resident of Pervez and every member of their family. Asha expressed her great gratitude to His Highness Carlyle, who provided them with incredible help. And together, they decided that the festival would take place for 2 days, today and tomorrow. Therefore, every resident can eat, drink, and dance until the morning, and simply rejoice that the dark times of Pervs are finally over. And a wonderful and bright future awaits them. In the vastness of the picturesque village of Pervs, on a warm autumn day, a great harvest festival celebration unfolded. In the morning, the inhabitants were filled with joy and delight. As soon as the first rays of the sun illuminated the fruit-rich fields, nature generously endowed them, and now it's time to celebrate the work and the fruits of the hands that were invested in this harvest. Lady Asha made sure that there was always enough food and drink on the tables, because she understood that the residents had been hungry for a long time. While all the local residents rejoiced at this incredible festival, Asha could not take her eyes off her duties and affairs for a minute. Decker noted that the girl had not sat down for a second and asked her to join him just for a drink and celebrate this wonderful party. Asha had already started to deny, but the young man did not listen to her. He simply took her hand and told her that she immediately needed to rest. He sat Asha at the table and handed her a cup of alcoholic beverage with the words that the great lady should also rest, because she had already done a lot for this village. The girl said that the young man was already incredibly drunk, but Decker asked her not to complain, and that, in this case, it was better to follow his example. Asha took wooden glasses with an alcoholic beverage and understood that she would try it for the first time. It turned out that the girl did not like beer, and Decker invited her and His Highness to drink excellent wine of the highest quality. The girl asked, maybe this is not the case at all, and she simply doesn't like alcohol to her taste. The young man laughed and replied that when Asha looks at him like that, she incredibly looks like a cheerful girl and innocent. All the inhabitants of this city solemnly celebrated the prosperity of the local lands and asked the lady to drink with them. Asha understood that the guys had to go through a lot, and today they could forget about everything and finally have fun from the heart. That's why the lady took another glass of beer and decided to toast with her best friends, who had been her true support and support all this time. The people of Prowess were drinking and having fun on this very special day for everyone. And at some point, Asha even realized that if it continued like this, it could be a big mistake. Suddenly, Asha rested her elbows on the table and said that she needed to step away for a minute to distribute important instructions to everyone. The girl felt a little dizzy. She decided that it was better for her to hide from everyone for a while together, where no one would find her, and she could be alone with herself. She felt that she had drunk quite a bit of alcohol, and her mind was confused. Suddenly, Asha heard a man's voice next to her, saying that the lady turned out to be an incredible drunk. It was Carlyle, who was very interested in how much the girl had drunk to now sit on the floor in such a drunken state. Asha said that everyone wanted to celebrate and have a drink with her, so she had to do it. The young man approached her and asked what would happen if the lady reached the point of losing her mind. And suddenly, it might happen that the cruel barbarians attack precisely at the moment when Asha is in such a state. In fact, Carlyle invented all this on purpose. But the militant Asha did not understand his joke at all and had to prove that she did not attack them, and in fact only decided to joke. Carlyle hugged the girl tightly and asked her to calm down urgently because no one was attacking them. Suddenly, they were very close to each other, and Asha allowed herself to be gentle and rested her head on Carlyle's shoulder. It is always difficult to follow the flow of consciousness of a drunk person, and the young man said that in fact one can be thanked for more than one or two things. Asha sincerely said that without him, she would not have been able to organize such a magnificent festival, and touching that would surely attract all the residents of this place. Carlyle asked if the lady was now happy to have made a deal together, because in fact, it was the young man who saved all the inhabitants of Prowess from hunger and deaths. The lady understood that this money did not mean much to Carlyle, so he could help them organize a luxurious festival. The young man smiled and said, since the girl showers him with gratitude and generosity today, she should probably shower him with kisses at every first meeting. The lady blushed and placed her hand on the young man's shoulder. The young man froze for a moment, waiting for what this warrior girl could do next. But to his surprise, Asha leaned towards him and kissed him on the lips right after he started talking about kisses. The young man could not believe if his words had really influenced her so much, that now, at every meeting, she should shower him with kisses. Asha probably didn't know how to kiss a man correctly, but she was quite brave. And that's why she did what her soul desired. Apparently due to fatigue, the girl soon staggered and immediately fell asleep. Carlyle understood everything. The lady probably drank too much, and it was difficult for her to prepare for such a solemn festival. But today, she could afford to simply not worry about anything and relax, and do it as she wished. The next day, the girl woke up with a terrible headache and clearly felt that her head was spinning completely. The first thing Asha thought was that she would never get drunk so thoughtlessly again in her life. She was surprised when she heard Carlisle's voice saying that she looked completely sick. The young man looked at her with a gloomy look, and the lady asked him if anything had happened yesterday. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise what happened yesterday for the young man to be so dissatisfied. Asha took off the blanket and suddenly saw that she was in a nightgown, but she didn't remember at all that she had put it on. It seemed that the lady did not remember at all how she ended up in the shirt and why yesterday happened. The young man saw that Asha was incredibly excited, but he really wanted to tease her a little more, because she was the first to kiss him. But Carlisle was also sure that the girl probably shouldn't be deliberately too surprised. Therefore, he shook Asha's hand and invited her to first tell him what really happened yesterday, so that the girl would realize. He said that he saw her near his room and approached because she was sleeping curled up in a corner. So he had to take the girl to the room, and that was all. But Asha was very worried about how the festival went because she had a lot to take care of. She immediately started asking if anyone had started fighting and if there were any missing people yesterday. Carlisle told her not to worry, and everything went incredibly well thanks to her skillful organization. There was enough food and drink for everyone, and the event went off without incident. Several children got lost, but they were helped to find their parents and return home. The girl also asked if no one blamed her for her absence, but the young man assured that everyone was drunk, and that she shouldn't worry too much. After Carlisle convinced her that the event was wonderful, the lady finally calmed down. He smiled and asked what kind of unusual pajamas the lady was wearing, and if she wasn't curious why she was sleeping, and woke up in his bed. Asha asked him again. The young man said that nothing happened or that he was not telling something at the moment. Carlisle sat down next to the girl on the bed and said he hoped Asha would fulfill their agreement more carefully in the future. The girl became seriously frightened after the young man asked her to remind him what the conditions were. Their agreement was that Asha would play the role of wife, and then they would separate 3 years later. The young man said that before separating, he expects the lady to pose as his ideal wife, so that not even his stepmother suspects anything. However, he stated that the lady should not take this so lightly and should pay attention to this issue. Evidently, ladies are not like his wife, and there is a danger that someone will soon easily reveal their fictitious marriage. The girl thought for a moment about when Carlisle himself treated her like a wife. But now he demands certain conditions from her. The young man got out of bed and suddenly said, "It seems the girl is suffering because he decided to help her. And since he had to bring her here, they should surely spread the rumor right now that they are a real couple. And since Asha was with him yesterday, that's all they need to tell about what happened so that the rumors spread among the people on their own." The lady asked if anyone would really believe it, but since the situation was unusual, this rumor could spread. Everything seemed plausible, but Asha was worried about some of these thoughts. Carlisle told the girl important news that Marquise was watching him and trying to find a reason for him to return, and moreover, the Empress was already planning something against their marriage. The girl asked what the Empress could do to invalidate their marriage. The young man admitted that their marriage could be annulled in the temple if it was determined to be false and illegal. And in this case, the young man will have to take everything he invested in purveyance and return to the palace. And since they have a marriage of convenience, there is a high risk that it will be declared null and void. Asha did not expect how this was really possible and if they were really in danger. Carlisle said that Marcio is now avoiding going to war because he does not want to end up on the battlefield. And the Empress will have a very difficult time if her only son dies tragically there. However, when everyone finds out that they spent the night together, she can do nothing and, moreover, there is a guest on the estate, so the rumor will spread quickly. The girl understood that those around her would be very surprised, but Carlisle found nothing surprising in this. When someone goes out for a few drinks together, there is nothing strange about waking up next to each other in the same bed. Asha stated that from that day on they should become a couple, which yesterday became a little closer. And thanks to this, the Empress will abandon her attempts to find faults with them and destroy their marriage. She was very aware that she would have to accept Carlyle's favorable terms because he had invested an incredible amount of money and effort in Paravia. He did not want the girl to misunderstand him, and no matter how friendly he seemed, she needed to take things seriously. Asha asked him not to worry, and that she would definitely do everything he asked to save their marriage. And their agreement. The next day began the second day of the Harvest Festival, and the town of Pervez gathered once more to celebrate this majestic feast. As Carlyle said, the news spread quickly throughout the castle, and that very morning all the maids were talking about the fact that their lady woke up in His Majesty's chambers after yesterday's festival. The maids whispered that they had seen their lady drinking, and they went together to Carlyle's bedroom. They were happy that it had finally happened, and this girl was indeed a true princess. Some said it was probably just fun, but most were sure that they had exchanged vows in the wedding ceremony. And that clearly something had happened between them the night before. This only meant one thing: the maids should behave completely differently from now on. The butler told them that he would tell them more later about how they should behave now after all the rumors. This morning, the rumors reached everyone in Pervez, and in Cecilia's room the maid was outraged that such a thing was happening. Cecilia looked quite calm and was sure that the maid was complicating everything again. She wondered, not long ago during dinner, this girl didn't even look like someone Carlyle would look at. The maid suggested that perhaps the prince had simply succumbed to weakness. Otherwise, he would never have crossed that line. Rumors said the young man was quite drunk, but Cecilia was sure that His Highness was a strong enough man. She asked again if the maid was sure that the Marchioness spent the night in his chambers. She heard this from the maid who came there yesterday, and His Highness personally asked her to change the Marchioness's clothes. Cecilia supposed that probably nothing else happened in this room, but the maid thought otherwise. She said that His Highness even prepared to go to bed, but when the maid left, they were already in the same bed. Cecilia understood that not everything was going according to her plan and felt like she was playing with fire now. The maid tried to assure her that His Highness would never consider the Marchioness his wife, and that the girl had nothing to worry about. And the only thing she is inferior to her in is the ability to fight bravely and heroically. Cecilia was not going to deny that Asha was doing an excellent job as ruler of these lands. And the people of Pervs trusted her very much. And that trust was not easy to achieve. Angie listened carefully to what the lady told her, but wanted to say something a little different. Cecilia was sure that this did not mean that a Marchioness could become an empress. And a good Marchioness and a good empress were not the same thing. She knew she was the best person to live up to that title. Carlyle and Asha had acted as if they had nothing in common before. And suddenly, they spent the night together, and that could only mean that she was being threatened. And no matter what happens, Cecilia was sure that in the end she would emerge victorious. The Viscount and Lionel were in Carlyle's office to discuss an important matter. The boys waited for the right moment to ask Carlyle about what happened. Lionel started first and asked that this morning he had heard very interesting news. He asked if it was true that His Highness spent the night with the Marchioness yesterday. And in awkward silence, he waited for an answer. Carlyle asked to repeat once more about this interesting news, about which there are already so many rumors. Carlyle said, "It turns out that these kinds of things interest others, and this topic spread too quickly among all the residents of Pervez." Lionel asked if Carlyle really drank too much alcohol that night. Carlyle understood that the professor also had personal ambitions and knew better than anyone how deficient he was as a husband. The young man replied that Lionel is his best friend, but he is a little embarrassed to talk in detail about what happened last night in his chambers. Lionel perfectly understood his friend and apologized for such an inappropriate question. A few days later, the Harvest Festival came to an end, and Asha continued to attend to important matters. At that time, the the castle storerooms were full of grain collected as tax. And the atmosphere in Pervez began to differ from the usual. On this beautiful day, the maid approached Carlyle and told him that His Highness wanted to see him. He allowed the girl to enter, and the proud and warrior Asha appeared before him. She said that the girl could go to his office, and the lady respectfully thanked the young man. Carlyle laughed. The servant's attitude had changed noticeably after the night before, although he did not ask to call Asha His Highness. The girl noticed, however, that she did nothing special, and probably all this happened because of the rumors. Carlyle also noticed that he had gained the favor of the men of Pervez. They used to act prim, but in recent days they started smiling at her a lot. And even the head maid became quite friendly. And everyone started complaining when they learned that, after all, Asha had become a real princess. Carlyle reported that the guests seemed to find this gossip amusing, and perhaps it would spread among the capital society when they returned there. It was not entirely clear if they would be able to fool the Empress, but they had no choice but to continue behaving like exemplary spouses. But the main problem was that, now, the maid Nina began to behave strangely. Recently, she started telling Asha about the need to take care of her health and do strange things. More recently, Nina convinced her to do a rejuvenating face mask, assuring her that if she applied it to her face, the lady's health would instantly improve. And all thanks to a folk remedy that, as they say, is very necessary for Asha these days. That day she humbly accepted Nina's persuasion, but her troubles did not end there. And she even added medicinal herbs to her mistress's hot bath to prevent a cold. After all this, she applied a useful gel with a strange smell to her hair, assuring that this product was very good for headaches. Nina convinced the mistress that the girl always does many things, so from now on she should take even more care of her. A few days later, the day finally arrived when the artist would come to paint Asha's portrait for Pervez. The lady left the room and apologized to Carlyle for being late because the preparations had taken too long. The young man noticed that his maid's skills were impressive, and he almost forgot how beautiful his wife really was. Asha claimed that she is actually the same as always and does not understand at all why Carlyle said these words. And Asha was sure that if anyone was truly incredibly beautiful, it was Carlyle. And compared to him, she simply faded away. Meanwhile, Vivian arrived at the imperial palace to meet His Majesty personally. The Empress greeted Miss Lauren and allowed her to sit at the table with everyone. The girl looked down and perfectly understood that the Empress called her that to humiliate her. She reported that it seemed everyone was gathered and thanked them for accepting her invitation. The Empress announced that today they would try delicacies specially prepared by her pastry chef, as well as a special black tea from Doomer Island. One of the girls thought Miss Lauren was with them for the first time at such an event, and it seemed to her that there was no place for her mistress at that event. Vivian knew very well that every one of those present was willing to do everything possible to ensure she no longer appeared in social circles, and failed to achieve her goal. One of the girls said in a soft voice that she had no idea that Miss Lauren herself would join them today. The girl listened to their sweet speeches and understood that the ladies probably wanted to mock her, and deliberately called her that. She had no choice but to smile and play their games in return, so the lady said she had wanted to see them for a long time. But supposedly, she was worried that they couldn't get along due to the difference in status. Now the girl had to endure the antics of the society ladies, but she was sure that, no matter what, when she got pregnant, they would crawl to her feet and beg for forgiveness. The ladies continued to argue. There is a rumor that a priest often comes to Miss Lauren's family estate, and they say that this priest is known for helping women get pregnant. Vivian understood that His Majesty had arranged for her to marry Viscount Lauren to make her his mistress. And the Viscount was an older man who would turn 60 this year. The Empress said that Madame Lauren is, after all, the Emperor's favorite, and her efforts are quite understandable. And they probably confused Madame Taeyeon's words, and she hopes that the ladies will be kind enough to forgive her. The lady did not understand whether the Empress was speaking sincerely or sarcastically, or if she probably believed that even if Cecily gave birth to a son, he would never become crown prince. She stated that she believes that His Majesty also expects her pregnancy, and this is a great honor and a great happiness for her. And since these were his wishes, the lady promised to do everything possible to fulfill it. After this meeting, the Empress could not contain her hysterical laughter after everything she heard from Miss Vivian. The maid asked what happened, and the Empress said it was simply a funny situation and trivial. Now that she had shown that she had no control over Vivian, she hoped the public would approve of her behavior. But this was not enough to hurt that Guy Carlyle. Meanwhile, one of the top 5 artists in the empire, named Fabian Ruscott, arrived in Pervez. He was an older man with messy hair and a beard, and Asha said she was very happy to meet the brilliant artist. The man politely offered to make some pencil sketches for today's composition. Asha began to worry because she thought they had already decided everything completely, and they wouldn't need to choose anything. The man said that first, he needed to understand how to portray Carlyle and Asha in the best light. And only after that could they capture their love in the picture. Carlyle stated that they need to maintain the zeal of craftsmanship and give the artist the opportunity to do what he sees. Asha asked for a chair and Carlyle stood next to her, and this pose was the first sketch of the image. A few hours later, the artist announced that they could see each other again in 2 days. And Asha had the feeling that an incredible amount of hours had passed. But the sun had not yet set and was still shining brightly. The young man asked why the girl looked so tired, even though she had been sitting in a chair the whole time. Asha said that, in fact, she feels uncomfortable when people constantly look at her. She asked the young man if not all people feel uncomfortable when people stare at them for several hours. Carlyle had been forced to act in public since birth, so he didn't pay attention to it that often. But when he thought about it, he really didn't feel comfortable eating in front of others. He said he understood her perfectly, and that it probably wouldn't be easy for the lady to endure all this. And in fact, he really understood that it could be very difficult for a girl at times given the kind of past life she lived. Time passed. And 2 months had already passed in October. People finished their calculations, and in November they began to prepare for winter. This winter was special for the people of Pervez because it was the first year that people would finally not starve. The inhabitants of this small town were incredibly happy that this winter they could simply throw firewood into the stove and continue with their daily lives. People happily commented that when it stopped snowing they could go ice fishing, which they had been dreaming about for so long. Asha watched from the window what was happening in Pervez and remembered how before, during the war, she was grateful when it snowed, because only when it snowed did everything calm down. Previously, the number of people dying from freezing grew every month. Many elderly people and children died from the harsh winter, and sometimes entire families were even found frozen to death. Asha plunged into those same dark and cold memories, and the young man noticed that the girl was very worried. She perfectly understood that she should stop thinking about those times, because now everything is fine. They survived and were well prepared for winter. Carlyle said that December is the most incredible month of the year. In this month they celebrate the end of the year and the beginning of a new one, which is why they always have a banquet. And they invite their loved ones and also exchange gifts. The young man handed Asha a box with a bow and told her that he had prepared a real New Year's gift for her. The girl shyly took the gift and looked at Carlyle excitedly, not expecting such sweet gestures from him. The young man said that he warned the girl that he would definitely give her a gift in December, so she shouldn't be embarrassed and just needed to open it. Asha was worried that she hadn't prepared anything for Carlyle as she slowly unpacked her surprise. Inside the box was an incredibly beautiful necklace with a huge blue stone on the pendant. Asha immediately recognized that there was a heart stone inside, and Carlyle was surprised that the lady had heard of this jewel. The young man said, "Then it will be easier for her to explain, and the most precious stone is in the pendant of this necklace. This gem was not very large, but in the future it could incredibly help SR." Asha. The girl sincerely thanked the young man for his kindness, and Carlyle replied that for him, it was just a small trifle. Early this morning, a white dove flew through the window of a young woman who was awaiting his return. On the leg of a small snow-white dove, there was a note that the lady slowly unfolded. There is a word in society that Duke Carlyle was going to summon the demon Caracase. The word came from the temple, and the Empress is now using it for her own benefit. To influence the middle class. The girl was very surprised. Someone would really believe that His Highness would summon a real demon from the underworld. However, the middle class was now really in a weak position, and Cecilia urgently decided that she needed to tell the prince everything. The girl said that the dove Pippi returned with bad news and told Carlyle everything in great detail. The young man carefully read the paper, on which it was written that soon Prince Carlyle himself would summon the demon. In the 4th chapter of the Book of Hamark, it is said that there is only one way to summon the demon Caracash. This method involves sacrificing 100 people and burning about 10 temples. Carlyle could not believe what he saw in his eyes when he learned that they were really saying such things about him. And now he did not understand if they would really have to burn 10 temples. The Viscount and Lionel were outraged by the ingratitude of the people who, after every battle, cared about organizing a festive ceremony, but now they behave completely differently. The lady stated that the news of this was spreading quickly due to the provocative nature of the information. But she was sure that not many people would believe it. But still, Carlyle's reputation was now tarnished. Carlyle understood that Marquise planned to take advantage of his fame and present himself as an angel who was not in the business. All the last years he remained in his shadow, and now he decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Since the Empress was again trying to protect her son from the battlefield. So such a stupid rumor had already affected Carlyle's reputation. The Viscount was confident that to strengthen his support, an event would be necessary that would demonstrate that Carlyle was an indispensable man. The young man asked if the Viscount really meant that they would deliberately declare war on the southern region. Carlyle declared that they would not deliberately start a war, which they must avoid at all costs now. And this topic is no longer discussed. Carlyle believed that the Crown Prince's duty was to protect the lives of his people, not to abuse his power and expose the country to risks and dangers. The Viscount completely agreed with the master's opinion and stated that he did not mean that it was necessary to start a war, but that it would benefit them if it happened. Carlyle agreed with his opinion and confirmed that in this case, the situation was quickly resolved in his favor. The young man said that it seems he still needs to visit Zara from time to time to assess the atmosphere in society, and visit the High Priest Gabriel. Hey. The young man turned to Cecilia and told her that he was once again indebted to the swallowtail of the Dupit house. The girl said that helping Carlyle is an honor for her family and makes her happy. Cecilia was sure that Carlyle surprisingly had a weak side and, in her opinion, declaring war was not such a bad plan. But now was not the time for everyone to relax. The girl thought it would be better if the Viscount focused on his duties as an advisor. And she really hoped that the prince would understand the meaning of the words when she asked him to contact her for any personal matter. A few days later, the young man sat in his office with Lionel and wondered how long it had been since they taught these people a lesson. It all happened on the training ground of Prowess Castle, where a large amount of snow fell before noon. The young men were busy clearing snowdrifts and were prepared for it. Since this happened every year, unexpectedly, Carlyle's knights asked the young men to clear elsewhere. But the men immediately reacted negatively to such an ignorant request. The young man said that part of the site belongs to his territory, so the knights will have to clear the snow themselves. Their conversation did not last long, and after a while the men attacked each other with fists, insisting that each of them was right. Lionel told Carlyle in detail what happened and what caused the fight between the knights. He said many times that the guards would cause more trouble and that they would only listen to Carlyle, because it seemed to them that all the other locals here had no idea. Carlyle thought about it. The Marchioness has probably already been informed of everything, and Asha probably feels tense about this situation. Lionel asked if Carlisle was very worried. Then why not talk to the lady first and hear her opinion? Lionel was sure that the atmosphere would be exactly the same as when they taught the servants. Carlisle ordered Lionel to ask Asha for a meeting, but only carefully so that there would be no misunderstandings. A moment later, Asha appeared at the door of Carlisle's office asking if he had called her. Judging by the expression on her face, the girl had already heard the news, and since the battle started because of her people, she would like to apologize for their actions. Asha looked Carlisle in the eyes and replied that she would gladly accept their apologies. The young man also asked to forgive the young men for their vulgar statements, and although nothing happened today, it cannot be said that nothing will happen in the future. And probably next time, the conflict will be bigger than now. So, unfortunately, simple conversations cannot solve this problem. Lionel asked His Highness if perhaps this option would help if all the knights started training together again. Carlisle and Asha thought for a moment and looked at Lionel, who suggested an interesting idea. Lionel was sure that at first cases of fights were still possible. But they were all soldiers, and they could use each other's knowledge for the common good. Carl Eisel stated that this hurt his pride and status, and that this option was unlikely to be possible. Asha replied that this also hurt her pride, and the young man asked the lady if she really wanted to tell him that the army of Perbs was stronger and better than his. The girl replied that as an army they were definitely inferior, but in a fair fight, one-on-one, the forces would certainly be equal. Lionel said that the point is that the boys gain respect and also unite through training together. 2 days later, all the young men gathered to announce important news to them. The dispute between the knights continued, and one of them asked if they could be in the same training ground with these famous and brave knights. When all the knights finally arrived at the meeting place, Asha and Carlisle asked for silence and attention to everyone present. The noble knights bowed with respect and greeted His Highness Carlisle and Lady Asha. All the knights knelt and solemnly greeted the people for whom they fought in battle. Carlisle ordered everyone to take their positions, and for a moment he and Asha thought that everything was too dramatic. The young man loudly declared that the weather today was incredibly wonderful and that all the knights were invited here for a special occasion. Carlisle announced that from that day on all the young men would train together. And this news must have confused and angered them, since a couple of days ago they had started a real fight on Pervez territory. They decided to conduct joint training when the opponents entered the territory. His army could not stop them due to their small numbers, but without them, they would also be at a disadvantage. Which means that everyone needs a symbolic friendship that the united system will help create. Asha understood that, judging by the atmosphere, her response would be brutal, and this was quite expected. But unexpectedly, Carlisle announced that the entire system would be based on the methods of Pervez, with the addition of a couple of their Soviets. His Highness's knights were outraged that the young men of Pervez were not even a real army. But Carlisle was sure that these guys knew much more about the barbarian tribes in the abandoned lands. Lionel tried to convince him that no war started with the fact that they knew the enemy perfectly. But Carlisle was sure that the barbarians fought separately and without strategy, and his army was not prepared for it. They need to use the chain of command, and there are already people here who know how to fight them. After a while, the knights agreed to fight together, and Asha understood that if she were the main commander, they would not have accepted so easily. Carlisle was sure that whoever has information and knowledge about the enemy has more power. Carlisle turned to Sir Solon, who was the commander of the Celestial Guard, and asked him why they shouldn't fight. The young man joked. Probably the young man wants revenge on him, since he has been bothering him a lot lately. The young men fought in a heroic duel, and each of them had very skillful abilities in combat. Isaac did not expect Carlisle to start the fight so abruptly, and the young man stated that he warned him. They continued the fight, where it was obvious that Carl Issel would win from the first minutes. Carl Issel joked that his companion seemed to be busy with administrative work the whole time, and he had long forgotten about training. His skill with the sword has improved a lot, but his body seems to be completely weakened. Decker reported that he was grateful that the prince had at least slightly reduced the gap between the knights. That same evening, Asha and Derek sat together in the living room and resolved important documents on the affairs of Pervez. The young man said that everyone did a great job today and that everyone present contributed to solving the problem. Asha started to leave Decker, but stopped for a moment before leaving the room. Suddenly, the young man called the lady and Asha turned to her old good friend Derek. The young man asked if everything was all right with Asha. But the girl looked down and just thought. She understood that the relationship between the knights would improve over time during joint training. And everything would be fine in Pervez. However, if someone asked her what Asha herself thought about this situation, she would answer that she knew absolutely nothing. It was unlikely that anything could go wrong in the near future, but Asha also could not give guarantees that everything would be fine. She asked Derek not to think about it for now, and asked the young man to better go rest. Since it was already quite late, Derek stopped in front of Asha for a moment and said that a lady should not bury her emotions, and that someday it might turn out to be counterproductive for her. In fact, Asha herself could not even understand why she felt this way and what emotions she was experiencing. She did not understand why Decker was sure that Carlyle was the cause of her condition. Derek wondered if the girl's pride was really so hurt. He tried to insist that Asha was hiding something, and in this case, asked her to share her thoughts so that the girl would feel better. Derek assured that the lady had not been like herself for a long time, and strange thoughts were running through her head about everything that was happening. The girl insisted that she was fine and received much more help than expected, and the lives of the people of Pervez finally flourished. But a year ago, they couldn't even dream of something like this, and everything that is happening now is done only for the better, and for the benefit of the people of Pervez. But there was still one moment that bothered the warrior Asha a little. She admitted that she would like to achieve everything on her own, and that all the credit actually belongs to Carlyle. Decker asked if Asha knew how terrible and sinful she looked that day when they returned from Zero. The young man was sad because his life was saved only by selling Asha to a certain Carlyle. And even if it is under contract, they are still selling their lover for the good of the people. Decker was sure that without the warlike Asha, hundreds of people would have died this winter. And only thanks to her their future changed for the better, beyond recognition. And the person they serve is the warrior and brave Asha Pervez, not Carlyle. Decker was very worried about this issue, so the young man could not contain his strong emotions. And tears. Asha looked at the young man sincerely and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for everything he had done for the people of Pervez. Asha perfectly understood that she was the main ruler and definitely needed to pay Carlyle for all his services. And she needs to quickly regain her senses so she can protect Pervez until the end. A few months later, at the end of April, Pervez continued to flourish and grow. And the residents continued to rejoice. Asha and Carlyle noticed something very strange through their binoculars, and a couple of days ago everything looked different. They thought the ground level had risen due to the snow, but now it was clear that this was not the case, but that the barbarians would not have enough materials to build something like this. This structure was larger than a carriage, but smaller than most buildings. And there was only one. The young man asked if it was really the work of the Igram or some other tribe. Asha was not sure. The barbarians were used to living together in abandoned lands, and now the lawyer tribe was defeated and did not have its leader. Although the Igram tribe was weaker, last time they pushed him back so abruptly that it would take him a long time to fight again. Asha was sure that these abandoned lands were similar to Pervez. But things there were much worse. Once upon a time, when she was very young, she asked her father if they could accept the barbarians as their people. The father told the girl the reason why they managed to survive in abandoned lands. And that reason was that those lands were contaminated. The girl did not understand what her father meant, so she asked what these lands were contaminated with. The father said that they are infected with a strange energy that can be found in every corner of the abandoned lands. and no one knows what it is or what it is capable of. Little Asha was very interested to know what would happen if she fell under the influence of such energies. And her father said that a person becomes aggressive and violent. When Pervez was a kingdom, they tried to offer goods to the barbarians, but they preferred to start fights rather than negotiate. And they could not solve all problems with words, and probably the barbarians were not in the mood to discuss anything. In the end, King Pervez offered to hand over his country to the empire to deal with the barbarians. That's why they can't even saddle horses from abandoned lands. The father told little Asha that it could not be said that this was due to a lack of education or low intelligence, but the barbarians do not know how to create advanced buildings. Therefore, Asha was sure that these buildings certainly could not have been built by barbarians with their own hands. At that moment, Lionel flew into the office with loud shouts and said that they were being attacked by barbarians at that moment. And they were approaching the borders of Pervez. Asha looked ahead and saw barbarians using catapults, something that had never happened before. The girl rushed to help the residents of Pervez confront the thieves. The knights stated that this time, the scale of the attack was larger than usual, and that the barbarians were using new weapons. Asha asked if it was known which tribe these thieves were from and if they had attacked before. Derek stated that they were attacked by the Segramians, but the lady could not believe how they had mastered them, and how they could gather again to attack in such a short time. This time, there were about 2,000 enemies, and it was not yet possible to calculate how many more were in the rear. But the number of cavalry doubled compared to the last time. It turned out that there were many more warriors from the tribe than the knights of Pervez. And they even had more cavalry, and Asha perfectly understood that she needed to ask Carlyle for help. Otherwise, they would be in danger again. She immediately went to the young man and told him the problem, promising to give him anything in return. The young man was sure that in this battle they should fight together, and only then could they win. The young man asked her to listen carefully. Perhaps the lady might consider it arrogant, but he already has enough self-confidence, since he plans to protect Pervez alone. Asha was sure that she was their savior, and if she did not protect her people, she would cease to be their ruler. Carlyle agreed to help her without hesitation, and saw that this time the barbarians had planned their attack. It seemed that they were prepared for any situation, but Asha insisted that they did not have access to such resources. And here only one option remained, that someone from outside must have helped them. Carlyle suggested that it could be a humble man with an unlimited budget, and a desire to extinguish the flames of aggression of the Igram tribe. But only now did Asha realize that this time there was someone from high society behind the barbarians. The young man saw Asha's worried face and asked if the lady was really scared after hearing this information. The girl replied, "Does the young man really think that such a trifle is capable of alarming her and drive her crazy?" Asha was not sure that their armies could fight together as one, but she could only hope that the young men had united during their training. Carlyle explained in class that now they will advance in groups and carry out defense and attack according to the agreed system. Carlyle gave instructions to everyone and said that the guards and Solon would take care of the right flanks, and left while Donovan would stay to defend the castle. His Highness gave instructions to everyone, and the young men were ready to advance heroically and protect the people of Pervez. Carlyle and Asha entered the battle, and the young man immediately announced that he trusted the lady to protect his back. Carlyle was preparing for battle. The air was saturated with tension all around them. It seemed to be an omen of future events. He drew his sword, and confidence did not leave him. And determination was heroically reflected in his eyes, and a cold calculation could be read on his face. Each of them understood what awaited them. They believed in their just cause and knew that together they could overcome any challenge. Carl Issel, knowing that a good strategy is half the battle, reminded the team of the plan they had so carefully developed. With a cry that rose into the air, Carl Issel rushed forward, convinced that today he was not only fighting for himself, but for much more, for the hope and freedom of all who had been waiting for this moment. Together with Asha, They repelled the attack of their opponents and brutally dealt with everyone who tried to attack them. At that moment, Carlyle realized that being able to trust someone to watch your back was quite nice. And very rare. Asha loudly asked Carlyle to keep his eyes open upon seeing that the young man was momentarily distracted from the battle. Shortly after the barbarian attack, Carlyle and the knights dealt with the opponents. And after the victory, the girl reported that she had a great debt to Carlyle. The other knights could not help but notice that Asha's teamwork. And Carlyle was simply amazing in this battle. One of the knights shouted to the other to take care of the remaining thieves behind. The young man asked the other not to tell him what to do, and yet, this time, their teamwork exceeded all expectations. This was the first battle in which Carlyle's knights, and the Knights of Prowess, finally showed an excellent coordinated result in battle. At that moment, the artist was simply watching the battle and saw Lady Asha and Carlyle fighting heroically in a duel. The man observed that those people who were without armor were barbarians, and the rest were the Knights of Prowess and Carlyle. Above all, his attention was drawn to this heroic couple, who fought side by side in a bloody battle throughout the battle. The man also did not expect to see Lady Asha, who also went to the battlefield and fought heroically the whole time. During his life, the artist studied the biographies of many people, but this was the first time he had encountered something like this in his life. These two moved as one in battle, and this is what the artist needed to portray a decent image. He perfectly understood that he did not want to portray them sitting quietly. Their love manifested not within the castle walls, but on the battlefield. And this only meant one thing, that this work must become his greatest masterpiece. But suddenly, two people from the tribe appeared, shouting that they had been shamelessly deceived and used. Asha heard one of the tribe speak, but did not understand what he was talking about, which meant that someone was using them. She told Carlyle that, as he had thought before, this battle was not initiated by people from the tribe. The young man was sure that these bastards did not expect victory and would continue to use this method to avoid them. Asha was not going to give up and said that in this case, they had to finish them all so that they would not appear here again. And it was the fiery nature of the girl that pursued the young master. Carlyle raised his sword and shouted that they would force the barbarians to stop coming to the Empire's territory once and for all. And they would definitely show who was protecting the borders of the Empire. Carlyle gave instructions to everyone again and asked the 3rd Battalion to seal the border so that the thieves' graves would remain in the lands of Prowess. The final battle continued, and Asha, without standing aside, dealt a fatal blow to her opponents. During the battle, Asha thought that it seemed these barbarians were trying to get rid of the prince. But all their attempts failed. This was the first time Carlyle had seen people give their lives so absurdly. And he could not understand what drove them to rush forward, even though their path to retreat was blocked. Suddenly, one of the main rulers of the tribe shouted a magic spell in an ancient language. And then everything became clear to Carlyle. The eyes of the tribe's warriors lit up bright red, and they advanced without regret, as if possessed by anger and the desire to kill the enemy. Asha had never heard the barbarians speak their language, but it seemed to Carlyle that he had already heard something similar. The young man remembered that one evening, several years ago, he was traveling in his carriage on an important matter. That day, he heard hooded young men talking among themselves in an incomprehensible language. And now he realized that those mages were uttering similar words, although he was not sure if it was the same language. Asha continued to fight heroically, while the tribe's warriors shouted incomprehensible words louder and louder. She shouted if Carlyle had fallen asleep, but the young man said he was thinking about her words. Normally, a person could not remain sane on the battlefield, and Carlyle always had the confidence to accuse the imperial family of doing something crazy. He understood that he was behaving strangely because he hadn't killed anyone in a long time. Otherwise, he would never have found Asha so beautiful. He advanced heroically to deal with the remaining members of the tribe so that the invasion would finally end. A few hours later, when the knight's forces were already exhausted, the bloody battle finally ended in favor of the neighbors of Prowess. Carlyle looked at the battlefield and confidently declared that the battle was completely over, and that they had achieved victory over the barbarians. Asha looked into the distance, and only now could she finally exhale and savor this happy moment of victory. Suddenly, the lady approached Carlyle and kissed him on the lips, and at that moment, the young man realized how close he had become. And this girl. Finally, they heard the joyful voices of the knights, who shouted that Prowess had finally achieved victory. They were not the only ones involved in this battle, and at that moment, the priest Gabriel in the temple used forbidden magic. Since Carlyle was victorious again, not even the priest's powerful magic could help him. The young man was sure that he had already helped these people, but they could not even slightly hurt Carlyle. And it was a complete failure. Gabriel felt an unpleasant pain when his powers and Carlyle's clashed. And it was quite unpleasant. Having become a servant of God, Gabriel did everything possible to strengthen the empire. But even in the temple, there was an invisible wall. But this wall was formed by discrimination and great human contempt, and those who had power. Status, power, and wealth could no longer remain in the capital. One day, Gabriel saw a young man named Carlyle, who arrived solemnly in the city. That day, next to Carlyle's horse, the boy stumbled and almost fell, but Gabriel was nearby and prevented the boy from falling to the ground. All this happened right next to His Highness, but the young man pretended as if nothing had happened. Gabriel noticed that the young man didn't even look in the direction of the fallen boy, but continued to pretend to care about his subjects. The man he saw that day was supposed to be the next emperor, and Gabriel was sure that if someone like him took the ruler's place, the country would once again be full of ignorant and domineering people. After that day, Gabriel wished to have more power to stop him. Shortly after, he stumbled upon an untitled book that caught Gabriel's attention. As soon as the priest opened the book, he immediately realized that it was dark magic, the use of which was forbidden to sorcerers. But he did not understand one thing: how such a strange book ended up in this small and miserable town. That day, the priest felt that this book was a test sent to him by the Almighty himself. He knew very well that using dark magic was wrong, but it was the only way to save the empire. Since Gabriel was just an insignificant priest who could not manage on his own. Therefore, after the young man found the book, he thought it was necessary for the greater good. So he was forced to cleanse the empire and sacrifice himself for the good of others. At times, Gabriel thought that all this was illogical. He was trying to build a sacred empire, as required by the will of the Almighty. But he was a servant of the devil. However, only with the help of this method could he atone for his debt to the Almighty. As a result, Gabriel was able to take the lives of the barbarians and connected their bodies with this magic circle. And in return, they received his power. The combined forces of Pervs defeated the Igram tribe, burned all the catapults within the border. They transferred the bodies of the enemies to the abandoned lands and repaired the broken barriers, returning after all to the castle. In total, all this took about a month, and Carlyle was grateful to every one of the knights who helped throughout this time. Carlyle informed Asha that it was imperative to hold a banquet in honor of the victory over the barbarians. The lady said that they had never done anything like this before, and had never held a banquet to celebrate victory in battle. As they only had a limited amount of food and drink, they were not allowed to hold celebrations until now. But now everything has changed. And Carlyle said that he was ready to empty his savings to thank everyone for their efforts. And let the preparations for the banquet begin right now. After a while, the banquet was organized, and the happy and cheerful knights discussed how they managed to survive in this incredible and brutal battle. Carlyle and Asha watched everyone. And it was an incredible relief for the girl to see how the knights finally got along with each other. Carlyle was sure that men always united on the battlefield. And these knights were no exception. For the Empress, this should serve as a warning, because victory was not on her side. The barbarians, who had posed a threat to Pervez all this time, were finally destroyed. And the young men of the army, who for a long time could not find a common language, Now they are not fighting and have become the best partners. And it seems that the relationship between Carlyle and the Marchioness has also reached a completely different level. His relationship improved every month, and Carlyle even began to think that Asha might soon show sympathy for him. The girl remembered her promise very well, and now was the right time to approach Carlyle and remind him of it. Asha said she was willing to do everything in her power in exchange for the promise he made before the fight. The young man said he had all the money and jewels, but he lacked one thing in his life. And the only thing he lacks is a close, trustworthy, and faithful woman for whom he can become a support. Asha asked if the young man really wanted to spend the night with a Perv's woman. But Carlyle looked at her thoughtfully and replied that this was not at all what he needed. Since he already has a wife and other Perv's girls, they are not interested in him at all. The young man suggested that if they got this far, Asha would probably stop thinking about other rewards. Asha was about to agree. But the young man said it was just a joke, and he wasn't crazy enough to ask for such a thing. The lady thought that instead of putting Pervs in danger again, this was the easiest way to pay. The girl offered Carlyle an option that she was ready to pay for that night. The young man didn't think Asha was really prepared to do this, but he said he would look forward to it. There was no need for Asha to be a burden to Pervez if she could pay His Highness herself. That's why she was sure this was the easiest option for her, and it was better to do it than to keep feeling anxiety in her soul. Asha asked the maid Nina about the oil they received from His Highness, and asked the girl to bring it to her. Asha didn't know if Carlyle would be satisfied, but she said they were a couple, so it was at least worth a try. Nina said in a soft voice that the fragrant oil would help restore body and soul. And the girl needed a massage more than ever. Nina massaged the lady and asked her to lie down for a while so she could bring her a nightgown. Asha asked to bring the one Nina showed last time, and the lady happily ran to the door to get the set she had long wanted to offer her. After all the baths and wellness treatments, Asha was finally ready to meet Carlyle. Nina suggested that the girl put on light makeup and promised that the lady would definitely like it. Asha didn't like long preparations, so she thanked Nina for her help and said she hoped they could act as if they knew nothing. Nina bowed and promised that under no circumstances would she spread rumors, and that everything would remain a secret. Asha had never prepared to spend a night with a man, so she felt very uncomfortable that night. The girl herself asked for help, and therefore must now pay Carlyle for his generosity. That evening, the young man sat with a glass of red wine and thought about the best way to treat Asha today. The door to his room opened silently, and Asha walked out. The young man immediately sensed the lingering scent of perfume and couldn't believe if the girl was really willing to accept his terms. The young man was sure that no matter how the lady looked, he could not accept such payment from her. Asha entered the room and apologized, and Carl held his breath for a moment upon seeing the charming and beautiful dark-haired lady before him. The girl immediately admitted that she had no special experience with men, but she would appreciate it if the young man told her what to do. Carlyle wanted to tease her a little and then send her back, but now he wasn't sure of his actions. Before meeting Asha, the young man drank a little, so he felt a little uncomfortable. He approached Asha and touched a strand of her long dark hair, sensing an incredible scent from the girl. In fact, he thought all this was simply fun, and what was happening now seemed very strange. Asha enthusiastically took the young man's hand and asked him how she should behave. The girl took his hand and began to gently kiss his fingers, and the young man was surprised by what he was about to do. The girl was very worried that the gentleman would not like it, but in reality, the lady had no idea how to behave with men. When, a long time ago, she heard from the maids that after the first night spent with a man there could be pain and blood, Carlyle saw that the girl was completely confused and asked her to stop for a moment to talk. Asha listened to the young master's request and stopped in front of him, ready to hear his words. Carlyle saw that the girl was determined, so he asked her if she was ready to do this. Asha walked quickly to the bed and sat on the edge, awaiting Carlyle's action. She sat on the bed in a charming shirt and asked if they could lie down together now. The young man asked if Asha was really trying to confuse him or confuse him this way. He realized that the lady was behaving very strangely today, and the girl felt embarrassed because this outfit probably didn't suit her very well. But this was far from the point, and it was her unusual behavior that the girl had not distinguished before. Asha took Carlisle's hand and threw him onto the bed, saying that she couldn't even imagine how much effort she had to make to get to him now. The girl wanted to know, since the young man didn't hate her, why was he rejecting her? And only when their bodies got too close to each other did Carlisle hug Asha and kissed her tenderly on the lips. And at that moment, all statuses and frameworks, agreements and promises ceased to exist between them. And only that warmth that filled their bodies remained. Since it was the first time Asha was in a man's arms, the young man felt that the girl was a little nervous. The lady admitted that this would be the first time this would happen to her, and Carlisle promised to be careful. In the strong and loving hands of the young man, Asha really had nothing to worry about. So she could trust him completely. It was their first night, and the moment was special for both Asha and Carlisle. The young man decided to clarify the situation and asked if the girl wanted to surrender to him so that he could help her in the battle. Then in that case he would stop. But if she sincerely wished it, he would continue. But now Asha herself didn't even understand if she just wanted to pay or if she really wanted to spend the night with Carlisle. The young man stopped briefly and asked if he had understood correctly that the girl did not want to spend the night with him. But Asha sharply declared that she was not ready to answer more questions, and that she just wanted him to hug her as soon as possible. That night they no longer needed words, yielding to passionate desire and tender embraces. The next morning, Asha woke up at dawn and decided it would be better for her to leave while Carlisle was still asleep. The girl put on her cloak and silently left the room without waking the young master. She entered the room, closed the door, and stood thinking about what had just happened between them. She couldn't get the charming image of Carlisle, who had been so passionate that night, out of her head. A voice sounded in her head with the words that if the girl sincerely wished it, then the young man could continue. Asha didn't understand why she didn't stop him then, and now she was trying with all her might to wake up and come to her senses. Since the marriage was temporary, she thought that her experience was based on the fact that it happened for the first time. And it couldn't be that she really wanted him or liked him. It seemed that she had simply given him her body in exchange for help in battle. But Carlisle was sure of the exact opposite. He woke up alone and no longer saw Ashy in bed, and thought that she had been waiting for him for too long. And that's why she just left, so he should invite the lady to dinner after all. It was only the first night they spent together, but Carlisle clearly felt surprisingly happy. He asked Lionel to ask his wife if she would like to have dinner together today. And he was very excited about the question of whether Asha would let him kiss her today, when they saw each other again after spending the night together. They met in the dining room, and these moments after spending the night together were special and a little tense for them. Asha sat down at the table and politely thanked Carlisle for the delicious meal. All this time, the young man looked intently at the girl, waiting for some reaction from her. The girl noticed that the young man seemed worried and asked him if something was bothering him. He just smiled and wondered if he really looked worried. Asha said that the young man hardly ate anything, and something unpleasant happened at yesterday's banquet. The young man didn't understand why Asha was really acting like this, or just pretending like nothing happened the night before. That evening, there was a dinner with Cecilia and Dorothy, who were in a hurry to congratulate her on her victory. And they were glad that Asha returned safe and sound. Carlisle suggested that Asha would change if there were other girls, but he felt like he was about to go to the battlefield. The lady still acted calmly, as if absolutely nothing had happened between them the night before. And this made Carlisle feel uncomfortable. Cecilia said it must be difficult to participate in battles as a girl, and asked if Asha was never afraid. The girl replied that she was just trying to protect what belonged to her, and that it was better to wield a sword than to wait for death. Cecilia noted that the battle was quite simple, with Prince Carlisle taking overall command. And if she had been here during Lawyer's time, everything would probably have ended much faster. The young man wondered how Cecilia could say such things in front of the one who won the battle against the barbarians. And the girls were really still competing with each other. Asha didn't want to take offense and said confidently that if the war in Pervs had been Prince Carlisle's first war, then everything would have gone well. Cecilia asked for more details about the battle, and they couldn't easily move on to another topic since this dinner was to celebrate a victory. Carlisle said that, as everyone already knows, the barbarians attacked at the instigation of the Empress herself. And it was unpleasant for the young man to say such a thing in front of the Marquis, but he didn't bother at all while fighting them. Throughout the entire battle, Carlisle never allowed the idea that they would lose and trusted Asha and her warriors. And this was the first battle in which he could trust someone to protect his rear. So the young man decided to take the opportunity and thank the Marchioness for her heroic performance in the battle. Carlisle smiled and said he remembered this fight, and Cecilia clearly felt a close connection between them at that moment. After the gala dinner, the girls thanked them for the warm welcome, and Cecilia said she would be happy to see them again at the first opportunity. Carlisle asked where Asha was going, and the lady said she needed some fresh air to regain her senses. The girl went out and sat on a bench thinking that she was trying to act as normally as possible. But she had a feeling that the ladies found her strange. Even she felt stupid and unnatural, and they probably noticed her anxious state. Asha couldn't understand why she kept suppressing herself with the Soviet ladies, and for some reason they bothered her a lot. Although they didn't say a single bad word. Between them there were huge circumstances in which these girls were born and raised. Born into prestigious aristocratic families, they developed their skills in society and acquired so much knowledge that they could debate the future with the emperor. And Asha, in turn, possessed none of these skills. She only knew how to fight heroically in battles. And now it was clear to her why everyone was so shocked by her marriage to Carlisle. And no matter what happened, Asha felt incredibly broken, but she didn't want to think about all this now and draw hasty conclusions. She remembered the young man's words that he had never been able to synchronize with someone like that in battles before. And these words were deeply rooted in her thoughts. The girl felt like she was on the verge of madness, and unexpectedly for her, with a sharp movement, she pulled out a dagger. Asha could no longer suppress these stupid thoughts, and a terrible thought appeared in the lady's head about how to end everything as quickly as possible. But Derek suddenly appeared in front of her and shouted loudly that the girl should not dare to do this. He grabbed Asha's hand, which was holding a dagger, and the girl said she had just had a drink. Derek shouted what she was thinking when he grabbed the dagger, and there were really terrible thoughts flying through the girl's head. Asha said with tears in her eyes. The only thing she wanted was to break her thoughts with the help of a dagger, because what was happening in her head was many times more terrible. The young man understood that something must have happened to the girl and invited her to share her emotions so as not to suffer alone. He had already said that, in any case, he would always remain on Asha's side, no matter what she thought. And no matter what the situation was. Asha was sure that she should figure it all out and just needed a little more time. Derek hugged a dear and close person and told her that if the girl felt very bad, she could always come to talk to him. All this time, Carlisle was watching them and was going to comfort Asha, as she seemed worried. But now, he didn't understand if they could be considered just friends after this. He wondered if Asha and Derek had probably been lovers in the past, and even if they weren't now. Why did he feel an incredible sense of anger? Cecilia was in her room, and the maid was asking her how the victory celebration dinner went. The lady said that His Highness appreciated her skills, and it turned out that the girl managed to overshadow that Marchioness. Cecilia was sure she had made a mistake at tonight's dinner and seemed a little hurt. But she should have focused completely on Carlisle, not on Marchioness Asha. A few days later, Carlisle informed everyone that he had to go to Guiro to announce his victory. Since this is a duty to the Empire, as His Majesty declared, it is right for Carlisle to go there to report. And he should also check how the Empress and His Highness Marcio are doing. Carlisle was sure that there was no need to be so jealous, and at best, he could only spit in their faces. Lionel asked who would accompany him, and a Shah confidently offered to take Derek with her. As his right hand, people will think that Carlisle has secured the favor of the perv's house. And since the lady has been with him since childhood, she can vouch for him and trusts that Derek will never betray anyone. Of course, since Asha had been with this man since she was little, there was no doubt about her faith and devotion, so Carlisle, without hesitation, agreed that Derek should accompany him on the trip. Because no one would betray the girl he loved. Lionel also expressed his opinion that Carlisle should take security with him anyway. Besides Derek, there were other talented warriors who were good at their tasks. So Asha declared that it would be good for Carlisle to recruit more people with him on the way. The young man had already thought about this, and in this case, he could put pressure on the Empress. The young man said that when it comes to such serious matters, Asha acts very wisely and has wonderful ideas. Carlisle wanted Asha to use her mind more often like a cunning fox. The young man perfectly understood that this lady never used what she took personally. And this girl had no greed. But no matter what, Carlisle and his subjects would never forget those who helped them in difficult times. Therefore, he declared that Asha could finally be greedy and ask him for anything. The girl looked down thoughtfully, thinking that if Carlisle really knew what she wanted, he wouldn't talk to her like that. The secular society was distinguished by the fact that the main occupation of these people was collecting and spreading rumors, so all the Soviet ladies were discussing rumors about Karl Eisel. The Empress understood that the news about the imminent arrival of His Highness had spread like wildfire. And now that was all everyone was talking about. All this time, the Empress tried to create a negative image of him, but it turned out that all her efforts were in vain. Marcio was very excited about Carlisle's arrival, but the Empress asked her son not to let his guard down and to remain calm. Marcius insisted that this was his chance, and Carlisle must stay here. And he should not be allowed to gain an advantage anymore. The Empress didn't immediately understand what her son meant, but the young man said they needed to stop Carlisle here, no matter the cost. The Empress asked if Marcio was really asking her to stop the prince, who was returning after winning the war, and to give him the power to command others. Giving Carlisle that moment is like recognizing him as the greatest crown prince. Marcio ordered them not to waste time and definitely to go to his father. But the Empress tried to calm her distressed son. She had to give Marcia a hard slap in the face so that the young man finally came to his senses and calmed down. The Empress looked intently at her son and said that it seemed she had been too lenient with him lately, and she needed to act tougher. She was outraged that Marcio was asking her to pray to His Majesty for Carlisle to stay here. But she was sure that even if he stayed, Marcio would still be his shadow. She approached her son, put her hand on his shoulder, and asked why the young man was so worried about the war. Because she had promised to protect him. Her son replied that he always heard stories about monsters and warriors during military training. The mother decided to do the opposite and told her son that starting tomorrow, he would no longer attend classes, since they would not be useful to him and he would not go to the battlefield. After a conversation with Marcio, the Empress went to her butler and asked him to remind her of the name of a medicine. The side effect of this drug was that if taken in large quantities, psychological problems could occur. The Empress didn't think twice and asked the butler to start giving the drug to Marcia starting that day. But only so that he wouldn't let anyone know about it. A few days later, Carlisle arrived in Cairo along with his knights and subordinates. The young man breathed a special air that for him was associated with the fetid smell of betrayal and conspiracies. When leaving this place a year ago, the only thing Carlisle thought about was brutal revenge. Perhaps he changed after seeing Asha trying to save her home and the people of Pervs. On his way here, Carlisle had seen many places full of poverty, and it seemed that he would have a lot of work ahead of him when he became emperor. He understood that he needed to quickly regain the title of crown prince, so the first thing he did was go to meet the emperor. The man confirmed that he had heard that Carlisle had heroically defeated the barbarians in Pervs and achieved a worthy victory in battle. Carlisle defended the border and exterminated the Igram tribe, which had long tried to invade Pervs. And in fact, he was only following the emperor's orders and fighting for the empire, which made the young man think deeply. He said he was amazed by the will of his father, who directed him, his own son, on the straight path. After these words, the man gasped and wondered if his son had finally matured. Although he believed that the young man would probably regret his past mistakes. Therefore, the man couldn't decide for a long time whether Carlyle was worthy of becoming a prince because of his behavior. The young man stated that for the next 2 years, he is ready and will do his best to prove his worth to the empire. The man loudly declared that he was proud of his son and that it was good. Since he had already returned with a victory, he was ready to give Carlyle whatever he wanted. The emperor announced that they would immediately begin preparing the banquet, and the empress understood that the insolent Carlyle wouldn't even let her say a word. She was very surprised by what had happened in Pervez, as this ignorant boy had changed a lot and began to behave completely differently. The empress secretly wished that nothing would go well for Carlyle, because now he definitely wouldn't be able to jump over her head, and probably didn't think much about anything when he returned to the capital. All Soviet society greeted Carlyle, Lionel, and the Viscount, along with the venerable knights. In fact, people's opinion towards them changed a lot, and the ladies looked at the Pervez knights with admiration. Derek felt a little uncomfortable with all the attention, and it turned out that everyone was still unhappy. Carlyle just smiled and called the young man too naive, stating that the attitude of Soviet society towards them had changed for the better. He joked that it wasn't worth it and he went too far to get them, even if these people offered him something tasty. Carlyle said that no matter how uncomfortable and unbearable it was, Derek needed to try to control himself, if only for the sake of his lover. And everyone understood perfectly that the young men were willing to do anything for a Shah's well-being. At that moment, their old acquaintance approached Carlyle and greeted His Highness. It was Count Dupit, Cecilia Dupit's father, and he said he was very glad that Carlyle had returned safe and sound. The man said that, when he heard that Carlyle had gone to fight the Igram tribe, he got excited and lost sleep. The war was very dangerous, and they say that this time the tribe was well prepared, which was quite strange. Carlyle said that, indeed, the barbarians used catapults this time, but they couldn't have the resources to create them. The young man opined that these issues should be discussed more quietly, as there are ears everywhere. People in secular society were discussing whether anyone could really benefit from the attack on Pervs, and who could collaborate with the barbarians. In addition, everyone was discussing that Prince Carlyle accepted the marriage proposal to protect honor and the trust of the imperial family, and they say he spent a lot of money at first glance. But it was worth it. Many believed that Carlyle went to Pervs due to the pressure exerted on him by the Empress. And for this reason, the southern part of the empire was under threat. Prince Carlyle personally took care of even the smallest problems, something that Marquise clearly does not do. Carlyle knew that if the news of his divorce spread, everyone would try to marry their single daughters to him. Count Dupit and his mentor are already aligned, but this, of course, does not mean that their daughters should attract Carlyle like girls. However, the young man simply couldn't imagine wanting to see anyone in the place of the crown princess, except a Shah. The Viscount asked if Carlyle was worried about something, because he seemed very thoughtful. Carlyle understood that now, he needed to focus on the matter at hand, and not on all that nonsense, so he tried to pull himself together. He informed the Viscount that it seemed they would soon start receiving invitations from people, and maybe he would select some of them that would be useful. And besides, Carlyle was going to take a closer look at the temple, so he asked the Viscount, wouldn't he recruit anyone extra? The young man couldn't waste time thinking about a Shah when he had an incredible amount of things to do. This evening, a Shah looked at the moon, which was incredibly beautiful today, and stood thoughtfully. His Highness has already made the aristocrats change their minds, but he still needs to explore the temples of the sanctuary, as well as gain the support of many influential people. The girl understood that Carlyle would have to keep the Empress under control, And in the end, it would be she who would turn out to be the biggest obstacle. Suddenly, the girl heard the voice of Lionel, who asked if the lady had decided to patrol the castle herself. The young man was sure that the lady needed to go rest, as both she and the prince acted as if something terrible could happen at any moment. Asha stated that Lionel constantly sighs when they meet, and probably because he cannot trust her. The young man shared that he believed Asha and Carlyle should get along because they were similar in their incredible madness. After the moment, they returned from the battlefield with the same facial expression as the master. Something inside them seemed to break. But Lionel noticed sanity, a little sadness and emptiness. Lionel noticed that Asha acted as if she could disappear at any moment, so Carlyle asked the girl to live like a fox and not be afraid to be greedy. Asha said confidently that she would never leave Purves until the end of her life. Lionel said that it is very nice to hear this from the ruler, but it is also very dangerous. It seems that Derek recently asked Asha the same thing, but she first needed to understand what happiness meant to her in order to answer this question. Asha herself didn't fully understand what else she could desire if she was truly happy at that moment. Lionel said that even when a person sincerely wants something, they can still get it. And even if it is absurd, Asha should not be afraid to be selfish. The girl smiled and said that she would take into account all of Lionel's words and said it was time to go. She was sure it would be good if this strong feeling passed quickly and stopped clouding her mind. That afternoon, Dorothy walked down the hall and thought that her father had said he would stay in the capital for about a month. The girl thought it would be incredibly wonderful if she found something to read at that time. Suddenly, she heard Asha's voice nearby in the hallway, and the girl asked who was there. Asha smiled and asked what Miss Lapleton was looking for there alone at such a late hour. Dorothy admitted that she couldn't sleep and went to look for the library to choose a book. Asha said that Purves Castle has an excellent library, and she can take her there. The girl reached the huge wooden door and said that Dorothy could enter and look around. Dorothy looked at the shelves and was surprised that there were very few books here. But the library was very clean, as if a high-quality cleaning was regularly carried out here. Asha said that Dorothy could read whatever she wanted and choose any book she liked. Dorothy admitted that she was absolutely delighted and thanked Asha for taking her to the library. Asha left the girl alone, and Dorothy enthusiastically chose a suitable book for her and began to read with pleasure. The girl understood that if she became empress, she would not be able to offer such a relaxed lifestyle and carefree. Meanwhile, a week had passed since Prince Carlyle's arrival in the capital, and public opinion had changed considerably since then. Now most people said that Carlyle's candidacy for the position of emperor was the best, and seeing him again, they were once again convinced of Carlyle's worth. People's opinions in secular society changed so often that Carlyle doubted the situation would last long in his favor. So he set out to find the source of the bad rumors. Carlyle greeted Archbishop Rachel and told him they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young man wanted to know if His Eminence watched over all the temples in the capital. Rachel said that besides him, there is another archbishop, but he is now in the main temple. Carlyle said he had heard many evil rumors about himself, and they say they are spread by temple employees. He had already checked the veracity of this information, but the priest continued to behave as if he knew absolutely nothing. Carlyle's gaze indicated that the young man was determined to find all the information he needed. And he was interested in a very important question. Carlyle wondered what relationship the young man had with Gabriel Knox, but the priest supposedly didn't understand why he was talking about the most conscientious believer. The young man really didn't want to say it out loud, but it seemed he would have to express everything he knew. Carlyle didn't want to beat around the bush, so he immediately asked if the Great Temple had secretly rebelled against the ruling family. The young man didn't understand how His Highness could believe this, but for Carlyle it was quite obvious that Gabriel took this step consciously. That's why he is trying to gain more power by creating new political positions for his own benefit. And the reason he plans to create a new holiday is to show respect to the Great Temple. and spread false rumors about Carlisle. The priest assured that the Supreme Temple had always strived for prosperity and the well-being of the ruling family, so they never intended to neglect Carlisle. And his family, Carlisle asked. It turns out that Gabriel committed all the offensive actions without anyone's help, and judging by his behavior, he plans to become the youngest pontiff using cruel and unpleasant methods. A few days later, the young man met with the emperor, and after that conversation, the temples behaved quite calmly. Maybe it wasn't that Carlisle had already had dinner with the emperor, but he had a feeling that today he was much more talkative. The emperor smiled and asked if the young man was really tired of eating tapas in pervs, and he wanted to have a luxurious life again. Compared to this food, Carlisle could definitely call everything they served this. The empress asked, as long as the borders of pervs were safe, why shouldn't Carlisle stay in the capital for a while? The young man was sure that pervs was not yet completely safe, and they had not yet determined who the accomplices of the attacking tribe were. He opined that there were some strange moments during the fight, but it was very difficult to figure it out alone. The young man asked if his father didn't care. After dinner, he would like to meet him in his chambers. Carlisle was worried that the emperor still held a grudge against him, but the man said he would be happy to help his son. As long as the young man had his father's support, the empress listened to their conversation with anger in her soul. After a family dinner, she went to the emperor to discuss important matters with him in private. The man invited him to try tea from Doomer Island, which he had brought from his last trip. This year's tea harvest was the best in the last 10 years, and the father hoped that the young man would remember its taste even when he returned to Pervez. The young man took a sip of the aromatic drink and declared with admiration that he would never forget such a rich aroma. And sour. Carlisle reported that it seemed the great temple had interfered a lot in the family's affairs during his absence, and asked if his father was ashamed of this situation. The man said he had heard that they wanted to establish a new holiday, and nothing more. The young man wondered if his father really wanted the same thing as the church. And as far as he knew, many kingdoms were their allies, but many of them suspected the Supreme Temple in the past. Carlisle was sure that if they were allowed to create a new holiday, they could become enemies of the emperor. Of course, the final decision would rest with the emperor, but for a while it seemed to him that someone was clouding his father's judgment and, in his opinion, the Supreme Temple had become too rich and recognizable. Carlisle hoped that his father would realize that someone was keeping him in the dark and playing with him like a puppet. At that moment, Gabriel felt incredibly terrible because Carlisle had destroyed everything he had built with such effort over the years. The young man felt his strength gradually weakening, but he had not yet achieved any results. Having started using dark magic, Gabriel began to feel that he was no longer himself. And he couldn't believe that his reaction was so strong that he even killed a bird that was sitting in a cage. He understood that at this rate, he would cease to be at least different from the hated aristocrats. And the first thing he had to do was calm down and pull himself together. Gabriel believed that Carlisle would be an excellent sacrifice for the future of the empire, and good fuel to boost the construction of the just country he imagined. A few minutes later, a priest knocked on Gabriel's door and said he had brought news about Prince Carlisle. The young man, who had recently spoken with Carlisle, approached him to tell him the latest news. The young man reported that Carlisle was talking about how Elagism was taking over the ruling family, and even displacing the aristocrats from their places. It seems that many people are worried, and some are even considering withdrawing their support from the temple. Gabriel was outraged by how these little people try to intimidate with the deprivation of a tiny amount of money. And they are only interested in quick profit, and Carlisle is using them to prevent the creation of the Holy Empire. Gabriel understood that now it would be too dangerous to do nothing, and Prince Carlisle should be taught humility before the Almighty. A month after arriving in Cairo, the mood in society began to play in Carlisle's favor. So the Viscount even invited him to stay here for another month. Carlisle said people tend to miss someone more when they are not around. It became increasingly difficult for the young man to tolerate his father, and he offered to return to Prowess in 3 days. As planned, after talking with the Viscount, Carlyle asked Derek if Gabriel was using any strange energy here, because the room was very charged. Derek reported that after arriving in Cairo, Carlyle had not been able to find time to train, so his muscles started to hurt. Carlyle realized that the point was that he really hadn't attended a single training session for a long time. The young man perfectly understood that Derek could not disobey him. And after a while, they stood in the courtyard with a wooden sword, ready to fight in a training battle. While Carlyle was warming up, Derek realized that the young man wasn't even listening to him. They say Carlyle was the best knight in the Empire, and he wondered how strong this young man was. He asked His Highness to guide him, since his skills were not as good as the experienced Carlyle's. Carlyle liked Derek's confidence, so he allowed him to throw the first punch. From the first minutes, Carlyle realized that Derek was not going to yield to him, and immediately began to aim for the throat. The young man said that in Pervs they don't have a second blow, so the first blow must be worthy. Carlyle said that Derek was moving very slowly, and that now it was his turn to attack. After the fight, Carlyle proudly declared that he now understands why Derek is called the strongest warrior in Prowess. And this title is well deserved. No one before Derek had been able to defend against all the blows that Carlyle threw for so long. Indeed, this young man was quite capable and worthy of being the right hand of such a militant girl as a Shah. Derek used to seem very disinterested to Carlyle, but now he doesn't seem so anymore. The young man bowed and said that sometimes he would be happy to go out like this when they returned to Prowess. Although he lacked skill, he would be happy to help Carlyle if something happened. Derek asked why they had to return to Prowess in such a hurry, and if it was Miss Dupit or Miss Lapel. Carlyle replied that he was not crazy about women at all, as Derek might have thought. And since the right time had come, he said he would like to talk to him about a Shah, because he still doesn't understand what kind of relationship they have. It is said that Derek was a candidate for a Shah's husband in the past, but no one took it seriously. And most likely their relationship with a Shah is similar to that of a brother and sister. And it turns out that Derek and the Marchioness are not former lovers, as Carlyle was sure. Otherwise, Carlyle would have already been informed of everything if there was a close, loving connection between a Shah and Derek. Taking the opportunity, the young man asked if Carlyle would return the title of Crown Prince to him. What would happen after a Shah? Because according to the contract, they would no longer be connected with her in any way. Carlyle replied that he would be ready to discuss this once the case was successfully completed. And he asked Derek not to worry about a Shah. That same day, Cecilia invited a Shah and Dorothy to her room and greeted the young ladies. A Shah thanked the girl for the invitation, and all the ladies were very happy to have met. Cecilia politely asked everyone to sit at the table and said she had prepared iced tea, because it was very hot today, but she wasn't sure if everyone would like it. Dorothy took her first sip and was surprised by the delicious aroma emanating from the drink. Cecilia noticed that the dried oranges gave off an incredible aroma, and a Shah looked at her with surprised eyes. Pervs is in the northern region, and oranges usually grow in the south, so the girl had never seen this fruit in person. Cecilia suggested changing the topic, since none of this was important, and the important thing was that His Highness would return soon. Carlyle must have brought good news with him, because in just 1 month he achieved everything he planned. A Shah asked the girl to tell her more details, because she really didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl apologized to everyone, because only she understood this code, and the letter said that His Highness turned the entire public upside down. And it seems that Her Majesty the Empress and Prince Marcio now have problems that they should solve quickly. Cecilia said that the Supreme Temple was trying to distance itself from Gabriel, and it turned out that he was conspiring with the Empress. But it turned out that this was not all the news a Shah had to know. Perv seems to have attracted quite a bit of attention, and the news that Carlyle has rebuilt it has spread throughout the area. And now more aristocrats plan to invest their profits in the city. A Shah, hearing this, remained silent, but Cecilia said that this was probably good news for the girl. Asha was not sure about this, and if something went wrong, Prowess could be in serious trouble. And those who were aggressive towards Carlyle would immediately attack them. The lady asked when His Highness would leave the capital, and Cecilia said that the young man should leave in about 2 or 3 days. Cecilia was very interested in the question of whether Carlyle would bring any souvenirs. And although he was away on business, it was customary to buy gifts for aristocrats when returning home after a trip. Usually, everyone wants to please someone important to them, even if the excuse is quite banal. Asha held a cup of hot tea in her hands and thought for a moment about what Cecilia was saying. During Carlyle's absence, the situation for Asha improved a little, and surely after His Highness's arrival, everything could change again. That night, Carlyle met Derek, who was looking for him for some reason. Previously, Carlyle announced that he was leaving to resolve a personal matter, but he disappeared without any escort or notice. Derek was very worried that the Empress might unexpectedly harm His Highness or send someone. Carlyle placed a package on the table, and the young man immediately drew attention to it and asked what it was. The young man asked not to worry, and this is just a sword for a special person. Derek immediately noticed that the package contained a sword, and Carlyle noticed that he had a very good eye. Derek unwrapped the sword and looked closely at the weapon, which looked quite durable and expensive. The young man asked if Carlyle really wanted to give it to someone, because this sword would be too small for a man. Carlyle suddenly asked Derek if Lady Asha would like such a gift. Derek noticed that Asha's sword was already quite old, and that she had been fighting with it for many years. Carlyle said he gave money to buy new weapons, but for some reason she still hasn't bought a sword. This order could be understood differently, so Asha spent the money only on weapons for the army. And the sword she possesses was given to her by Amir. The young man understood that this special sword was a gift from her father, but he was already quite old, and his memories would clearly not sharpen. Carlyle was sure that it would be better if the girl mastered a lighter sword that was forged from good steel, so that its blade would not be damaged so easily. He wanted Asha to love it, because it would be her first personal sword with her name engraved on the tip. The blade was also engraved with a slogan about courage and bravery that strongly reflected Asha's character. 3 days later, the Empress spoke with Gabriel, and she was noticeably nervous that Carlyle dared to interfere with the divine plan. Gabriel asked about the situation, which they had previously discussed with the Empress about the divorce. The lady admitted that there was no way to arrange the divorce, because Carlyle suddenly saw Prowess again, as if he were really married. In Prowess, the rooms of Cecilia and Dorothy were located on the 2nd floor, and the Marchioness's room on the 1st floor. An unknown young man from Prowess tried to quickly hide a note that was very important to him. This was the day everyone learned that the lady had spent the night in His Highness's chambers. The Empress confirmed that she had heard that Carlyle and Asha spent the night together during the festival. And since there were guests from other regions there, the news spread everywhere. And quickly. The Empress wasn't sure if Carlyle knew about this, but they hadn't heard anything from him personally. Gabriel thought. They spent the night together during the festival, and this information had clearly leaked from somewhere. Therefore, now they will have to eliminate some people from their general circle. And from the circle of Prince Marcio. The Empress was very surprised to hear that someone was revealing information because of her. But Gabriel didn't think the lady could be careless. Gabriel asked if the Empress was using medicine on the prince, but no one could know for sure except her. And the butler. All this time they walked side by side, and truly, the Empress had secrets from him. This medicine reduces a person's alertness and awareness. But the Empress reported that she had never heard of such a side effect. Gabriel suggested that it turns out the swallowtail is the one spreading the information. And the perverse-like state is difficult to judge by words alone, and it is necessary to reveal the truth ourselves. The young man suggested they should send someone they couldn't scare away, and it wouldn't be surprising if a priest went there to bless their couple. The Empress was very pleased to know that Gabriel was going to help her in this way. The Empress saw Gabriel as her benefactor and blindly believed in the man, hoping he could easily overthrow Carlyle and change her life for the better. A few days later, Carlyle finally returned to Pervez, and all he did was breathe a breath of fresh air. The Viscount said that Cyril and Pervez were not very different from each other. It was just cooler weather, but Carlyle thought otherwise. In any case, whatever the case, the young man clearly felt as if he had returned home. And he couldn't believe that this place had become more home to him than the imperial palace. Isha approached him with a sweet smile and told him that Carlyle had worked hard, and that she was very happy to have him back. Carlyle also thanked the girl for all her efforts during his absence, and it seemed to him as if she had deliberately looked away from him now. The young man was sure it wasn't the time to be distracted by her, so he asked for his luggage to be collected, and then decided to take a well-deserved rest. He turned to the Viscount of La Pelt, and the man was happy to hear His Highness. Carlyle said he had to tell everyone what happened in Zero, so he asked the Viscount to tell them he would soon be waiting for everyone in his office. When everyone was gathered, the young man said that most of those present already knew everything from Cecilia. But he was forced to talk again about what had happened recently. His father, the Emperor, was still short-sighted. The Empress, in turn, tried to interfere with Carlyle. Marcio continued to behave quite strangely, and the young man also had many suspicions about Gabriel. And the temple. The Viscount confirmed that Prince Marcio did not look well, and his voice was very loud. And it seemed that the young man could not concentrate his attention for some reason. Perhaps the Empress ordered him to behave this way, but Carlyle was sure that Marcius was addicted to alcohol. Or he was under the influence of some kind of drug. Probably, the Empress accepted her son's behavior and therefore, it was easier for her to control him. And this powerful lady could not help but take the reins of power into her own hands. Carlyle was not sure, but it seemed that the Empress's plans were to turn her son into a puppet. But he doubted that Gabriel would allow it. The more Carlyle learned about Archbishop Gabriel, the stranger and more dangerous he seemed to him. And it seems that he and his entourage consider themselves someone who can administer justice to all people. Gabriel's angelic appearance helped him become archbishop in a short time. And that is why the aristocrats and the ruling imperial family idealize him so much. Gabriel has everything necessary, so everyone else willingly listens to him. But he is not only a priest, but also a rather strange person. Carlyle was unclear why he was trying to interfere in politics. And the people who joined him were probably just used to Gabriel, since religious people are the easiest to control. On the other hand, they should be happy that several priests were removed from their posts. So Carlyle was confident that they needed to further improve Pervez so that he could welcome and accept other aristocrats and also endanger his father's reign as emperor. At the meeting, Carlyle noticed that Isha was acting very uncomfortable and suggested that the lady might have something wrong, or that something had offended her. He informed those present that he had finished his speech and that everyone could go about their business. After everyone left, the young man said he would like to talk to her and that she should stay a while. The girl asked if Carlyle really wanted to convey something to her personally, but the young man said that was not the case at all. He took a black cloth package from the table and handed it to Isha, telling her to open her gift. Isha took the gift enthusiastically and slowly began to unwrap the strange object. She removed the cloth, saw the incredible beauty of the sword, and wondered if Carlyle had decided to give it to her especially for her. At that moment, Isha remembered Cecilia's words about souvenirs usually given to please someone important to oneself. But Isha had no idea that she was important to Carlyle. While the girl was silent, the young man had already thought that the lady probably didn't like his gift. But Isha replied in an excited voice that she liked everything and was just very interested to know why Carlyle decided to give such an expensive gift. Carlyle replied that with this sword Isha could save his life, because no one knows how the Empress would want to harm her. And besides, her sword is already too old. Therefore, it is better to keep the old sword as a souvenir of her father and use it in battle. And Asha was sure that with such a gift, she could easily face all opponents. The young man admitted that Asha is an important person to him, which is why this gift comes from a pure heart. Immediately after Asha received her gift, she went to the courtyard to test the weapon in action. And it turned out that this sword was truly amazing. She looked at her gift with great interest and suddenly saw an engraving with her name on the blade. When Asha held this sword in her hands, she felt that this gift was truly something more than just a gift for her. While the lady looked at her gift with a happy smile, a young man suddenly approached her and told her that the ladies had been practicing a lot since early in the morning. Asha asked why Carlyle woke up so early, because the young man must be very exhausted. He said he was full of strength and energy, so he took out his sword and asked the lady if she would like to strike the first blow with a new weapon. This sword was as elegant as Asha's gentle, yet warlike features. The girl confidently took the weapon in her hands and quickly struck the first blow in the duel with Carlyle himself. The young man noticed that the lady had become agile, and last time he also felt that she was born for battles. Derek told her that of all Amir's children, it was Asha who inherited his wisdom. It turned out that Asha is skilled with weapons only because she has been training since childhood. Her father often forced her to practice running so she could escape easily in case of emergency. But instead of dying while escaping, Asha decided it was better to take at least one life. Carlyle never ceased to admire the fact that a woman's body could be so strong and resilient. After a brief duel, Asha dropped her arms and announced that they could end the training for today. Asha did not respond to Carlyle's speech, but the young man was sure that she perfectly understood what he meant when he spoke of her heroic strength and resilience. The girl quickly left the boys' company and thought she must be crazy because she had strange thoughts. Asha suddenly left in the middle of training with the crown prince, and she would have no excuse if she were arrested for insulting a member of the ruling family. The worry that she might get into trouble again plagued Asha's thoughts, but she understood that everything had to be sorted out. At that moment, the maid Nina knocked on the door and said she heard that Asha went to train in the morning, and that she would probably like to take a hot and relaxing bath after training. The lady agreed very gladly, and Nina asked her if she had heard the latest news. She said that His Highness gave gifts to everyone, that all the maids received handkerchiefs. And she even received a silk handkerchief, as she is the lady's personal maid. It turns out that Miss Lepel and Miss Dupit also received gifts, and all the residents of Pervez were not overlooked after Carlyle's arrival. Asha asked what gifts the young ladies received from His Highness. Nina said that the people on the second floor mainly drank tea, which warms them well in winter. And she didn't hear anything else, so the girl probably received that gift. It turns out that Carlyle didn't bring them anything special. But for some reason, Asha felt a strange emotion about everything that was happening. And now she had to calm down and compose herself. His Highness simply gave everyone the necessary things. The knights probably also received weapons, like her, but the lady was sure that Carlyle was unlikely to give a special gift just for her. The next day, Derek asked Asha to show him the sword His Highness Carlyle had given her. Asha took out the gifted weapon, which, as it turned out, everyone had already heard about, and asked if this was the sword he was interested in. The knights knew that this sword was custom-made by Senar Wilman, but unfortunately Asha didn't even understand who they were talking about. One of the knights said that this is the workshop of one of the top 5 armorers in the world, and that his name is worth a fortune, so instead of this level, the cost is comparable to huge property. The steel this special sword is made of cannot be broken, and Asha guessed that His Highness was probably not the only one who had given her such an expensive gift. It was not easy to get such a sword from Senar Wilman, and the knights were sure that Asha kept this gift, since she is a Marquise. And she is also considered by treaty as the wife of His Highness, Prince Carlyle, who is a venerable and respected person in society. All this time, Cecilia was watching Asha from the window and knew very well that Carlyle had given the lady a special gift. That same day, the artist arrived to Carlyle and reported that the portrait they commissioned was finished. Making this painting took a long time, but the man convinced Carlyle never to leave the room and to dedicate himself completely to painting. Lionel intervened and stated that the artist still had a few months left, and the man claimed that the work plan had simply changed. And in the end, he painted a different picture with a different composition that completely reflected the character of Carlyle. And a shah. And if His Highness didn't like what he drew, the artist promised to correct and draw what they had originally agreed upon. Carlyle suggested calling a shah. He still remembered how she blushed and ran away that day. And now he was very interested in what her reaction to the joint portrait would be. Asha entered the office and modestly replied that she was not good at art. But Carlyle was sure that they needed to see this portrait together for the first time. According to the contract with the artist, there should have been 2 identical paintings, but the man changed his mind and painted everything differently. The artist politely asked permission to first show what he drew from the beginning. He removed the white canvas from the painting, and Asha saw painted on the canvas in front of her a beautiful and majestic couple from whom an incredible warrior energy emanated. Asha saw the portrait and thought it was too beautiful to be true. She couldn't believe what she saw, that the portrait was really of her and Carlyle. The artist said he was forced to repeat his ambitions, because during the barbarian invasion, he witnessed their battle with the Marquise. So when he saw them both, a revelation seemed to descend upon the man. And he couldn't help but make the next drawing, where Asha and Carlyle fight heroically together, shoulder to shoulder. This image was clearly different from the usual portrait, but the most important thing was that they were depicted there together. And in fact, Asha liked the second image much more, but it was unlikely they could send it to the palace. Carlyle asked the artist to draw exactly the same second one, where he and Asha fight heroically on the battlefield. He said they would send one painting to the palace, and the first one would be left here within the walls of Prowess. Lionel did not support Carlyle's idea, because the portrait of the crown prince and his companion is preserved as long as the empire exists. But the young man was sure that whoever approached him, after seeing such a portrait, would clearly want to say goodbye to life. Or be very stupid. The young man was sure that this was too radical, so it was better to send the first painting to the palace. Lionel asked if Carlyle really wanted to annoy the emperor again after all his efforts to appease him. The young man has behaved like a decent son all this time, but now it's time to tighten the leash a little. And neither the father nor the empress should forget what kind of person he really is. That night, the emperor did not sleep well, because the man was tormented by nightmares that someone dared to challenge the great empire. In the dream, a man tried to stop people trying to invade the border of the territory. The emperor saw a battle where he had no choice but to attack the enemy first so as not to be defeated. This dream was very strange, and the emperor was fighting with a young man he really knew. He dreamed that Lord Emir defeated the enemy commander, and all the knights thanked their commander-in-chief. There was another person in this battle who intended to become the crown prince in the future. And this battle was his chance to prove that he was a worthy candidate. Young man, if he does nothing about one person, he can become a headache for him. And he will probably try to crawl back without understanding his place. The emperor dreamed that a knight approached him and informed him about an outstanding young man who had managed to expel the barbarians from Prowess. This young man asked the emperor to grant him the title of Marquis Prowess, and the emperor was sure that his son was completely right. The emperor announced loudly that he would promote Emir for his merits to Marquis of Prowess, and that from now on he would be given a fief in the northern region of the country that suited him best. Emir probably did not expect to hear the news that after the bloody construction he would be sent to Prowess. Therefore, the young man, without remorse of conscience, loudly declared that he had won the war for the emperor while he was hiding, and trembled behind, and after that he really wanted to repay him for this service with hostility. Emir drew his sword and walked towards the emperor, while the latter ordered the guards to arrest the intruder. At that moment, as the young man was approaching the emperor, the man finally woke up from the terrible nightmare he had that night. The man jumped out of bed with cries of despair and cold sweat, so the butler immediately rushed to him to check if everything was all right with the emperor. It seemed that the man was only having a nightmare, but he was clearly very happy that it was just a dream. The butler handed His Highness a glass of water, and the man refused to allow his subject to call the doctor. The man understood that the specific reason for his nervous state was the letter he had recently received from his son Carlyle. The young man wrote that he knew the castle where his father sat on the throne, and he sent a portrait of the newlyweds, which is intended for the imperial palace. Carlyle specifically sent that picture of him and a Shah fighting heroically, and this portrait was clearly different from the usual portraits of couples. A few days later, the Empress visited the Emperor and told him that a year had already passed, and a half since Carlyle got married. But there is still no news about the child, and this is a very important matter in the family for well-being and the prosperity of the empire. The Emperor said that a Shah and Carlyle had been busy fighting all this time, and in such conditions, it was probably not easy to think about a child. The Empress said, "Something is dirty here, and probably a priest needs to go to them to bless their unborn child." Immediately after their conversation, the Empress sent a letter to Carlyle, and the young man, after reading the message, realized that these people were still going to confront them face to face. The letter said that they want to send a priest to bless a Shah, and Carlyle, because more than a year has passed since the wedding, and there is still no news about the children. And if Carlyle refuses, they can declare the marriage illegitimate or try to annul it again. The young man was outraged that legitimacy could not be judged on that basis. But Carlyle perfectly understood which priest would come to bless them. And in order to bless the marriage of Carlyle and a Shah and Pervez, Gabriel will have to leave his post at the temple for a whole month. Lionel told Carlyle that from now on, both of them would have to pretend to be a royal couple. And they would probably have to talk to the Marquise as soon as possible and tell her everything. Soon a Shah arrived at the office and was informed about the imminent visit of the high priest. Carlyle said that the young man would probably enter their room at night while they were sleeping, so they would have to pretend to be a real married couple. A Shah was sure that it would be too risky to allow the suspicious high priest into their shared chambers. Therefore, she suggested opening a new bedroom on the second floor or using one of the guest rooms, since preparation would only take 2 or 3 days. Lionel understood that his question might sound wrong, but he decided to ask directly so he could understand a Shah. "And Carlyle?" he asked, since the young couple had previously shared the same room. Why did they have the feeling that they were only allies? A Shah realized that apparently Lionel had deliberately pretended not to know anything about the night that he and Carlyle had spent together after the harvest festival. Lionel said that whatever happened there, in any case the Marquise should help. Now they have to play the role of affectionate spouses and share a bedroom for 2 or 3 weeks. After everything that happened, Carlyle was very eager to know how a Shah really felt. And now was the most opportune time, because they would have to share the same bed for a long time. That day, the maid brought tea to Cecilia, which Mr. Carlyle gave her on the occasion of her arrival in Pervez. The maid tried to cheer up the girl, telling her that Carlyle probably knew her passion for teas. But the lady knew that all the residents of the second floor received that gift. Moreover, a shared bedroom was recently even set up here, which caused furious emotions in the girl. The maid wanted to support Cecilia, but the girl's mood indicated that she was not going to discuss anything with anyone at all. She asked the maid to leave because she wanted to be alone, and she felt that the atmosphere in the castle had become very strange lately. And it seemed that His Highness was not going to divorce if he was offered the title of Crown Prince. Even if Carlyle leaves, it won't be a big blow to the Marquise, because she receives love and respect from everyone who turns to her, and meanwhile Cecilia will return home. And her 2 narrow-minded brothers will mock her if they win again. And the supposedly affectionate father may turn away from her. And if all this happens, then everything that Cecilia built with such difficulty and zeal will instantly collapse. Therefore, the girl had no time to envy the Marquise, since she could not become like her. She would have to take the Empress's place in some other way. That day, the Viscount spoke with his daughter Dorothy, convincing her that the lady had not tried hard enough in her affairs while he was away. And she hadn't even managed to find Cecilia Dupit's weak spot. The man was sure that the lady had every chance to create that opportunity. And if she continued to behave like this, she would never become a princess. Dorothy tried to say something, but the man rudely told his daughter that she could not contradict him. The girl perfectly understood that even if she became a princess, she would end up living with an authoritarian man like her father. And in this case, it would be better to just leave Prowess forever. The Viscount asked his daughter to report if she learned any information about the Marquise. And it seems that His Highness likes her more than he expected, and for that reason, the Marquise will soon have to disappear forever. The father looked closely at his daughter and told her that a girl must remain strong in any situation, and that the world is not kind and gentle as it seems to her, but life is most likely like a battlefield, where they will kill you without refusing to kill. The man suggested that she try to use other people and approach Derek, who knew the Marquise best. After this conversation, Dorothy walked down the hall with a book in her hands. And she was very afraid of meeting her father, who might yell again that now was not the time to read stupid novels. Dorothy could not relax in her own room, so she had to find a secluded place to read a book in peace. Suddenly, Derek himself approached her and apologized for not wanting to scare the girl in any way. Dorothy saw the young man in front of her, with whom her father had offered to approach. And it seemed that this was her chance. Dorothy's watch suddenly fell due to surprise, but fortunately it didn't break. And everything worked out, so Derek asked her to give him a couple of days to fix it. He asked if the girl would have problems if it became known that he had her watch. Derek perfectly understood that the girl didn't know who to take the watch to for repair. So he offered to repair it himself and leave it in the same place afterwards. Once repaired, Dorothy accepted the young man's conditions, but suddenly saw a book with a dark green binding in his hands. The girl said that she also read this work, and it was a famous detective novel that captivated her heart to the core. Derek said that he first learned about this genre when he was in the capital, and that he was so fascinated by it that he read detective stories all night. Dorothy listened attentively to the young man recently. He had scared her for some reason. But it turned out that this man was not at all what she had imagined. Derek smiled and said that he would also be interested in reading the book the beautiful lady had in her hands, since he only managed to buy 3 books in Zero. But since they are quite expensive, the young man could not afford to buy them. But Dorothy thought that the Knights of Prowess received adequate compensation. The girl asked if it really turned out that His Highness deprived the Knights of finances and awards after the battle. But the young man said that a Shah tried to negotiate compensation for them, but the Knights of Prowess independently refused because it would be enough for them to cover their basic needs. Dorothy was very worried that many of the knights had families and probably didn't have enough money to support them. The girl apologized embarrassed because she probably shouldn't have brought up this topic. But Derek said that everything was fine. This encounter resonated with incredible warmth deep in Dorothy's soul. And she realized that she had done the right thing when she brought several detectives with her. That evening, Gabriel Knox arrived for the first time, whose arrival all the neighbors of the place had already heard about. Carlisle said that it seemed the high priest had to suffer for the Empress's unreasonable worries. But the young man wondered if anything could be more important than the birth of an heir. His Highness suggested that they start by discussing how to avoid endangering the health of the future prince of the empire. And Gabriel replied that it was the first time he had heard of a threat to the prince's health. Carlisle asked if it would be all right for Gabriel or her to start with this particular topic, because it is very important at this time. Asha decided to introduce herself and said that she was the ruler of Prowess and was very happy to see the venerable servant of the temple here. Gabriel's angelic appearance made everyone like him, and the young man quietly asked him to forgive him for his late greeting. Asha informed Gabriel that the residents were already ready for his arrival, so he could look around Prowess. The old castle lacked many things and was not particularly luxurious, so the lady really hoped that Gabriel would not be so critical and would understand the situation in Pervez. The young man shared information. He heard that they lack resources due to the long war. It was also heard that Pervez revived only thanks to the courage of the warrior Asha. The girl felt that the young man's words sounded insincere, and it was as if he was trying to sow discord between her and His Highness. Asha was not one to easily succumb to sweet words, so she asked Gabriel to rest after a long journey, and they could see each other at night. After accompanying Gabriel, Asha met Carlyle in the hallway, and they had to discuss several important points. The girl said that nothing suspicious had happened so far, but it turned out that Gabriel was in a hurry for some reason, and constantly praised the girl's achievements. Carlyle realized Asha was surprisingly worried, and Gabriel must have been using his charm on her. Asha did not understand why the priest was trying to influence her, since she plays no important role in these matters. Carlyle stated that Asha plays an important role in many matters, and now it is more important than ever for the future of Pervs and the entire empire. He was used to being hospitable, and on the occasion of Gabriel's arrival, he served a festive dinner. Gabriel noticed that Carlyle was acting quite indifferent, despite the high priest himself coming to visit him. Probably Gabriel assumed that everything was a matter of weak faith, and the Almighty punished him by making him suffer a barbarian attack. Carlyle understood that he was not just an ordinary priest in front of him, so he decided to ask exactly what Gabriel wanted to bless them with. The young man came to give his blessing to the couple to conceive a child. Since the Empress expects the continuation of the family, for the good of the future of the imperial family, Carlyle wondered if this meant that members of the ruling family could sow seeds anywhere for their future. In fact, Gabriel did not know how to answer this question, so he decided to simply remain silent. The young man asked if he was really not used to hearing about this, and the Empress had not yet explained to him what happened then. Gabriel had no choice but to believe the objective explanation of the situation, of which he informed Mr. Carlyle. The young man smiled sarcastically and said that this episode had probably disappeared from Gabriel's mind, but that in reality, all this had long since ceased to matter. He thanked the young man for his great appreciation and asked again if the priest really had nothing to do with that case. Gabriel was about to grant them a blessing, and it is said that for this, the high priest must enter the couple's bedroom. The priest confirmed that he should indeed be in the newlyweds' bedroom, and Asha was very surprised to hear this information. Since this moment should remain secret to the couple, Gabriel said he would grant the blessing while behind the curtains, after which he would quietly leave the room. In cases where couples cannot have a child, it sometimes happens that they are not actually having sex, so it is also necessary for a priest to be present in the room. Carlyle decided to find out what would happen if he refused to receive the blessing to conceive a child. He wondered if Gabriel hadn't thought about his wife's feelings, since she would be forced to have intimacy with her husband in the presence of strangers. Gabriel noticed that Carlyle was now more concerned not about himself, but about his wife's condition. He perfectly understood that this could be difficult for her. However, the birth of an heir is a serious responsibility, and Carlyle wondered how temples like to impose responsibilities on women since ancient times. He had never believed that the Almighty really existed, and Gabriel began to be indignant that this earthly man dared to address him as a mere living being when he owned a divine mission. After dinner, Asha arrived at His Highness's room, and it was clear to both of them that dinner seemed to be worth it. Carlyle asked Asha when the high priest asked them to enter into a relationship. The young man suggested that Gabriel was probably also embarrassed. But now Asha had another problem. She accepted these conditions, but did not understand at all what to do now. In any case, whatever happens, starting this week it was necessary to sleep together in the same bed. Carlyle took the lady's hand and told her that he trusted her completely, and that he was willing to fulfill all conditions so that the girl would feel comfortable. But in reality, The young man really wanted to know what the girl really felt for him. This was the most convenient time to check. The young man said he was very tired and was going to bed, after which he lay down wondering if Asha would lie down with him. He suggested that the sofa and the chair would be uncomfortable for her to sleep on. But the bed had plenty of space, and she probably should have chosen it. In fact, Carlyle really wanted Asha to just lie down on the same bed next to him. The girl continued to stand near the bed, after which she was silent for a while, and wished His Majesty good night. The lady headed towards the sofa, and Carla understood that Asha was still stubborn. And she will remain stubborn, even if he says that after this hard sofa, his back will hurt a lot. The young man watched closely as Asha settled down to sleep on the sofa and asked if she was cold there alone. The lady replied that she was completely fine, but Carlyle said that nothing bad would happen if she lay down next to him. It seemed to the young man that the girl did not trust him, but it was not the case at all. Carlyle saw that the girl did not agree with anything, so he suggested changing the sleeping place so that she could sleep in a warm place and comfortable and not on a hard sofa. But the girl insisted that she would stay sleeping on the sofa, and soon Carlyle stopped his attempts. He turned around and went to bed. The next day, Asha met Gabriel and asked him if he was going to bless the castle. Gabriel replied, "Ancient castles like this can simply be infiltrated by energies or evil spirits. So a blessing is needed to prevent bad luck and misfortune from affecting the inhabitants of the place. And if Asha does not believe him, then she herself can guide him through the castle and can also tell him and calmly discuss with the prince her doubts about his actions." Since Asha had little to do, but gladly agreed to show Gabriel the surroundings. She felt bad after last night, but it was better this way than complicating the situation by simply refusing without explanation. The young man said that it would certainly be faster if they started from the highest place in the castle and went down lower. Asha said that there was no temple in Pervez, that there were other religions here, and that after the barbarian attack, the people did not have enough time to equip the temple. Gabriel suggested that in this case, the inhabitants of Pervez probably know little about the Almighty. However, the people here pray to the Almighty, and the depth of their faith is no less than that of other places. Since these people have lived through times when they had no choice but to pray desperately. Gabriel looked down and said he could imagine how difficult it was for the people of Pervez. Asha continued to show Gabriel the castle surroundings. The castle was located on a hill, which allowed for quick detection of the enemy and mobilization of forces. Abandoned lands were very close, and they say these lands are special and unique. As Aga heard from her father, the barbarians and local beasts were infected with demonic energy. They say that demonic energy exudes everywhere there. And for Gabriel, this was an incredible opportunity, as he could control his own powers without resorting to dark magic spells. Asha said that the barbarians not only had a large number of resources, but also used catapults. Moreover, some resorted to strange spells. And Gabriel realized that she seemed to be trying to find out if he was on the Empress's side. The lady was sure that it was better to fight heroically in battle than to be abandoned and die in the Empire. Asha said that now she would take the high priest to the place where the blessing was needed. They approached one of the rooms where there were more traces, and the girl said that there was a prayer room here. Her mother mainly used it, but after her death, other relatives began to come here. Many died, their days were a nightmare. But Asha still believed that the Almighty would definitely take care of them. If a warrior like her became a princess, how can one doubt the care of the Almighty? Asha had a pure heart, so people are grateful to her, and Gabriel used to feel the same way. But now he had gone so far that there was no turning back for him. Asha suggested moving to the next room, but saw that Gabriel began to behave strangely. The young man clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and in his thoughts asked the Almighty to help him understand that the path he had taken was the right one. The next day, the news spread throughout the imperial palace that one of the ladies was soon expecting the long-awaited child. All the maids and the doctor stood near Vivian's bed when the young man announced that the lady was pregnant. This news was to be communicated to His Majesty, but the lady asked to inform him carefully so as not to disturb him. She said she would like to rest, so she asked the maids to leave the room and leave her alone. The man who stayed in the room with the lady asked her if she was sure the diagnosis was correct. He was outraged that the lady could accept another man's family, but she was willing to do anything to preserve Her Majesty's favor and her reputation. She asked the man not to worry because she had already taken care of everything, and no one would know anything. Vivian finally managed to have a child, but it was not known how the Empress would react to this. Surely she did not expect Vivian to get pregnant, but the girl also found nothing strange in the herbs she sent her. If the Empress wants to ignore the threat to her position, then Vivian will be happy to do so, since she is Marcio's mother, who inherited her stupidity from her mother. And now, if Carlyle does not return from Pervez, she can make her son the next emperor. Finally, the day came when Carlyle and Asha had to spend the night in the same bed. Because that night, a priest was supposed to visit them to confirm their intimacy and marital relationship. The girl was very worried whether they could fool him, but the young man assured her that he couldn't do anything anyway. Carlyle noticed that Asha was very nervous, and her enthusiasm was completely justified. He expected her to immediately answer no and be embarrassed, but the situation was quite awkward. Lionel must warn her in advance about the arrival of the high priest, so the girl only has to be a little patient. As the hour gradually approached midnight, Carlyle announced that it was time for them to gradually go to bed and prepare for Gabriel's appearance. Asha sat awkwardly on the bed next to the young man, and he felt how cold her body was and trembled. The girl said she was cold because the shirt was quite thin, but the young man perfectly understood her feelings. And it was probably worth waiting for the first priest before going to bed. Previously, Aga felt nothing when she was next to Carlyle, but over time everything changed. Carlyle reminded them that when Gabriel arrives, they must treat each other tenderly, as in the real intimacy between a man and a woman. Asha heard the sound of barely audible footsteps growing in the distance along the corridor. Gabriel was already too close, so Carlyle closed the canopy and hugged Asha, who was lying in bed. She began to sigh heavily, as Carlyle had told her before, and at that moment Gabriel had just entered their room. At some point, Carlyle really stopped understanding whether they were still pretending, or if their game had already turned into real kisses and hugs. All this time, Gabriel remained by the couple's bed and silently listened to what was happening behind the canopy. The only thing Gabriel felt was that his ears were dirty from the languid sighs, and those two behaved too credibly to call it pretense. After this, Gabriel wondered if the prince really cared about the Marquise, and if they really had a serious relationship. He was sure that such an ignorant person would never love a country girl. And most likely the prince was just playing with her, since Gabriel could not annul the marriage on that basis. He would have to find another way, and so it would be. It will be easier to use Asha herself for this purpose. And it would be better for Gabriel not to know anything about her, because he did not expect this girl to be so innocent and devoted to the Almighty. Gabriel told his subject that he was going to look at the castle. All the corners in it had already been blessed, but it was better to check that nothing had been missed. The young man said he would be happy to keep Gabriel company and accompany him around the castle. After a while, Carlyle and Ashan noticed that what seemed to be the high priest was leaving their room and returning to his chambers. Carlyle lay down on the bed and said that they did a great job and that Asha played her part quite well. And Gabriel definitely had to believe in their performance, which really seemed very lively and real. Asha was about to leave, but Carlyle took her hand and asked her to stay with him. He came up with a ridiculous excuse if Asha left. She might catch a cold, so it was better for her to stay warm under the blanket. The next morning was pleasant for the young couple, and they decided that the two of them could prepare this breakfast together. Carlyle asked the girl to try a new dish, and in fact, he became very happy when Asha tried something new. And she liked it. After last night, she felt that something had changed between them and that their relationship could no longer be the same. An unexpected thought arose in Asha's head that she probably couldn't fall in love with Carlyle. But if he noticed her feelings, then their relationship would come to an end. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, no one could believe that Vivian was finally carrying a child under her heart. Everyone in the imperial palace congratulated the young lady, and the empress also learned the news. The empress personally expressed her congratulations to the emperor because the news of the pregnancy was simply excellent. The man replied that he knew the lady would be happy for him because she and Vivian had good characters. No one knew what the empress was doing at that moment, but she promised that Vivian would soon be sent a gift. Shortly after, a maid knocked on the young lady's room and announced that she had a gift from the empress. She said that Her Majesty sent her a gift to congratulate Vivian on such wonderful news. The girl wondered why the empress needed this, and probably everything she did was for a reason. The maid also reported that His Highness Josephine, first princess, and His Highness Charlize, second princess, had arrived in her place. Since Vivian could not dismiss them, she asked her to tell the maid that she would come as soon as she was ready. The girl tried to get ready quickly and went to the guests with a welcoming speech. In the living room sat the charming blonde Josephine, who was the first princess of the Chad Empire, as well as the second Princess Charlize. Vivian came out and greeted the girls, and Josephine asked her to sit down because it was probably difficult for a lady to stand. Given her position, Josephine said that the girl could not even imagine how happy her father was to hear this news. She wished to congratulate Vivian and prepared a couple of gifts that the ladies brought. Charlize asked if she had heard that it was very difficult for Vivian to get pregnant. The girls decided to ask her for advice if she really took the medicine, after which she could really get pregnant. The girls were very surprised that such a medicine existed, and they couldn't believe that the empress had sent Vivian something so precious. And surely she really wanted to have a child. Therefore, the ladies were very surprised to learn about the concubine's situation, since nothing went well with the pregnancy for a long time. But in reality, neither Josephine nor Charlize felt a shred of noble emotion towards Vivian. Things were going well in Prowess, and that morning Gabriel was going to get permission to hold a prayer meeting. As the young man put on his robe, he suddenly felt unwell and writhing in pain. He fell to the floor. Gabriel felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and this was something more than a side effect of the dark magic manifesting at that moment. At that moment, Asha simply approached the door and asked if Gabriel was in the room. But the young man perfectly understood that he could not appear before her eyes in this state. Moreover, since he lives next to abandoned lands, he had probably seen similar symptoms. The next second, Gabriel felt an incredibly intense pain and could not even make a sound. Asha heard wild moans outside the door and without hesitation entered the room to check what had happened to Gabriel. She saw the young man lying on the floor, so she immediately ran to him and asked if he was all right. She asked in which area of the body the priest felt pain and offered to examine him. But the young man said that the priest had no right to allow others, especially women, to see his body. Asha suggested calling His Highness's doctor immediately, but the young man decided to confess to her first instead of letting Carlyle find out about this side effect. Gabriel unbuttoned his shirt, and Asha was horrified to see the dark energy slowly consuming Gabriel's body. The girl said it looked like a lingering effect of an illness or a congenital birthmark. She said Gabriel didn't need to go into detail, and that there were plenty of people with these birthmarks in Prowess for various reasons. But even if Asha didn't notice anything, Gabriel knew that Carleen shouldn't know anything about the spot anyway. Therefore, the young man asked the girl to keep the information a secret. But Asha decided to set a condition of her own. Unexpectedly, she invited Gabriel to take a medicinal bath, but the lady said she didn't have to treat him well, because the Empress herself had sent her. The lady stated that status has nothing to do with saving the sick, and that previously only saints and sages were capable of having such thoughts. Asha asked again if Gabriel would agree to take a medicinal bath to improve his well-being. Gabriel was surprised. Asha turned out to be a very caring girl, and that's why he wanted to get closer to her as a friend. And this would help him learn Carlyle's weaknesses. To Gabriel's surprise, the bath had a good effect, so after this procedure, he decided that it would definitely be necessary to thank Asha for her kindness. As Gabriel walked down the hallway, he suddenly heard Carlyle's voice. And the conversation between him and Asha was that the young man was clearly displeased because the girl had personally prepared the bathwater for the guests. Gabriel assumed that this libertine probably doubted his sincere and good relationship with the Marchioness. Carlyle continued by saying that he didn't even know Ashi had a taste for refined men and gentle ones, but the girl insisted that Carlyle was mistaken. The young man called this not a misunderstanding, but suspicion of his wife's infidelity. And he couldn't believe this made any sense. Gabriel decided to intervene and asked the young couple to lock the doors next time. He said he came himself to express his gratitude, but accidentally witnessed their fight. The young man asked what had brought Gabriel to his wife's chambers at such a late hour. But the priest argued that it was only 7 in the evening, and it wasn't that late at night for meetings. Gabriel suggested that it seemed Carlos had misunderstood his relationship with the Marchioness, and she prepared not just a bath, but a medicinal one to help improve his health. He shared that he couldn't entrust the preparation of a medicinal bath to a stranger. And if Carlos wished, they could come to the temple, because the scent of herbs was still preserved there. Carlos was actually jealous, because he truly loves his wife very much. The young man asked Gabriel to tell his mother not to worry, because there was so much passion between them that the appearance of a child would not be long in coming. Both princesses, who had recently visited Vivian, immediately went to visit the Empress after meeting her to tell her about their conversation. The girls shared. The atmosphere was not rosy, and as the Empress had requested, they eased the tension by pretending to be interested in the details of Vivian's pregnancy. One of the ladies said that the herbs the Empress gave her worked, and Vivian also thanked her for her kindness, and asked her to convey these words to the Empress. The Empress laughed heartily upon hearing these words, and asked if the girls really thought she had sent herbs so Vivian could get pregnant. The Empress asked if Vivian really had the audacity to pretend to be pregnant with the Emperor's children, and was grateful to her for the herb, even though in the meantime she herself had become pregnant by another man. The girls' eyes widened in surprise, because they did not expect to hear that Vivian's child was actually from another young man, and that the Emperor could actually not have children and had been infertile for a long time. One of the princesses asked how the Empress knew this, and if she should tell her father everything. The Empress said that she secretly asked someone in the palace to find out about this. But she didn't tell the Emperor anything so as not to surprise him. But now the situation was completely different. The Emperor was infertile, and Miss Lauren cheated on him. The lady told the ladies that they should spread these rumors now. And after living in the imperial palace for so many years, without any power, they should at least do this. She wondered if she could trust the beautiful young women to help her spread the word. That same day, a pigeon flew to Gabriel, and the young man understood that Vivian Lauren would arrive soon. It would be good at that moment to send an annulment, but the young man didn't even expect that Carlyle. And Asha had become so close, but it wasn't so bad because the Marchioness could be Carlyle's weakness. Gabriel opened his prayer book, clasped his hands, and reflected on God's will through the story of St. Rufus. Only St. Rufus kept his faith, listening to the word of the Almighty. He defended it from heretics, and his unwavering faith and selflessness led to a miracle. As in the case of Asha Pervez, despite the difficulties, she calmly continued to defend and bravely her homeland, and this girl was incredibly similar to St. Rufus. Gabriel suggested that perhaps through her, he could create the ideal world he had dreamed of for so long. Asha was in Carlyle's office with the news that the high priest had said he would not leave until the end of December. But it seems Gabriel only told Ash the date of his departure, and also asked her to sell him the herbs she used for the medicinal bath. Carlyle put his hand on his head and sighed deeply, and Asha couldn't understand his reaction. The young man clearly understood that he had become very sensitive because of Gabriel. And he hadn't even apologized to Asha for his temper that day, and he certainly should do it right now. The young man did not immediately find the right words to express his emotions. Asha said she was glad the high priest was leaving sooner than expected. And Carlyle must have suffered from having to pretend they were a couple, and she was sure the young man would probably be embarrassed in front of the guests on the second floor. For having to treat her like that, considering how close his real lovers are. The young man was indignant that Asha decided to tell him about the ladies on the second floor, none of whom were said to be his lovers. Carlyle did not suppress his demanding emotions and asked if Asha really thought he dragged one of them to bed every night. The young man swore with all his victories that he never laid a finger on those ladies. And they just act like they are his concubines or something. Carlyle apologized for misunderstanding Asha and condemning her relationship with the high priest without understanding the situation. And the girl, in turn, apologized for misjudging His Highness for his relationship with those ladies. Shortly after that terrible nightmare, the emperor had to call a doctor to check his health. The doctor said his recent health deterioration might be due to stress, and the emperor asked if he had probably heard what was being discussed in the palace these days. The emperor asked if the doctor also believed he was infertile, but this could not be judged without conducting any investigation. So the young man said that since the matter concerned the emperor exclusively, the right thing to do would be to undergo it to publicly announce the results and suppress the rumors that had arisen. The emperor exclaimed happily and considered this an excellent idea, ordering it to begin immediately. Because he wanted to stop the unfounded gossip as soon as possible. A few days later, the emperor burst into Vivian's room with the message that she was pregnant by another man. The lady screamed that the emperor was talking nonsense, but the man was sure that the lady was blatantly lying to him. The emperor stated that he had just received the results of a fertility test, and that he had strong evidence. Vivian was surprised and pretended that this was the first time she had heard information that the emperor could be infertile. Because that was impossible. The empress declared that in this situation, it was impossible for the child to be the emperor's. And she went so far as to accuse the lady of committing a sin, because she was trying to present a child of another man as heir to the throne. And this crime alone would be enough to execute her immediately. Vivian perfectly understood that the empress was enjoying this vile situation with all her heart. And to mock her, she even specially sent her daughters, who showered her with sweet talk. The emperor said threateningly that he did not expect this from the girl, and that treason. And deceiving the ruling family is a very serious crime. Vivian fell to her knees and tearfully prayed, because she loved the emperor very much. And she always wanted a child from him, but nothing worked out for her, and every year she saw more. And more disappointment in his eyes. The girl prayed that the emperor would not understand how insignificant and sad it was not to be able to get pregnant by a loved one. And she feared that his love would weaken. A crime against the ruling family could not be forgiven, although the emperor understood how important it was for women to fight for love. The emperor declared that Vivian Lauren would be stripped of her duchess title, and she would be forced to leave the palace, and as long as the lady was alive, she was sure she would have many opportunities to take revenge on the empress for everything she had done against her. Cecilia informed the Viscount that the emperor had completely rejected Vivian Lauren after reporting her pregnancy. And it became clear to everyone that the empress had eliminated the extra player Vivian from her game. Now her power could grow more, and Cecilia wondered what Lord Carlisle thought about all this. The Viscount said that the young man's judgment was clouded because of the Marchioness. But their marriage would not last long anyway, so Carlisle would definitely become emperor. And they would wait for that day. Gabriel was preparing for the return journey, and Carlisle asked if the young man was sure that now was the right time to go. Because if it snowed again, he could get stuck on the road. He asked to bow on his behalf to the emperor and empress and tell them not to worry about his well-being. Gabriel boarded the carriage, and Carlisle announced that another successful year had almost ended. He asked Asha if they could spend time together tomorrow, and the girl was not busy with anything. They would have very little time alone at the end of the year, and now not much time would pass before Carlyle left Prowess forever. The next day, Carlyle was in a very good mood because a Shah arrived early in the morning. The young man asked if the girl would like to have tea and told her that he had chosen one with a light aroma. That conversation about souvenirs remained in a Shah's memory, and this time the girl did not come to Carlyle empty-handed, and told him that there is a tradition of exchanging gifts at the end of the year. A Shah handed the young man a wooden box and told him that she had also prepared something for him this year. It was a leather bracelet. And the lady immediately began to worry that she probably shouldn't have given anything at all, because Carlyle was the type of person who could afford any expensive jewelry, and her leather bracelet probably had no value to him. The young man put the bracelet on his hand and said it looked even better than he expected. Carlyle was very attentive to these details, so he also prepared a special gift for a Shah. This gift was nothing special, and if it had been jewelry, a Shah would have sold it and bought equipment. The girl opened the box and, to her surprise, saw an incredibly beautiful glass vial. And this was exactly the scent she had perfumed herself with during the wedding. A Shah inhaled this special romance, which was forever etched in her memory on her wedding day. And she was very happy to receive such a gift. The young man said that, in fact, this fragrance was developed personally for him. And the lady couldn't understand why the young man would give her something so valuable. He said that when mixed with her personal scent, the perfume becomes sweeter. And it is surprising that a lady living in the north likes the herbaceous scent of the south. There is a tradition, according to which the client gives the name of the perfume made personally for him. And the young man asked her if she was interested in knowing what name he had chosen for this fragrance. Carlyle called this scent a Shah and wanted the girl to wear it and remember him. But he understood that perhaps this perfume would become poison for her when their contract ended, and she would not be able to forget it for the rest of her life. The icy winter had already begun in Prowess, and meanwhile the kingdom of Palaiso, bordering the empire to the south, enjoyed a golden autumn. The autumn foliage was especially beautiful this year, and this autumn promised to bring new changes for the empire. The Queen of Palaiso thanked the guests who came to see them despite their busy schedules. The lady said they would like to organize a more formal reception together, but she was afraid of attracting unwanted attention from the Syro Empire. The queen told the curious young man that, due to repairs, the kingdom had to give up 12 gold crowns, each of which was decorated with a sapphire and a ruby, and furthermore, for 20 years. There would be no taxes on internet goods from the Syro Empire. The guests were indignant because Zero's products were already cheap, and if they didn't pay taxes, no one would use expensive local products. The queen said that the empire's crown prince was quite cruel. The emperor could still be controlled. But the terrible crown prince gave her a headache. One of the young men said that Carlyle lost his place as crown prince because he dared to attack his father's concubine, and he was sent north without the chance to return to Syro. 2 months later, information spread that someone had declared war on the ignorant empire, which had long since begun to oppress the people. People wrote letters to the emperor, asking him to send at least one army to defeat the enemy. The emperor assumed that putting pressure on Alvinia would be enough for others to submit as well. So now he had to immediately send Marcio to participate in the war. The young man had long been afraid that this would happen, but the time came when his father finally decided to send him to the battlefield. The empress did not have this in her plans, and for some reason, right now, when Gabriel was so needed, he was not there. Marcio hoped his mother would reassure him, but she suggested that his departure ceremony be as grand as possible so that the young man could demonstrate his confidence as crown prince to everyone. The young man screamed hysterically. Really, his mother was going to send him to the southern front. The lady spoke of her plan. And once Marcius left Zero, everyone in the capital would know that he was leading the war. Even if it became known that he had abandoned the battlefield, it could be said that he was providing tactical command. The empress knew that the empire's knights would take care of the war themselves, and only a sufficiently luxurious departure ceremony was needed for Marcio to look convincing. At that moment, a knight rushed in and said that the young man needed to decide immediately whether to take such an important step in the battle. Marcio was not strong in military matters at all, but only he could make decisions and give orders. The knights were well aware that such a thing had never happened when His Highness Carlisle and the Viscount of Lapelt were with them, and certainly did not expect Prince Marcius to be of no use. After Marcio gave the wrong order, Dauphin fell 5 days later. And Carlisle was already aware of every move of the Empress's son, who immediately fled the battlefield. Carlisle told the butler that his father was not very worried, and he himself sent him north. And now he dares to order him to fight in the south. The young man asked to tell his father, to which he politely refused, as he was now busy defending prowess. It was useful for Carlisle and R. Asiro, but this did not mean that he was ready to help his father just like that. So he said that if he managed to suppress the south, he would immediately demand the return of the crown prince title. And he would accept nothing less. Carlisle asked the subject to tell the emperor that he would await a response in prowess, because the emperor himself said that time was quite short. He ordered all messages to be delivered to the emperor and, bidding farewell, left his office. At the same time, he asked to tell Asha that she should come to him to tell him the news from the emperor. The young man said, "It seems a sudden matter has arisen that requires a solution. And the south has started an uprising right now." His father asked for help, but he decided to agree only on the condition that his crown prince title be returned to him. Asha understood that this meant their divorce would have to happen sooner than the planned 3 years. Carlisle initially intended to win the war to regain his title. But the imperial knights suffered too much damage due to Marcius's incompetence. Of course, more reinforcements could be requested from the temple knights or other aristocrats. But the young man said he would like the lady to be the first person he turned to for help. And since the knights of the Empire and prowess were already acting together, they could therefore cover each other's weaknesses and deservedly maintain victory in battle. Asha replied that she had no choice but to help, and agreed not out of fear of punishment, but because she was convinced that the young man was trustworthy. After the decision to go south was made, prowess began to prepare for war. Those who arrived from the capital were also preparing to leave for their relatives and family. Things were coming to an end, and Asha and Carlisle only had to win one major battle. And after all this, the time will come when they will be forced to complete their marriage contract. Asha understood that this time she needed to give her all on the battlefield to achieve a heroic victory. She was thinking about the upcoming battle when her maid Nina looked for her, who was clearly worried about something. The girl handed her a letter from Gabriel Knox, and it was very strange because he would have to send Asha an urgent letter. In the forgotten lands of the far north, Gabriel was with a church minister in prowess. The young man asked if Gabriel would return to that dangerous place everyone knows. These forgotten lands have accumulated a huge amount of dark energy that Gabriel needed so much. The young man asked why Gabriel didn't absorb all the dark magic here while the curse persisted in these lands. But in reality, Gabriel simply couldn't do it for many reasons. In the past, Gabriel would not have taken so long to think about how to use all this dark energy. But now, for some reason, all his thoughts were filled only with the Marchioness. He was very interested in what happened with the letter he sent her, and the minister unexpectedly said that the reply had not yet arrived. The young man understood everything. If he used dark power, he could destroy all of prowess in an instant. However, if the Marchioness was on his side, then he would achieve his dream without this power. Carlisle and Asha had already arrived at the place where the great uprising would begin. They arrived deliberately as fast as possible. At this rate, most of the empire could suffer significant losses from the south. So Asha asked why they didn't counterattack with the allied forces they called. The lady was sure that if they were suppressed, the enemy would flee before they had time to gather all the resources. And they would gain a lot from it. Carlisle noted that this was exactly what prowess specialized in, and the Marchioness's words were absolutely true. So they should have decided earlier. The young man ordered to do what his wife suggested, and today they had to break the entire rear line of the front. The commander ordered everyone to take formation. The knights confidently prepared to lead the cavalry to allow the purvey's detachment to attack nearby. And none of them expected that they would act together again, like in the successful battle with the Igram tribe. After all the orders were given, Asha asked if Carlos's was afraid. In fact, she was interested not in whether Carlos's was really afraid, but whether he was afraid to lead such a large army under his responsibility. The young man was sure that, no matter what decision he made, someone could still die. And he couldn't be afraid of that. And yet, this is precisely why it is important to be a self-sufficient commander, to successfully lead loyal people. Asha said that even if she dies here, she will undoubtedly remain part of the victory in this great battle forever. The young man said that the girl should share the responsibility for the lives of others with him. Because she is his heroic wife, and it is the wife's duty to support her husband. Everything was meticulously prepared for the battle, and Carlyle and Asha understood that each of their lives was in their hands. They bravely went into battle, and Carlyle felt that only thanks to the warrior lady did he feel incredible confidence. Things were different in the imperial palace, and Marcio soon returned home to his mother. The empress understood that the situation was terrible. The soldiers sent with Marcio to the front were completely defeated, and the rumor that he hastily abandoned the battlefield quickly spread among the aristocracy. The empress wanted to borrow their forces, but after what happened, they only received refusals and apologies. Then she informed Marquise that Carlyle was heading south right now to protect the lands. The young man looked down and said he would like to go rest after everything he had been through. He complained that his back still hurt after the long carriage ride. But the empress declared that now was not the time to rest. She stroked the young man's face and told him threateningly that he would have to focus on the problem. That now weighed heavily on him. And if Carlyle beats him, his crown prince title will soon be returned to him, and all his efforts will be in vain. Marcio continued to complain that he had already gone south and encountered many difficulties. And nothing more could really be done. While Marquise was indignant about his unfortunate fate, Carlyle heroically confronted the enemy on the battlefield. One of the opponents said loudly that it seemed the former crown prince of the Chadiano Empire was much more attracted to women than he thought. The young man tried to excite Asha by asking her why she needed such a useless girl on the battlefield. The enemy said he was head over heels in love with women, but he would never entrust his life to any of them. While one of the attackers tried to confuse Carlyle with his speeches, Asha didn't think twice and hit him, snatching the weapon from his hands. Carlyle deliberately waited a moment to give his wife a chance to show what she was capable of. And as expected, Asha treated the leader of the opponents with cold cruelty. She asked Carlyle not to let his guard down, as the battle was not over yet. And more attacks were likely to occur. In a battlefield shrouded in smoke and tension, Marchioness Asha was at the center of frantic battles. Like a living embodiment of will and courage. Shining in her armor, she not only looked noble but also impressive, and her presence on the field instilled hope in the hearts of her comrades. And fear in the hearts of her enemies. Asha and Carlyle fought with incredible dedication, and every movement of their swords was precise. As if they had already anticipated every move of their opponents, this fight could not end in their defeat. Asha declared that if they continued like this, they would reach the southern border faster. And the knights who organized the invasion knew that before things moved forward, they should try to negotiate and retreat while they still had the chance. The commander-in-chief of the opponents was a lady who was sure that they could not lose that much, because Carlyle had far fewer soldiers than her army. She ordered the plan to be followed with an offer of negotiations, but only the winners can offer negotiations. At that moment, Gabriel suggested searching longer, but only found one source of dark energy. Suddenly, a pigeon flew to him, with a note tied to its leg, and it seemed this was the long-awaited reply from the Marchioness. The letter said that Asha was going to the south of the empire with her husband, so she definitely couldn't meet yet. and Gabriel received a cruel rejection of his meeting offer. At that moment, Gabriel's body filled with dark energy, and the high priest had no choice but to use strong magic and sinister to bring justice to all who, in his opinion, truly deserve it.